He's betting 500. Now is Vepe going to slow play his set? There are 2 flush draws on the board. No, he is not. He is raising. And we could see stacks go in right here, right now. Let's see what Kim decides to do here. We did not see a 3-bet by Vepe like we did the other hands, so Kim should feel pretty good about his set here. He does 3-bet. And Vepe may be smelling something here. This may save him. Just makes a call. And let's see a red card on the river for an action card, because if we see the flush draw completed, it may slow down the action. Igor in as well with the top pair. Not afraid to go away with the top pair and the weak kicker. So spade on the river. That may slow down the action for the 2 sets. It doesn't look like it's going to slow Kim down, though. It looks like he's reaching for some chips. And a call by Vepe. He's going to be a little bit disappointed here to see the set over set. That's a huge cooler very early on. And Vepe down to 13,000 in chips straight off the bat from his starting stack of 30. And the final day of the 550 Kings. It had 3 opening fights, takes place today. I'm going to see if we can pull up what the top prize is in that bad boy, but the payouts are not listed yet. Here we go. Nope, no payouts listed, but we can see how many players are left. 32 players. And Tapio in the lead. Very nice. Tapio, Finnish player that is here quite often. Very nice guy. So Magnus raising from middle position with the Jack-10 suited. Yana calling with another suited hand, a bit better with the Ace-9. Igor going nowhere with his Ace-6. And Kim with a laugh, getting in the action with the 6-4 suited as well after limping early on. Out of the window. Magnus with middle pair, the open-ended straight draw with the best hand thus far. Yana with bottom pair. Kim with absolutely nothing, and Igor has a little bit better. But you could see the equity percentages are minuscule on both those players. Magnus opting to keep it small for the time being. It checks around the queen pairs the board. That might make Magnus think he is good now with his 10, and he still even has more outs to an open-ender, even if he's not. Yana making the call with bottom, with connecting the 9 for a lower 2 pair. And Kim easily getting out of the way there. It's definitely not the board you want to see with 6-4 suited. And I need to find out the name of this dealer. I can't tell from the back of his head, but we'll give him shout-outs later in the stream. This might be an action killer. It's going to be very hard, actually, for Magnus here. I won't be surprised to see Yana take a stab, and it's a big stab. About 60% of the pot, 3,100. It may get the job done. Magnus thinking things through. We know Magnus is ahead. Does Magnus think he's possibly ahead here? Keep in mind, it's not just the king and 8s he should be worried about with a bet like this. Yana could have easily just called the turn with a queen. May even have a full house in some spots here, although she may be trying to juice up the pot a little bit on the turn there if that was the case. Not afraid to make a move, Yana. And Magnus still thinking things through. He looks like he's in a bit of pain here. It's a very hard spot. Yeah, I mean, he folded the best hand, but it's so hard to call there. Yana taking advantage of her position, her image, getting the job done back near a starting stack. And if I had an account at Alibet, I live in Lithuania, I would be joining you guys in on the free roll as well. But not this time, folks. But I do hope one of you win it. Vladimir opening from under the gun with the ace-jack. Kim from one seat over, getting in with a weaker ace. Yana with the ducks and makes a call. Igor has slowed down calling on his marginal hands. And Yana with 52% equity here because both players with an ace, but she has no way of knowing that, and it's going to be very difficult unless a 2 comes on the board. And doesn't matter anyway that it's difficult because Vladimir flopping top pair. Is Yana going to try to steal it away, though? The problem with doing it on a board like this is that even if a player doesn't have the jack or the 7, they have a flush draw. They have some open-end straight draws in their hand, in their ranges between, at least Kim does. So it very often doesn't work, and then you don't know where you're at, even in position. Vladimir going nowhere. And what is Kim going to do? He's going to float or fold. He does fold. The king may slow things down for Yana, especially as a club. Vladimir now with the nut flush draw on top of his pair of jacks he's improved to on the flop. It does go check. Nothing doing on the river. Vladimir reaching for some chips. Does fire out for 2,200. I don't know if Yana has all 3 options available to her. She may try to push her opponent off kind of like the exact hand that he has, or like an ace-7 as well, even an ace-5 or an ace-4, although I don't think at least the ace-5 is betting the river there. She could call thinking that Vladimir has bricked the board entirely, or she could have figured out that Vladimir was not just reverse floating the flop. She's shown different gears today. Shuffling the chips while she's deciding. Igor looking very intent and serious at the moment. Maybe trying to get some tells from Yana for future spots. Igor has been playing for many, many years. He has a family of poker players, once again, and is raising it up. Yana showing tons of heart. It's 9,000. This is putting Vladimir in a tough spot due to his stack depth. Even if Yana does not get Vladimir to fold, this is incredible. Could be stealing it away. The exact scenario I was talking about, that you can get some better hands to fold here, as long as you don't believe he has the king, which he's likely not folding. The flush completed on the turn. He does make the call, though. He didn't seem too happy about it. It was the correct call. But that gets through against a lot of other players in a similar spot, and certainly would have probably gotten through against an ace-7 or 7-8. Although Vladimir hasn't shown that he's really opening so much with those kind of hands. But nice pot there for Vladimir. The info we have is obviously not the same as the info that Yana has about previous hands he's played as well. But I'm playing more cash than tournaments live, and those reads don't, even if it's with similar players, the reads don't always apply because cash is a completely different beast, and I'm not usually playing Hold'em cash, almost never. tournaments is a different story. I do love Hold'em tournaments. I love any kind of tournament, but I think Hold'em is perfectly suited for a poker tournament. Prefer dealer's choice games or Sweet and Special or PLO personally for cash games. So interesting here, Kim with the 1K raise from under the gun. He likes suited cards, he likes them better when they're connected, and gets 3 players to call, including Vepe from the button, Igor from the small blind, Vladimir from the big blind. This flop gives Vepe top pair, and as a short stack on the table, he's going to try to get some value, but Kim right now does have that straight draw. He pulls ahead with the 9, he pulls ahead with the 5, but it looks like something happened here. Let's put the volume on.
Well, it's kind of string bear.
So started so saying it.
500 is accepted. You just a second. 500 is accepted.
Yes, okay.
Yes. Okay. That is okay.
Okay, so what happened there? It was a string bet. If you're not familiar with what that means, is you're supposed to put your chips in one go, and he kind of dropped 2 chips out of his hand. That's more than fine to do if you announced what your raise was, and he was in process of doing it while it went out. Kim, the gentleman that he is, didn't want to cause any arguments and understood.
Yes, I try to understand you, but please be careful because you said very clear. Okay, I call. Okay.
Kim making the call here with the straight draw. We could see a double up for Vepe. We could see an early exit from the feature table at least. We know he will get back in if his top pair does not hold here. He's fading away those 9s and 4s, but 3 of them were in other people's hands, so he's looking pretty here. There is a backdoor flush draw as well. On top of that, no more backdoor flush draw.
9, obviously.
3 of spades on the river. Vepe doubles up, gets back into his seat. Near a starting stack now, so hanging around with that short stack for most of the early time. And Kim, who once had over 50,000 at the feature table, is now below his starting stack as well. He's the kind of player that goes up and down like a roller coaster, Kim. So we won't be surprised to see it go back the other way. I am going to drop by there pretty soon just to at least see what's going on with the Fisherman Challenge coming up in Olympic Vilnius. But back to the action here. We have a raise of 600 by Vyacheslav, a 3-bet with 9s by Yana, and Vepe showing up with the big slick. We could see fireworks here. Vyacheslav folds, Yana with the easy call with the 9s as the short stack here. She is also not afraid to re-enter. Players have flipped over their cards. It's a coin flip situation. Vepe standing up, Yana looking cool and collected. So far, Yana ahead. She just needs to avoid those high cards. No ace, no king, and Yana gets a double up. The jack is another safe card for Yana. Will she be able to double up? Jack double pairs the board. Yana with the winning hand. Vepe back where he was a little bit a while ago, back down to around 11K. Yana now is back near a starting stack. It could have been worse, Vepe, if it was against another player. You're going to be losing a little bit more chips. You still have 40 big blinds. Vepe has been at many of the festivals here in Tallinn. He has not. I have not seen him here in 2 years, though, but that doesn't mean he hasn't been here. It's 9. Lots of cards going into the muck, including Lucas ace-4, Yana with the 8-6. Vepe, though, ace-9 suited. 3rd hand in a row he's been in the mix. Vepe showing his stack. It looks like Vladimir asked to see how many chips he had before he decides what to do with the 6s, and it looks like a 3-bet. Those light blue chips you see are 1K chips. The red ones are 500, the greens are 100, and the perps are 5K. So a rebet to 3,200. And a cold call here by Kim with the mystery hand. Although he doesn't have cards in front of him. He must be under his hand. Yes, they are. Ah, good job, dealer. This is why we have the same two dealers usually at the feature table, because after a while they learn what to do. And yeah, that's a bold move there by Kim. The cold 3-bet with the 7-5 suited. His suit isn't even live, but I don't think he's going to continue further than this, because now Vepe, 4-bet shove, stands up with his ace-9 suited. Wants to double. It's going to be hard for any player to call, but Vladimir could call, but he has Kim behind him as well, so that's kind of more of the issue. And Kim is the kind of player that actually can call with the 7-5, but I don't think we're going to see either player call here. Very nice squeeze here by Vepe. And I'm sure he's thrilled to see that at least Vladimir is thinking about it. Vladimir laying it down. Is Kim making the call? Kim makes the call with the 7-5 suited. Don't do this at home, folks. Do not do this at home. Kim having a good time. His flush draw is not live at all on this flop. This is not the flop Kim wanted to see, but his 7 and 5 is still live. He still has 4 outs, so otherwise Vepe doubles up. 3 of hearts pairing the board on the turn does nothing. He needs either the 7 or the 5. 4 outs according to the big board, and the king completes the board on the river. If Vladimir continued with the 6s, he just said, if I called, I won. And he tells the table what he had. And Vepe, the roller coaster continues for him. Back to near starting stack again. He's up and down and back up again. Kim, meanwhile, providing tons of action for the table. He was up to 50K about an hour ago and slowly chipping down, and now he's down to a short stack of just 13,400. That's not the fault of the technical people. Very often in the system, it's how it's registered in the system. There's never enough time to ask players what country they're from on a day 1. By the time we get down to day 3 and day 4, we get that down pat perfectly. Vladimir with the Cowboys raising it up to 700 from the cutoff. But hold on 1 second. I see our head tech guy over here, and I want to ask him about the tables. So, hey, Mar. I don't know if you want to actually join us for a little while if you have the time. But before, I was wondering if the tables are going to switch today or if we're going to be having this table. Okay, so we're going to have this table all day. As seats open, they will be filled by other players. I like that.
And you could hear the table even when they can't.
And back to the action once again. We know that Vladimir opened. We know that Kim can call with anything. This is a pretty hand to call from on the button. He's actually not doing too bad here. He flopped the flush draw, 1 check, and now his flush draw also has top pair, and that can get dangerous for him because he's probably going to think he's good here when he is not. He still has tons of equity if things get messy. Does have the flush draw, does have
like an amazing
outs for trips and 2 pair as well. As long as it's not a 2 pair that pairs the board. He needs an 8 for his 2 pair. You could see the outs up top though. Some of them are counterfeited, so 9 live ones, but in theory he has 13 just for those cards were in other people's hands. And the 7 of spades on the river does nothing for Kim. We want to see him stay at the table though, so hopefully nothing crazy happens here. We enjoyed the fireworks the last hand. Hello everybody, we are back here at the Kings of Tallinn. We are on day number 2. We decided to start the stream a little bit later to let late registration close, but we'll be here for more than 7 hours today, 7 blind levels. I could see we're already on level 10. The field got up to 298 players with 126 players left. So it's getting pretty deep. The payouts will be up probably in an hour or two because late registration literally just closed. But today I'm not alone. I'll have 2 guests at least early on, and one guest is already sitting right next to me, a friend of mine, a Norwegian streamer, Oscar Wedde. Welcome, Oscar. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me. I think this is going to be great.
And in seat number 2, that's Vepe. He was with us all day today, so he is back, and he is always an exciting player. But I'm more excited about seat number 3 because we had Igor Pahela Sr. yesterday for most of the day. And today, in seat number 3, somehow we have his son, Igor Pahela Jr. So we could see maybe the differences between the two of them. And I'm not that familiar with a lot of the other players. So yesterday, where I knew the playing styles of a lot of players, today I am not as familiar. But maybe Oscar, as a more competitive player, recognizes some of the other players outside of seats 2 and 3.
I don't think I've played against any of these players before, actually. But the guy we're looking at right now, I think is a pretty good regular.
I recognize Samir. And he has a stack. Look at the stacks on this table. Carl has already 200k, Samir with 200k. And right away, Carl in the small blind limps with the 9s, which I think is okay, blind on blind. And then Samir jacking it up. They're big stacks, so things like this are going to happen.
Yeah.
And Carl doing a little Hollywooding now.
I think we're going to see a 3-bet here.
Okay. I like this. I like that we have action like this the first hand, that we're live. No chance to even introduce the players. And welcome to all of you in chat. Thank you for coming back. I'm not going to try to pronounce some of these names. Well, I'll try. Vege Hulik, Marja, HRK, and GM Garrett's here. I'd love to have Martin pick here. Martin won the last MPN PT, the final in Madrid right before the lockdown took place. He's also involved on the Alibet side. He's a great guy. If he's available, I'd love to have him in the stream. But Samir making the call here in position, and this flop is not the best one to see when you have 9s.
Nah, but I probably think he should go for a small c-bet here and take it down. I think that's the line here.
So it was actually a button raise originally, so that's what I was missing. I thought it was blind on blind, but it was a button raise. The 9s get through. You're repping a lot of aces with your 3-bet, as you said, and
Such a great feeling when you have 9s on that board and c-bet a small size and take it down.
And here's a look at some of the other stacks. So we have Ville with and Paul as the short stacks. Igor Jr. with a shorter stack as well. Vepe has a little more chips than he ended the stream with yesterday. He was the table captain at the end of the day. And we have Irmo. Okay, Irmo. I'm not sure which seat he is in yet, but I'm guessing seat 4, but I don't see him. No, he's not seat 4. Okay, looks like seat 6. Veli-Pekka already forgetting where to put the cards. He was very behaved yesterday. He's usually very loud, and yesterday he was sober and behaved. And I mean, he's always behaved. He's a nice guy, but a little less animated than I'm used to.
Oh. Yeah, I think I played against him yesterday, or the day before, and he was real quiet, just sticking to himself.
That's not usually how he is at festivals here, so maybe with the 2-year break, I haven't seen him in 2 years, he's a different man. So we're back to players liking these low-suited cards like yesterday. And Samir with the raise. Carl just calling from the button with ace-jack. Playing in position from the button, opting not to juice up the pot.
I don't mind the call at all.
No, call or a 3-bet are both fine.
Yeah.
They've been playing already together for an hour, so maybe, you know, he has an idea of what's going to happen. Ace right out of the window, but it's a heart, but that's the only heart that comes out. The 4-3 not looking very pretty anymore. But will Samir say, I have an ace here? I think he's c-betting a lot of these kind of
Yeah.
flops.
I mean, definitely when you're playing 4-3 and it comes an ace in the window, it's definitely going to see bet, I think.
And welcome, Jungle Best. Good to see you as well in the chat. I'm glad that you're happy that I am back. They haven't thrown me out yet. Hopefully I can stay for the 4 days. So Samir firing out a bet, and Carl now thinking about his options or just using some kind of timing tells. I think this is a call most of the time, but maybe he wants to try to juice it up. It's just not, it's strong, but it's, you don't really want to juice this too much.
Yeah, and I mean, what do you, if you raise, what do you want to do, or what do you want to get called by if you raise there? So if the guy's bluffing, you should definitely just let him bluff, and if he's not bluffing, could be behind some of the times, and you could get value from worse hand.
On the other hand, he's also letting Samir now have a flush draw, so I agree with your analysis completely on this, but it's very interesting now. Carl also, in addition to top pair, has the gut shot straight draw, and Samir opting to check now that he has the flush draw, especially after Carl called his first bet and flatted him on the button. There's no door to lock here, Jungle Best. I'm behind literally a giant chip.
It should be interesting to see what Carl opts to do now. Yeah, I go for the check. He would hate to
It's
be
a bit of a
check-raised
scary
here.
board. And look at this. The backdoor flush draw completes. Samir gets there. Life is good for Samir. It's a little bit scary with the 9 pairing the board, but on the other hand, it's not that scary. You know, how many 9-10s or ace-9s are there? You know, maybe there's some other full houses that he could potentially have, but you should feel pretty good about your flush at this point.
Yeah, definitely, because Carl never check backs 2 pairs on the turn, so he should never have any full houses here.
Yeah, and you're not slow playing a set at that point
Nah.
either.
Especially when the ace is on the flop here. I think Carl's gonna have a hard time not calling this off.
Looks like about a pot-sized bet coming out here. 13.5 maybe. Let's see what comes up in the graphics. It's sometimes hard to see the chips. 13, so almost a pot-sized bet.
I love this bet. I really
I think you could even overbet here.
Yeah,
but
yeah. Such
betting
a great
big is
bet.
nice.
I mean, like, Carl either has a hand that's gonna call a big bet, or he don't. I mean, like, you could bet small, but all the hands that calls the small bet also calls a big bet here.
Yes.
This is just
Carl is thinking
unlucky.
things over. I mean, he has a lot of chips as well. Both these players do.
If he lays this down, it's a great laydown.
What do you think about people wearing T-shirts like Team Never Lucky? Do you put tells on people based on what they're wearing?
Nah,
He
but
did make the call.
Yeah, just
That's just unlucky for
Yeah.
Carl.
like
He can't raise the flop really in an ideal situation. Even if he bets the turn, he's getting called, so he actually saved money by not betting the
Yeah.
turn, and it's a very unfortunate river in many ways, you know. It is a board that you can maybe lay down against a certain player, but I'm guessing Samir is an active player based on what he opened up with,
Yeah.
and it becomes much more difficult then to make a fold there.
I'm kind of surprised he didn't continue on the turn when he picked up the flush draw, but other than that, I don't mind how he played the hand at all.
We have Jungle Best from Finland. So Jungle Best, do I know you as well from Finland? If not, next time you're in town, come say hi. Most people know who I am in this. You could just say, where is Jackson or Jason? And I think I'm the only Jason that's actually here, so it's all good. I am Sofa King, of course. Shout out to Garrett from the USA. I'm also originally from the USA. I'm kind of an adopted Lithuanian at this point. Igor is going to definitely open up this. But shout out to anybody that wants shout outs all day long. So remember, the blinds now are 1,200, so this is pretty much a min-raise effectively, which is fine. Igor, I've played with him, I've watched him, I've covered him going deep in tournaments, all three things. I've commentated on his play before. I always like having Igor Jr. at the table, even with this stack depth. He's a very strong player, in my opinion.
It's going to be interesting to see how this develops.
Oh ho, this is going to be very hard for Igor here, unless he has a read on Ville. I mean, ace-9's not really strong enough to commit your stack, I don't think, but maybe. What would the solver say here, Oscar?
Ace-9 is not a call.
It's a snap fold like
yeah.
Igor
How
did.
many blinds did he jam? Like 25 or something?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just not strong enough.
What do you
against
think of the
range.
shove there, though? Is that a shove you would do?
Yeah, I don't mind it at all. I didn't see the position he jammed from.
It
but
was a late position jam, I believe. Are you ever calling there?
I
with those
think
stack
I'm
depths?
calling, yeah, because 25 blinds, you have some playability still, or a lot. And Jack 10 suited is such a great hand to see a flop with.
We have Tago at the table now, too. Another local player, Tago Tam. So we have some new blood at the table. Hello, Donna. Donna is in the chat. I'm sure you know who Dark
Yeah.
Angel is, Oscar.
Nice,
If you don't know her from your channel, probably because it's Norwegian, but you've...
yeah, I played against her in London, I think. Back in MPNPT.
Maybe Madrid, actually. She was in Madrid.
No, I wasn't in Madrid.
You weren't in Madrid.
I think I met her in London.
Or maybe in Malta. For the Malta, you
Yeah,
met her at the Malta Poker
yeah,
Festival
yeah.
in 2018.
Hi.
So Carl with the Jack 10, we're seeing some nice... I always love the Jack 10 suited. It's so pretty.
Ah, that's my favorite hand.
I fall in love too much with the 7-8 suiteds and 10-9 suiteds too, but they have a bit less equity.
Yeah, I love playing those hands that you just flop something if you play them. Like Jack 10 suited, you have so many opportunities with this hand. So
And Carl has enough chips where he's going to be opening much wider than that as well. And the defend here is fine even with the short stack. It's, at least in my opinion, it is.
yeah, you should defend a lot to try to hit the board. Ooh.
Not the worst hand. He didn't get his flush draw. Both players with a bit of piece of this, but Paul's piece is not as good. With his jack is often not good. It would be in this case, but the 6 obviously gives him a good hand, and we'll see if Carl opts to continue.
I think usually I would, like, when I flop an open ender with this stack, I would get it in, but this board hits the hijack open, so this structure.
What do you do here if you're Carl, though, if you bet and you get check jammed on the flop?
I think the second you bet, I think you kind of have to call, because your hand has equity either way. You're blocking the straight, and you have a pair, and you have a gut shot, so... and you're blocking 2 pair combos.
And the bet seems pretty standard to begin with, so
Yeah.
you could check if you want to take the action on the turn instead, or let your opponent bet into you and try to get some players to bluff into you. But I don't think you're ever really folding here.
No, for sure. And I mean, like, the big blind defend always has a lot of... Wow.
Oh
wow.
my. Lots of heart here by Paul, getting in his stack, about 15 big blinds, and really, I mean, we could see the cards, but this isn't as easy a spot as it looks at all for Carl.
If I'm Carl, I'm never thinking he's, like, bluffing 8-7 here. Like,
Such heart. You have to have courage like this sometimes with the short stack. I mean, he can go from 18 to 31 if Carl can lay down the better hand. Is Carl running through? What is Carl running through right now? He's probably going through the entire hand once again. The big blind's range should be pretty wide. But there's a lot of 2 pairs. There's a lot of baby straights, 6 7s, you know, 7 jacks as well. Obviously, the king beats you. The king may be jamming here. Just a bear king. I don't think a better 10 is jamming, though.
He's thinking about a king should probably raise me on the flop. Just try to get it in with this stack. It went check on the turn, right?
It went check on the turn,
Yeah.
and then the river was a blank deuce. The deuce shouldn't really come into play, you know, in terms of what you're ranging your hand on. Of course, there are twos that the big blind can have, but then it's just a cooler if the two gave him like 2 pair or something, I think.
Yeah, I shouldn't have any 2 pairs.
It doesn't connect with that board very well.
You could have like some suited 2 pairs with a deuce, but not a lot. Ah,
It does
I
make
love
the
it.
call, unfortunately for Paul. Paul, it was nice to have you for 3 minutes.
Yeah, it was an interesting jam for sure, but Carl figured it out.
Anytime you get your opponent to think it through, then I think it's not the worst jam in the world, actually.
I think it would have worked against a lot of players, but Carl just showed us that he's not one of those players. And I love how he takes his time and thinks about all the combos and stuff probably, and how the hand went. Because I think a lot of King X from the opponent should check raise the flop just to get it in.
Yeah,
And
with
I
that
think
stack size, but not
yeah.
everybody's playing optimally.
Nah, but I think Carl is just thinking about that, and like if he doesn't have King X, I should be ahead
Yeah.
a fair amount of the time here.
And if he slid played his King X, it's still
No.
a good, then it's just a good play, you know,
Yeah.
that he waited. So I'm asking if I'm Lithuanian. I'm kind of like an adopted Lithuanian at this point. I've lived in Lithuania for 12 years. I'm originally from New Jersey, though. Oscar is from Norway, if you're asking about him. So Vepe likes to open sometimes wide from early position.
Yeah,
He's an interesting player. I like watching him play.
yeah, it was hard to figure out when I played against him. So, I mean, every time you're hard to figure out, I think you're good. Because if the players on the table don't understand how you're playing, then you will always have an edge at the table.
And apparently undergun is still the new button. It has been for the last 5 years, so it's not so new anymore, but still. Hey, no worries, Donna. I mean, chat was very well behaved yesterday. They usually are here. It's a very friendly group. We try to keep it that way. I tried to say hi to everybody. Some people I know personally, some I just know from being with us either this stream, when we were here for Summer Showdown.
I love it when people come back every time you have streams and stuff and like say hi in the chat and are really there every time. You feel like you know them personally after a while.
Yes. I mean, I've seen a bunch, pretty much every name that's popped up so far. I've seen either yesterday or during another stream. So Donna, just sit back and relax, enjoy. Don't don't stress out about, if you want to stay, stay. If not, we understand. It's not. Love that you're here though, because Donna always helps with the chat talk as well. That's also good while keeping people in line when they're misbehaving. But
It's fun to have someone to talk to. Like, I love talking to you, Jason, but it's even more fun when the chat is active.
Nightbot has got a sense of humor today. I'm not very good at
Nice one.
jokes. I put that one in this morning.
Yeah.
So the 3-bet here, almost a jam. It's effectively a jam by Tago.
Yep. And I really like the play.
Because Philly's opening kind of wide in the hijack, and if not, then not.
Yeah.
He still has an
lot of
open fold range, even with the 30 bigs. It looks like it's a short stack, but it's still close to 30 big blinds.
Yep.
Nobody's really super short.
I played against Tago on Tuesday, I think, and he's a real good player.
I've played with him and I've reported him. More reporting than played with him, but I don't think I've ever commentated Tago. He's one of the nice local guys, though. I like all the, I like most of the local players. they're not always hanging out after they're done because they live here. So it's harder to get to know them, compared to the Finnish people that are always hanging out. I know them a little bit better, but what I know from talking to him at the table, he's a nice guy.
Yeah, seemed like a great guy. I had one bluff against him where he folded queens.
You never bluff, come on.
No, I never bluff. And it was such a bold bluff too. And he was like, "What did you have? What did you have? Can you please tell me if you bust?" And I told him when I busted, and he was like, "Oh man."
Yeah, I had that tournament that we played in Prague. I had John to my left, John Kite.
Yeah.
And I'm like, "John, you're going to be bluffing me so much." He's like, yeah, but I know you call pretty light sometimes too, so I have to pick my spots. So interesting here. Both the early position open with the big stack, you can open a bit wider, and Igor is a pretty standard defend here with the 2 suited cards from the big blind. Once again, you want to see cheap flops. It's better, obviously, with the Jack 10, but it's fine. You can get away now if you need to. He's not going to realize his equity on the backdoor flush because there's no point with his stack depth in calling a bet here, and Carl should be betting most flops and certainly this one to try to get Igor to call with queen, with a queen in his hand or a 7, even a 7. He might decide to play a little bit fancy and even raise, but
Yeah.
I think everything in this play is basically how I would have done it from both players' point of view, at least.
For sure, for sure.
I'm being asked why did I move to Lithuania. That's a very long story, but there's also a very short version that I'm married to a Lithuanian, but it's a lot more complicated than that. And I have a almost 10-year-old son now. And we have the lovely Lenka here, apparently taking our photo, Oscar. And Lenka has been taking fantastic photos. I just took a look at all of them last night after we got done. I think there were more that came up after I've looked at them, so there's still a few more that I have to look at. But Lenka is one of the best photographers throughout Europe. She's also a photographer at Unibet. Her husband, Tombet, as well. I would say there's 4 photographers in Europe that I put on that A list, and both of them are half of that 4.
Yeah.
And 3 of them are Estonian, which is the funny bit.
I looked up a lot of the pictures yesterday, and it was high quality. Like, I love when we have photographers in poker events because they're so professional and everyone loves having a picture of themselves when they play.
I need to deliver a message to Lenka from Dark Angel so that I don't get spanked later, like virtually spanked, of course. But Dark Angel sends her best regards, Donna. Okay, Lenka sends her best right back to you, Donna. So over here we have the 5s with the raise from early position. Nobody's super short, it just looks short. It's fairly okay. And then Samir with the King 4. Once again, you should be calling pretty wide from the big blind. This is all standard so far. And the check is also, I'm not sure if Billy should check there, but I understand why. But now it makes it a little bit harder, with your 5s.
Yeah, I think especially against big stack, Chippy could up to try to bluff him off here, but
you're always going to get called with the size that he did pre-flop, right? So then most of the flops are not going to be good, and you're not really set mining at that stack depth either.
No.
So you want to be repping some of these other hands, or at least that's how I'm looking at when I open up with these 5s and 6s.
Yeah, if I had 5s here, I would probably bet flop and just try to get to showdown after that. But I don't mind if he wants to get to showdown as cheap as possible.
Yeah, and now he can call any bet from Samir as well, unless it's a huge overbet.
I think Samir thinks he's value betting here.
Yeah, because he's never pushing off a 10 or a queen, so it's it is probably a value bet. But he could be thinking I'm pushing off a hand like 5s and 7s and 8s, but he's probably not actually. Not with this size anyway. That's a value bet at 2,700.
Yeah, trying to get called by ace high and stuff. I think he's going to get a.
It's also setting the price as well, so. If he's raised, he'll get rid of it. And
he was not happy about that.
Billy's happy though.
I love when players shows emotions while playing.
Johnny giving a shout out for Sweden. So is there a Swedish player on the table? We could give shout outs to Sweden. I'll be seeing a lot of Swedish players next week in Bratislava at the festival series.
I think there's going to be a lot of Norwegian players there too.
Are you one of those Norwegian players? I know John is
don't
going.
think so. I'm thinking about it, but 2 weeks from home, that's a lot of time.
I would say you would get homesick, but basically your whole family's here. You have like your little brother playing his first live tournament. I got to meet him yesterday or 2 days ago, I think it was.
Yeah.
And I think your dad is here too, right?
No, my uncle.
Your uncle,
Yeah.
Gunnar, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So dad is at home.
Yep.
Does dad play poker?
Yeah.
'Cause I thought I met your dad.
He's real jealous right now. He has to work.
This is going to always be an open by Veli-Pekka. Probably he opens from any position, actually. He likes these kind of hands.
Yeah, the suited aces are pretty strong, especially when you're this deep.
He changes around his sizing quite often as well. I don't know if that's based on just whatever's in his head or based on different scenarios. I think I had this discussion with you earlier that for me, I like to keep my opening size fairly the same on a particular table, and then when I move tables, if I want to change the sizing, that's when I do it, or when
Yeah.
blinds go up, I also do it, but I'm not moving it around based on what I have so much. Maybe on the position, yes, but not based on my
Yeah.
actual cards.
Yeah, because if you like go 2.5x with all your strong hands and 2.2 every time you have like a suited connector or a little weaker hand, good players are gonna pick that up and put you in a range right away. So what I do, I like to open according to my stack. So if I have like 100 big blinds, I choose a little bigger size. If I have 20 big blinds, 2x is enough.
Carl is from Sweden, so let's find out more about Carl.
It seems like
And we have Maurus Rus now and C8 from Romania. But let's see. Let's see if we have Carl in our system. It should be somewhere in here. Carl Haverson. So we have some of the names here. Paul Kopp. Maybe Kappe, but probably Kopp. Vepe we know from yesterday, Alcorva. Irmo is a local guy that, if you've watched the streams before, you're going to know him over in seat 6. But we could be on Team Sweden. There's no Norway.
yeah, and I like how
That's
he's
kind of
playing.
like a neighbor for you.
He's my favorite right now.
Okay,
For
good,
sure.
good.
He's never folding here, so he's probably thinking about if he should call or 3-bet against what he has seen from Samir.
He is reaching for those
Yeah.
chips. I like how the two
Yeah,
big
yeah.
stacks aren't afraid to tangle it up, being right next to each other.
And I really like that he's 3-betting here. He has seen what
They got
Samir's
Irmo out of the
opening.
hand with those suited connectors. He can't be
Yeah.
too happy about that. He's also deep and easy fold for Samir at that point.
I guess that's that 4-3 suited hand is still in the back of his head,
Yes.
and he knows that Samir does not have to have a strong hand to open here, so elects to 3-bet it and have the initiative.
Donna wants to know if Kite is in. He's in the house. I don't know if he's still in the main. Do you know if he's still in the main?
He busted like 10 minutes before day 1 was over. He had kings against aces, so he was not happy.
I thought you were going to say he busted 10 bullets and he's doing okay in his 11th, but I'm glad that went in a different direction.
Yeah, nah, he was actually having a real good stack all day with 1 bullet, I believe.
Okay, that's a new thing for John.
Yeah,
That's a new John.
I know. But
I can only say that because John is a good friend of mine and it's coming out of love. He knows I'm joking around, and Oscar is even better friends with him.
I hope he hears this sometimes in the future.
We'll probably
Or-
have
or-
him in the booth, actually, if he's free at some point, because he likes to join the comms, and I'll tell him that we were
I'll tell him that we were. I'm going to share the blame that we were both making fun of him, even though it was all me.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Pervat Turan is back as well. I think I'll just call you Perva going forward. Otherwise, it takes so long. Deploy is back as well. I still am not sure who Deploy is in real life, but this person is in the house, so I hope you can come up to me and say I'm Deploy.
Ah.
And maybe I know who you are already, and you can tell me that as well. And Fistfiller, welcome back as well. Or Fistel Fister. Okay.
That's gotta hurt Depot. Like having kings versus aces, flop a king and then
It always hurts kings versus aces, even if you have the kings or the aces, if you lose the hand. So Igor just picking up a cheapie with the ace-jack. Nothing doing there. I may need to change the joke in Nightbot. It seemed a lot more funny when I was typing it out, but it no longer seems funny.
It's my kind of humor, so it was a good joke.
Okay.
I think I'm gonna tell it later. It's a typical dad joke.
I am a dad.
Yeah. So you're
I may not look like a
qualified.
dad, but I'm a dad, yeah. Who is the leader? We don't know who the leader is, actually. We know maybe who the overnight leader is, so that we can maybe try to look up, but that's probably changed by now. But the overnight chip leader was actually on the table, and that is Adam Carmen. And Preet also bagged over 200,000, but now we see there's already 2 stacks on this table over 200,000 with a few poaching in on that.
Yeah.
So it's probably all changed in the first blind level. But I like how we have a lot of chips on this table. Yesterday we had a very good table. It was a lot of fun, but there weren't a lot of chips on the table.
Nah, there was a lot of all-ins, I guess.
It's still, no, I mean, it was still deep because it was day one.
Yeah.
But the chip leaders were somewhere else around the room.
Yeah. It's also fun to see that the 2 biggest stacks are sitting next to each other. So they're in the blinds, they're gonna have to battle with each other.
Yeah,
a lot,
look
that
at this. Ooh, pressure. This is going to make it interesting. Will he stack off with his ace? No, not strong enough kicker.
No.
Maybe Maros is not doing that as wide as Billy would like. And it's also, even if he is, you're flipping basically against, at best, against, even when you're ahead, it's like the best you could hope for is 60%. And sometimes you're at 30% and sometimes at like 3%. Although with the aces, he's never raising that big.
Nah.
So at worst, you're 30%.
I think he is playing his stronger hands a little differently, but ace-7 off in small blind versus big blind is such a bad hand to play post-flop. Not a lot of playability, but it's probably the best hand against small blind open.
Yeah.
So I really like how he just jams it in. Puts the small blind to the test.
Jacks for Vepe. We saw him open pretty wide earlier from under the gun. Now this is a much easier call. Let's see what his sizing is, though.
Yeah,
He does move it around.
What did he raise? Was it?
It was
2.6?
2,800 last time.
2,800.
So we'll see if it's the same this time. No, it's
No.
3.1. But this is what I'm talking about, that I'm not quite sure if that's a tell or not.
Yeah, we could try to remember the sizes and see, but
Is this table a better layout than a normal table? Well, you do have the lights, Donna, and you could see Vepe wearing the sunglasses, so I don't remember him usually wearing sunglasses upstairs, but maybe that's his thing now. In fact, we were going to potentially have the webcam on today here, and the lights here are very bright, so I'm glad that we are not for at least the time being, but maybe we'll have later. Nobody wants to see me anyway. They want to see. Maybe if I could just move the webcam to Oscar, because he's actually good looking, we can have have it that way. But not the worst flop here for jacks. You're always happy when every card is under a jack when you have jacks. The big blind may have a 2, and that could cost you, but not very often. So a bet fold. I mean, with jacks, you're always happy when you take down a pot, even if it's small.
yeah, no one likes playing X. And he actually chose 2, yeah. He didn't show when he had the ace 3 when he opened last time. Ace deuce, ace 3. So
He might have been ashamed of that.
yeah,
But there's no
I mean,
shame.
Like,
He maybe doesn't want to show how wide his range is, but it's
seems like he's
maybe
trying
some of these
to-
players watched the stream yesterday and he was on quite a while.
Yeah.
Because they didn't switch the table yesterday, which was good for us, but for the players, then, you know, the competition, if they're watching, they can get some information
Yeah.
as well. So there's pros and cons to it.
Yeah, it's kind of exhausting to sit on the feature table for a long time too.
It is a bigger
Yes.
table, though, so you're if Nana's asking what it's like, it's more comfortable from that aspect. You have more space.
That's true.
You have to remember to put your cards in the boxes, so there's pros and cons. I like playing on the feature table. I've maybe only done it once for tournaments, but for cash, I've been on quite a lot.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's not for everyone because some players don't like to give away their strategy. But I don't mind playing at the feature table because, I mean, I think it's fun.
For you, it's good because you're a streamer and it gives you some exposure as well.
Yeah.
Where can people watch your stream, actually? Let's give a shout out to that.
It's in Norwegian though, but I stream with my little brother. We're cool bet streamers, so we play on iPoker, and it's twitch.tv/VDPoker.
Cool Bet Open will be here in November. That'll be an interesting one.
Yeah, we're gonna be there. Really looking forward to that. It's at the same location too.
I'll be here for that for sure. I shouldn't say for sure because, you know, everything is up like for grabs.
Yeah.
Now I'm hearing there's maybe more regulations coming in Lithuania, and I said to my wife this morning, well, if that's the case this time, we're not staying in Lithuania. We will go somewhere for 2 months.
Yeah.
So the options are coming up here, in which case, okay, Cool Bet Open on the board. But we're thinking, I have a good friend, Janar, who's actually here this festival. He's living in Tbilisi now. And I'm thinking of making the 30-hour drive to Georgia with the wife, kid, and dog if that happens. But this is all in the head right now. Because it's not expensive there. Yeah, but you could stop on the Turkish seaside. Assuming that the transit areas are all open for the drive, we like road trips. It's a good way to bond with the family, especially
that's
with me being on the road a bit. And my wife and I have some different schedules at times. It's really good family bonding. That's why we like these driving vacations that we do sometimes. So Tago opening up the button. This is super standard with his stack depth. You can't jam yet, and you have to open and get played back on. You can still fold if you want to, depending on the player.
Yeah.
Tago and Igor know each other very well. Both local players, both very strong. And look at Igor. Oh, I thought he was jamming.
Yeah,
He
I
folded.
thought that too.
He grabbed I thought a pile of chips and put it in. I got
Yeah.
excited, but it was just a call.
Yeah, I think 9-10 with
It
this
would have
stack
worked.
up. Yeah, it would have worked, but it's such a good hand to just see a flop with. And when it doesn't work, you're way behind a lot of the time.
Dplay is saying that I don't know if it's a man or a woman, so we'll use they. Dplay has still not disclosed their identity to me. But yeah, it happens. You know, that's poker, as you know. It's stupid coolers. Kings into aces absolutely sucks, and it hurts, especially
Yeah.
when it's like an 1,100 euro buy-in.
Yeah.
But it happens. You know, people say online is rigged. Online is rigged. No, it happens live too, guys. I mean, come on. We've seen hands like that. Everybody should understand that it's that you see so many more hands when you're playing online than live. That you know, and you only remember the bad beats, and you don't remember the times where you've won 3 50-50s in a row, which is a 1 in 8 chance of happening. You know, it's.
Yeah, and also if you're an online grinder, you're probably playing like 5 to 10 tables at the same time. There's gonna be coolers like all the time.
Well, hello, Irma with the jacks. That looks like a call. No, it's a raise. Okay, I didn't see there was the other chip in there. That's okay.
Oh, it's gonna be interesting. Yeah,
Very smart.
it's not deep enough to.
Yeah, because Irma's not
call.
raising that wide from under the gun. Even there's too many other big stacks on the table for him to mess around.
Yeah, and he does have a pretty strong range from under gun +1 2.
Watch him open 3-5 suited from like early position next hand.
In Norway, we call 3-5 suited sla, and it's
Sla?
like a known hand. that we always play. Dark Angel, it's WEDDE Poker. That's my channel.
Even though this is an Alibet sponsored stream, we're more than happy when we have our guests to promote wherever they are as well. Even though Oscar did not ask me to do so, I
Appreciate
like
it.
to do that.
As
Oh,
I said,
interesting 3-bet. Bold move here against the early position open. And if Tago had more chips, this would put Irmo in a tough spot, but a 4-bet should be coming. Or a call. Okay. I don't know if... because you're out of position with this call. What do you think of the call here?
I would probably just put it all in, but
This is the safer
Call-
move
call
anyway
is
in
fine.
terms of chip
Yeah.
conservation, and now he can feel more comfortable on the
Yeah.
flop, and he's going to get value here. He wouldn't have gotten value if he actually 4-bet the flop, then he's going to go fold, and now Tago
that's
is
true.
maybe going
That's
to
true.
do something with his middle pair here, because he did 3-bet. And even if he's called, he should think he has some outs.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see if Irmo decides to just raise here or still gonna be flatting. Just to be clear, it's not weed poker. I'm not promoting any weed.
Why not?
Nah.
That might be interesting to watch, though. Then I don't care if it's Norwegian. I'm tuning in to see what that's all about.
Yeah.
So we have a raise here from Irmo, and Tago's in a weird spot. Like, he could get away from the hand at this point because Irmo opened, called the 3-bet, and he knows that Irmo is, could be calling wide, but on the other hand, it was an early position open, and all these things are going through his mind. I know he's sitting back and thinking, can I get away if I jam? Maybe I'm behind here, but maybe I get a fold.
This is such an awkward spot for him because he has a pair, he has a backdoor flush draw, and he has an over, so...
He does make the call.
Yeah, I can just...
Yeah, we don't have the computer open today because we have the chat right here, so I just kept the computer in the bag today. I got a little work done and put the computer away. All in by Irmo. And now Tago, because he called that flop, can he get away on the turn when it pairs up? Irmo has all the overpairs. He's not really ever really doing this with... I mean, I don't see Irmo ever bluffing here. I mean, maybe he can, but with, Tago's stack...
Yeah. I think he always has the overpair here. Like, always. But... I don't know how big the pot is against his stack pot ratio.
The pot is bigger than his stack, that much we know. But
Yeah.
how much bigger? It's not quite double, but he probably has to be right 25% of the time if he calls, forgetting about ICM, which doesn't come into play yet anyway.
Yeah. I would...
It depends on how you value your tournament life, too. That has a value, so... Because you can't re-enter the main anymore, and everybody wants to win the main, or at least get there. And Tago runs
makes
through
the
his
right
options, understands that he is indeed behind, and that his pre-flop move got him nowhere.
I mean, like, you feel like you're committed when you call the race on the flop. I think the pot was like 50 or 60,000.
Irmo's happy, though. Irmo back near 200,000. Our Swedish friend here, Carl, still the table chip leader. He came in as the overall leader of the day. We don't know if he's still in the lead. Samir still with a monster stack. Maurus from Romania, a nice stack. Vepe, over 100. Look, we have 5 stacks on day 2 over 100 big blinds. I don't know about you guys, but that just shows about how deep this tournament is. I mean, this is kind of
Yeah.
like a very rare thing that you have 5 players on a day 2 with more than 100 big blinds on the same table. And it's not even the first blind level of day 2, it's the second one.
Yeah, it's such a great structure in this tournament. It's 1 hour blinds and a lot of small jumps in between.
And Don is asking to type in chat. Well, let's try it. W as in Weddy.
Yeah.
E as in Eddie. Okay, now I can't do it anymore. D as in dog, another D as in dog, and E as in Edgar.
Yeah. And then poker behind.
And poker. I'm not going to spell poker because I may spell it with a C instead of a K, and I'll look a little funny.
That would be
But
real
back-
fun live though.
Back to the action here. Look at this. Tago opening with the 8-6. He still does have enough chips to open fold, actually. So
Yeah.
it doesn't look like he does, but he does based on the 1200 blind. And Veli-Pekka with the standard 3-bet. The sizing, I'm not sure about in position with the Cowboys, but it is a 3-bet however you look at it. And Tago's folding anyway, even if the sizing is lower.
Yeah.
You want to play those kings heads up anyway, so, you know, maybe it's okay. Vepe is always deep, so even though his style is a bit different than my style, he has more success than I do. We're going to go with what he does is probably okay. I mean, it's never going to be off by a lot, you know,
No.
with the sizings. I always have trouble with sizings myself. I know you're studying sizings now quite a lot with your brother.
Yeah, I mean, like the size, it was pretty okay. He's basically telling Tago that we're all in, and he's not letting the blinds in cheaply. So
It was like a 2x to a 7x. So online,
yeah,
you
online.
usually see
I
that from an out of position guide to go to 7x, and you see like
Yeah.
maybe like a 5.5 to 6.5. So it's not too much different than that actually.
Yeah, what I like to do is go 3 times the original bet plus 1 more time for each caller.
Which is
behind.
exactly what
Yeah.
Vepe did. So
Yeah.
Vepe's move is Oscar approved.
It's Oscar approved for sure.
So Billy opening up under the gun with the snowmen. I love snowmen. Not just in poker, I love real snowmen too. We built like such a sick snowman this year. As we like had like a couple weeks where all of a sudden it just started snowing. We haven't had snow in like years in Lithuania, but we had like a nice snowy winter, which was good because we were locked down. So we had a lot of sledding and snowmen building. Donna likes the ducks. The ducks are very well disguised because nobody ever expects you to have the ducks.
Deuces never loses. Yeah, you should
You could
definitely.
usually lose a little, but not a lot with deuces. That's
Wow.
an interesting flop here. Irmo. I mean, if the 8 comes out, it's going to be... the 8 of hearts is already
Yeah,
there,
that's
so
kind
it
of a
can't be
bummer,
that, but it's still, if the 8 comes out, it's going to be fireworks.
Yeah, it's for sure.
This
it's gonna
7-9 is fairly well disguised if he just calls here, right? Because the only 7-9 he should have with a call is the 7-9 of hearts.
be- Yeah, I don't mind like if he has like 7-9 of clubs to be floating, because he bets like 25% of the flop.
He's in position and can put pressure on the short stack.
Yeah.
What do you think of this bet and raise here?
Huh.
I kind of like putting the pressure on the short stack, and then you don't mind getting it in if you have to, but
Yeah. It's one of those spots where you have like shit ton of equity anyway, so why not? He
Oh,
spikes
boy.
the 9.
I don't think Irmo's going anywhere, and this could be bad news for Billy, but maybe with 2 overcards he can conserve a stack. But Irmo now betting, it looks like 10,000. Indeed it is.
Yeah.
And
He's
now-
basically saying that he's not folding to jam. So it's a real tough decision with 8s here. Because if you're calling,
Nothing, just a call.
yeah, if you're calling here, you're probably calling every river too. I mean, like, if you think you're good on the turn, and
You're
the
going to be good
3,
with that 3
yeah,
of clubs for sure. There's maybe some rivers like a queen or an ace that maybe you're going to fold, but probably not a queen, but maybe... I don't know. It's just that Irmo's range is so wide in the big blind that you're probably not even folding to that.
Yeah, as I said, was just about to say, I don't think Irmo's going to bet it here, because he probably thinks that he won't get called by worse, but in this scenario,
Yeah,
he
this is
probably
the only
would.
hand that...
Yeah.
or the 7s, which he partially blocks.
Yeah,
But he's not usually going to get called by just the bare 6, like an ace 6. And I don't know if Illy's even opening an ace 6. Maybe an ace 6 suited he is. We haven't seen much action from Igor, but we have from the other short stacks. 3 stacks, once again, over 200,000, all kind of bunched together. Marus and Veli-Pekka also with nice stacks. It's less of an international tip. I don't know where Samir's from, and that looks like a New Zealand flag, but I don't know if that's correct.
We can Google Samir, though, and see a little bit more. It would be very unusual for a player from New Zealand to be here. That doesn't mean it's not possible, of course. Let me see if I can find Samir's surname once again. So it's maybe Adam. Adam Samir Carmen.
Probably. Yeah.
We're just going to hand him up Carmen and see what happens. He does look very familiar. Yeah, it's Adam. So, guys on the tech end, he is from he's from Australia, so it's not New Zealand, but it's not Samir. It is Adam, guys. At least on heading them up. So unless he told you guys to put Samir in, which is possible, then we're gonna go with Adam though for now.
Yeah.
So when we see Samir, we go with Adam.
He may be a student or something here.
That's possible.
Even he's from Australia.
There's some Aussies that come out to Europe.
Played a Japanese.
Plus everything is locked down there, so if you can get out, you know.
Yeah. Played against a guy from Japan a couple of days ago here, and he was studying in Tallinn. Came to play between the studies.
So a little blind on blind action going on between the big stack and the small stack. And Billy now, I mean, he has nothing to do here, so save your chips. It's getting shorter and shorter though, but now he has a pre-flop jam stack.
Yeah.
Some players will still open fold even at this stack depth. I never do because maybe I'm just not studying properly, but where do you cut off on the ability to open and fold?
Around 15 big blinds.
Okay, so that's about the same with me.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean you have to jam everything with 15 or under, but
some hands it's just better to jam like more than 15 big blinds. I mean, like if you're on the bottom with like deuces and threes, I just jam it all in because they have such small playability and you just want to take the pot down. But a lot of your range that you open, you should have some open folds and some open call it off to balance your range.
It's hard to believe we've been here for almost an hour. I'm looking at the clock and it's 8 minutes left. We started, I think, at the beginning of the blind level, so
Yeah.
time is flying with you.
Yeah, it's fun to
We have to get you back because we're going to have Kim Harold joining us at around 3 o'clock local time, which is in about 10 minutes actually. So
Yeah.
we're going to have to get Oscar back in though.
I'm actually gonna go play the 332.
Yes. That's why we timed it at that.
Yeah. Perfect timing.
Those of you in the chat, are you enjoying having Oscar here? Should we pull Oscar out while he's like playing? You know, like he has 3 big blinds left and he's going to blind it off. Should I go upstairs? There's nobody in the booth. Oscar.
Yeah, this was a lot of fun. I really like commenting with you.
Thank you. I'm also having fun because I get to. Yesterday, it was like me with my fishy strategy, you know. So I wasn't really doing strategy. I was just saying what maybe the players can be thinking. But you are a studying player. Oscar does have sessions with his brother live on Twitch where he's actually studying, which is very unique to giving out free content. Unfortunately, it's in Norwegian, and I don't think that many Norwegians are watching. But if you are Norwegian, check out Wed Poker on Tuesdays.
Yeah, I think it's important to study some, especially ranges and hand histories that you've played. I think I've always thought that the best way to learn poker is to go through hands with other poker players, to ask what they would do and sizes and stuff, and then apply that to your strategy and realize when you played a hand wrong.
I was watching this, and I'm plugging something else, which is apologies to Alibet, but I was watching Grindhouse, which is like the poker code thing, and it was interesting to see how like there were 8 people living in a house for, let's say, 12 days.
Yeah.
And Federholz was telling them, each of you have your own strengths.
Yeah.
You know, and you should help each other differently. So you were talking, the same applies with your brother. If your brother's a bit better with the math and you're better with something else, then I'm sure you combine what you're better at when you're doing your studying.
We have a lot of discussions around that because I'm much more of a live player. I love looking at a player and figure out what he has based on his appearance and how he's played hands before. But and my brother is like, yeah, we should always be balanced here. We should always have that bet size and that bet size. So I think we make a lot of great discussions because of that.
Donna wishing you luck in the 3:30.
Thank you, Donna.
I want to wish him luck, but I want him back in the booth, so I'm like partly conflicted. But of course, good luck, Oscar. I hope I don't see you today. That's. But if I do, I'm not going to be disappointed either. I'll be upset, but not disappointed. No, what am I looking for? I want you to win the deep stack, but I won't be sad if you're next to me again doing commentating.
I mean, like,
Either be the first player out after late registration closes, or you have to win it. There should be like no in between, no ICM. You know, it's just I told Jason that I'm either going to go out right away or I'm going to win.
Yeah, I'm going to use that on the bubble. I don't care about the money. I care about the victory.
Yes.
Say that to the others. I mean, like, if I lose, it's a good thing to know that I'm welcome back here. And
you and John are always welcome. Maybe we even get your brother in. I could even potentially take a 15-minute break one of the days, and you and your brother can come in together.
We talked about that on the stream a couple of weeks ago, actually, and his English is like on the spot. It's not that great.
So you would need me in with him.
He tried to he tried to talk a little English when we were streaming, and his first sentence was, how can I explain poker? There's 52 cards in the 52 cards.
Unless you play with jokers, so that can be fun sometimes actually with friends.
He didn't even remember what a deck of cards was in English. So it was probably one of the worst sentences I've
I'm
ever
sorry
heard.
you're not invited, but maybe Uncle is invited. If Uncle Gunnar wants to come in, maybe.
But my brother's still in the main event, though, so if someone named Jonathan Whitty is coming, you have my permission to
call him a fish?
Yeah, to call him a fish, especially if he does something extremely wrong.
I'll say this probably isn't Oscar approved, and you need to go and put it through your study sessions on Tuesdays.
Yeah, would be fun to have like a clip from the stream though to study.
You could talk to the guys here. I could talk to them actually. That might be something that's actually possible.
Oh, would be fun. I think it would be.
Maybe my bestie over here, Ollie, knows the answer to that one. I don't know. Ollie doesn't know, he says. I got the head shake. But we have a jam here, folks, with the 10-9 suited. I'm having so much fun with Oscar that... oh, no. Oh, no. And the other short stack with the aces. And what is even... he's just pretending. It's like, why even pretend? I mean, come on.
I think he was commenting something like... he was saying something.
And Vepe, hoping he wakes up with something. We may see a call here. Vepe likes to gamble once in a while.
Yeah, I mean, like 10 big blind jam or something. A little over that. Isn't the blinds going up?
It's not the best of hands to call with, though.
It's
because your kings are often blocked and your nines are usually
dominated.
not that good. And I mean, you're not expecting one of the players to have aces for sure. But it looks like he's making the fold. I mean, he showed the king. He flashed the king.
Yeah. If you have king jack, I think it's probably an okay call, but king 9 is just
This
too
is
weak.
why you can jam with 10-9 suited, by the way, with these stacks, because even when you get called by aces, look at this equity here.
Yeah.
You know, it's still almost 1 in 4. You know.
Yeah, and I mean, like, he got king 10 to fold, so he gets some hands that are dominating him to fold. But this is going to be a tough one.
Oh, listen to the table. Let's put the.
I'll take a 4. I'll take a 4. 4.
Now you can hear what we hear. So, Billy needs a 9 or a 10, and it is a 5. The board pairs, and Billy thinks he's out, but according to the board, he still has a big blind left.
Also behind.
Chip and chair. Thank you, Dark Angel. Thank you.
I'm getting an update from my friend Yanar here, but he says you probably won't see it till later.
which I probably shouldn't see it till later, but sometimes I get messages from the tech crew, so
Yeah.
I like to keep the messenger on, but I will read it later, Janar. But that doesn't sound good when somebody's messaging you a hand that you're friends with. It usually means it's their last one.
Yeah. I had a hand that I bested main event yesterday. I was not happy about it. I think I was punting a little. I mean, like, if you get in the cooler, I think okay, move on. But if you play bad and lose chips, I think you should. You could be a little tilted because, I mean, like, you know better, especially when you know better. That's the most annoying. That can keep me awake at night if I know I did a bad play.
I'm waiting to see if Kim was there, but that was not Kim. Here is Kim. So Kim is here. Oscar, you should go register for that deep stack, but please come back at a later point if you can. Hopefully not today because you're too busy
Fingers crossed.
building up your big stack and the deep stack. Best of luck and a pleasure to have you as always.
Thank you.
Hope to see you back.
Thanks for having me. So
And Donna subscribed to you, so you could give
Yeah,
one more
well-
shout out to her.
yeah, I thanked her, but thanks again, Dana.
Okay.
Love to have people subscribing.
So that was the lovely Oscar Wede. He's going to be playing the 3:30 deep stack, which is starting right now. So those of you in the area may want to join in on that. It's a nice value event, but I have a new guest coming right in right now. Right on time, actually, like to the minute. Very punctual. Kim Harold joining us right now.
That's because I'm Finnish Swedish. We're always on time.
Welcome, Kim. It's a pleasure to have you.
Thank you.
I think there'll be a little bit less strategy during our session than we had just now with Oscar.
No.
Oh, no? But those of you that don't know Kim is from Finland. Kim is the host this year for the Kings of Tallinn, so you can go up to the Alibet Lounge. Don't go now because he's here with me.
Yeah.
Well, you could go to the lounge, but just don't expect to see Kim there.
Yeah, but you can come and challenge me in the football game.
And football?
Yeah,
Heads
the
up
table
for
football,
rolls and
yeah.
table football. I'll play you in football
Yeah,
later. I'm
I'm
actually
really bad
fairly
at
good.
it, but-
Then
Yeah, but you know, when I say I'm bad, it means I'm quite good still. You understand?
yes, I understand. It's like the reverse psychology. But right away we have an all-in. It's only Billy with... he stacked off a lot of his chips last hand with 10-9 suited, but now these fives so far are still ahead, but he needs to fade a heart and an 8 or a 7. He wants this board to pair. And it does pair.
Ooh.
It could be a chip and a chair for Billy. And the fives are going to be good. I mean, he still only has less than 4 big blinds. He lost a lot of his stack right before. Billy from Finland, actually.
Who did he lose it to?
It was to Tama.
Okay.
He jammed 10-9 suited into aces.
Nice.
It was just like an unfortunate spot. It is Kim. And Kim is also a musician. Kim is a man of like hundreds of talents, apparently. But,
I do a lot of things. I play poker as well.
Yes,
I
I've seen you on
prefer
the cards.
Omaha, but I play the celebrity. I actually even cashed out on it. So
You
I'm
cashed?
happy. Yeah, I was 14.
Very nice.
So now when I'm sitting here, can I like root for somebody?
Guests can root for whoever they
Yeah,
want. So
I
who are you
like
rooting
Veli
for?
Pekka.
Veli-Pekka was with us all day yesterday. Vipa all day and providing us entertainment and back with us randomly today. They chose a random table, I believe.
Yeah, Veli Pekka is good.
He's been very quiet, though, vocally. I mean, the Veli-Pekka that I know from a couple of years ago, he's always shouting and doing something. I mean, he's a very friendly guy, but he gets very animated.
Yeah, but
he's
now,
much more calm. Maybe
and it
because
looks
he's not
like
drinking.
he's drinking like Coca-Cola, I think.
Yeah, he's being very... maybe the sober Veli-Pekka is different than the one that's
Yeah,
had
I
about
think so.
12 gin and tonics.
Most sober Finnish people are different than the gin and tonic Finnish people. That's for sure. So who's leading this table in stacks?
Carl, who was the chip leader to start the day, but we have a few stacks around the same. Irma might actually have more than him now because he's sitting on a 2-2-2 stack, and he has the big slick from early position.
Ooh, ace
The
king.
blinds must have just gone up. I don't see them on the board because he was raising kind of small before, so it must be
800, 1600 is my guess.
I think it
It
was
is?
Igor's girlfriend who went bubble in the celebrity event.
Ah,
I think so, yeah.
who is Igor's girlfriend?
I think if it's like the Estonian, she's I don't know.
Ah, she was just behind me. I know.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, she had ace king and the guy had the small blind with 4-2 and went all in and she called and he beat her.
But it's nice to see Igor on the table because we had Igor Senior yesterday on the table, so now we have Igor Junior.
Oh, nice.
We could see
Yeah, I
the
heard it's
difference in
problem because they
styles.
have the same name. Like for the always the people who does the competition, it's hard because they have the same name.
And Irmo just taking it down on the flop. Nothing Samir could do. I think Samir's name is Adam. I'll try to catch him at another time. But I think it's Adam based on when I searched him and hand them up. I think Samir is like a second or third name. And we have Tommy in the chat.
Oh, Ville
Welcome, Tommy.
only has like 4.2.
He had one, so he quadrupled up on
Oh,
the
yeah?
hand that you just came in with the pocket fives.
Okay.
Because he jammed the 10-9 suited into the aces held by Tago, which doubled up Tago and left Billy on crumbs.
Yeah, so he has like 2 big blinds. Yeah. Wow.
So Tommy, who I believe is Norwegian, just missed Oscar with me, but I'm glad that he is here. Welcome, Malayali. I like that name. It's like sounds so nice coming off the tongue. Malayali.
Malayali, yeah.
You say it so much better, though.
No. Queen 10. You always have to play Queen 10, right?
You have to play from the hijack. It's even, he has more than 20 big blinds. You can raise, fold it. You're not worried if there's a short stack behind you. You can call off a little bit too. We have a potato farmer. So Carl is a I don't think he's a real potato farmer, but I think it's like, how Franke calls everybody a farmer.
Yeah,
But
that's
maybe he
true.
is a potato farmer. If he is, I want to talk to him because I love my potatoes.
Why don't we see his cards?
I don't know. That happens from time to time. It might be because a phone was nearby.
Okay.
It might come up in a little bit. But it's nice to do an occasional sweat.
That's true.
We could see his hoodie. We could see the team Never Lucky. Or is the team Never Luck?
He doesn't want
Either way.
he doesn't want to give away his big blind. I hope Tago calls this because I can feel this. It's going to be a
You
lot of
think
queens.
it's light.
Yeah.
Okay. And I assume you know Tago from around. I know you play from time to time.
Yeah, but
He's
Tago,
a regular here. He's in every main event and a lot of the side events. He might be like on one. He's on, the team competition. You see him all over the place.
Oh, nice. How did you get that coffee here?
I know people.
Oh, nice. I don't know anybody.
No, but yeah, because when I try to get it, it doesn't work out as well as my bestie usually hooks me up with the coffee. But my bestie has disappeared.
He's gone.
And yesterday, Ali, who's sitting next to me, was great. He saw it was like I had VIP service.
This
What
will-
heart here? We do not know what Carl has, but we gotta love the heart here by Tago. And gets a fold. We'll never know what Carl had,
No.
but everybody will eventually know what Tago has. He shows it. Maybe to get value later, showing it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could 4-bet jam you wide. My in-laws are like, I guess in theory, potato farmers. They grow their own potatoes. They have like a bit of land on the Polish border in Lithuania.
Oh, nice.
It's really nice out there actually, and they grow all sorts of stuff. But the potatoes are my favorite. Lithuanian potatoes are so delicious. They're better. I mean, no offense to the Irish out here. I used to thought Irish potatoes were better, but I like the Lithuanian potatoes even
Is
better
Irish
than the
I
Irish
didn't
potatoes.
even know that Irish potatoes are good.
They
Finnish
are good.
potatoes are pretty good, but only in summer.
The Idaho potatoes are good, but none of the American potatoes hold anything to the Lithuanian potatoes.
Okay, nice.
But maybe Finnish is better because
Finnish are really good. Like they're called nypotatis.
new patatas.
Yeah, that means they're like in spring. They're like small and beautiful. And I don't mean the potatoes beautiful, but the taste is beautiful.
Potatoes can be beautiful too.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah.
Have you ever done like potato art like as a kid?
No.
No, we did as kids. It was fun. I need to do that with my kid. I'm not just talking about Mr. Potato Head, which is also fun, but I'm talking about like a real potato you can have some fun with. And then you could eat the potato later, of course.
True. Okay, let's see what Veli-Pekka does with his ace-jack. What's the blind? It's 800?
800,
He's
1600.
gonna raise like 3,000 or
He's always switching up his raising
it's
size, so I
1,600.
can't ever predict what he's going to do.
Yeah, 3.5. Pretty much the minimum.
Samir has a big stack. He knows Veli-Pekka can open wide, actually, if he's played with him. And I keep saying Samir, but I think it's Adam.
He's not gonna call. I don't think so. I mean, that could be like his favorite cards, King 3.
Yeah,
suited.
people have a favorite hand.
Yeah.
But I don't think you're calling.
I
You're
like
3-betting.
7-9.
He is 3-betting to 11K and putting Veli-Pekka in a weird spot out of position, actually. The button pressure, you can do this successfully with a lot of hands, but you want to make sure that you can hit some flops as well. So the suited bit is good. And I think Veli-Pekka calls wide here, but we may even see a 4-bet. I don't think we're going to see a fold.
Okay, I'm saying he's going to fold it.
You think he's going to fold, and I don't think he's going to fold. I think he's either going to call or 4-bet.
Except if Veli has played with Samir before, then he might not fold.
Yeah, it is Adam, you see, so we do need the graphics updated. Hey, Bestie. Bestie is on it. Ali is taking care of it, but it'll take at least 30 minutes. But yes, I was pretty sure it was Adam as well. He does look very familiar. I'm just trying to place where
folded.
I've met Adam. He did fold, so 1 for you, 0 for me.
Yes, I know Veli-Pekka. So, can I go order a quick coffee, because I'm getting really jealous from your coffee?
Yes, but you need to order 2 coffees.
Yes, you want one?
Oh, no, Bestie. Bestie is saying he's got it.
You got it?
He's now your bestie as well.
Yes, you are. A double espresso?
Then you already know what I like. Thank you.
Thank you.
No, Oliver has been absolutely great. The whole team at Win TV has been great. You never expect when you're in the booth for someone on the technical team to be helping you with anything that isn't technical. So
True.
a big shout out to my bestie.
How many do we have left? 101.
We have 101 exactly.
How many is going to be on money? What
we
do you
don't
think?
know yet, but I'm guessing something in like the 36 to 45 range. I don't know. I don't remember if they base it off uniques or off of that, but that's typically what we're looking at here. Tago with the early position open here with the Queen Jack. Adam, a.k.a. Samir, a.k.a. Adam, makes the fold.
Oh, the big one is going to come to Villa soon. Yes. We're going to see an all-in soon, I think.
Carl, thinking about it, does just call. It could be a little troublesome if a queen is the high board card on.
I think Ermo's going to raise. You have to raise with a 5-4, right? In that position.
I would just toss this away with Carl also in the hand on position.
Here we go.
It's also with Billy, obviously, already in the big blind. I forgot about that because we didn't see it, but you did mention he was soon going to be in the big blind. We don't know what he has, but we'll find out soon enough. At least this time we'll know eventually, but he has to call pretty much any 2.
Do you think Carl's going to call it? No, Tago's going to call it, yeah. I think so.
So it's for more than 2.6 then, so he has more chips than that. Otherwise, this doesn't make sense. It would just be going to a flop at this point. Okay, it is. Okay. So I think this just gets checked down based on unless the backdoor flush hits. But what do I know? Dead pot doesn't matter. Tried to build the side pot, Tago says.
He bluffed the ace. He has to fold. Nice.
And I guess he feels he's often ahead of whatever Vili has because it's any 2. But in this case,
he
he's a
has
little bit behind.
7-5.
We could be looking at another double. The first one was kind of like a quadruple for Ville.
I'm on Villa's side here. Oh.
He just needs to avoid a jack and a queen, and a lot of those are dead, as you can see. There's only 3 outs, apparently, that can be hit here, and the 2 of
Nice.
spades is not one of them. Ville, with another double, went from 1,000 to 10,000 in 2 hands.
What was the starting stack?
Starting stack was 30.
30, okay.
But starting stack is kind of irrelevant already because I can't
Yeah.
re-enter, so it's...
Oh, you can't
we have to
re-enter
look-
anymore, no?
No. We started the stream right when late registration closed. That was the decision, because originally we were going to start at the beginning of day 2. But because a lot of players are being very splashy because they could still re-enter at that point, we wanted a more stable environment for the players, being that we're on a different floor.
Yeah.
You know, as you know, we're down in the casino floor for the feature table, but the rest of the action is upstairs in the main area on the first floor in the convention hall of the Hilton Tallinn Park. Hey, worst player ever. And Kurt is happy as well. So you're on team Ville and Veli-Pekka.
Yeah, now I'm always on the the weakest side, so Ville, but Veli-Pekka, I'm on Veli-Pekka's team.
Okay.
I've known Veli-Pekka for a long time, I like him.
I wanted to hear what I was quiet because I wanted to hear what they had to say, but then I realized why I wasn't understanding it. It wasn't in English.
Look, King 3.
Again, the
Samir
king
loves
three.
the King 3.
Only if it's suited. We don't know about the offsuit king
Yeah,
3
that's
yet.
true. I think we're gonna find out.
But we have to call him Adam, so even though
Adam,
it's
okay.
coming, yeah. There's sometimes that happens. You go based on what's showing up in the system, but the system isn't always correct, and there's not always time for our technical guy to talk to the players before they come on. And although I do recognize Adam, I wouldn't have known if his name was Adam without looking him up as well. But Irmo,
How much did he just
calling?
call?
Yes. I think that's okay with the big stack in your position because you know, a 3-bet is also okay. And once again, we have a player though who we don't know the cards, which is interesting because the players are putting the cards in the box.
I'm on Adam's side here. I think Adam's gonna take this one.
Okay, now you're on Team Adam. You've
Yes,
gone
we
to
got the
Sweden, a
king.
king right out of the window, but also a 10 for
Oh.
Irmo.
And we don't
And
know
the
what Marius
diamond
has.
flush draw. This is like the dream situation for Adam if he gets action. We have also Irmo with the backdoor nut flush draw. So I don't think Irmo is going anywhere to a bet here. And Samir, who opened, is almost always going to continue here. He has everything. Even if he's behind, he has the flush draw. Obviously, he doesn't want to play a super big pot at this point in time yet because of the 2 other players have more than 100 big blinds each, although Maris now dipped under 100 after he got into the action from the big blind. But here comes the bet by Adam. I love this sizing.
3.8.
Yes, it gets some... It juices up the pot just a little bit. It's a nice value bet. Irmo just coming along with the ace-10, and we don't know what Maros has. But
He
unless
looks-
he,
he
has
looks like
a
he's gonna
jack queen
fold.
or a king, he's probably getting out of the way at this point.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ali. A piping hot coffee. I love it.
Yeah, he got out of the way.
Okay, so we don't know what he has, but we can assume he didn't have a king or a 10. And we see all the diamonds that are out there already, so that's very unlikely as well. Another
Oh.
king. Now Samir has to feel he doesn't have kicker issues anymore.
But this is bad for Ermo, because now Ermo doesn't believe that he has the king.
Yes, it's going to be... I don't think Irmo can go anywhere unless things get out of hand with the betting here.
Yeah.
He certainly shouldn't be doing anything but calling at or checking back if it's checked to him on the turn, and then if it's checked to him on the river, then he could bet. But Irmo knows better than me. Irmo is always running deep, always has stacks.
Do you think Adam's gonna check? Try
no,
to lure a bit.
no. Because for the same reason, a 10 will be calling him, and he's just risking a check. But I could stand corrected.
I would check here, show a bit of weakness, and I think Ermo would go crazy. No.
Okay, one for me, one for you now.
Yeah.
So 7.7k once again. I mean, before, if Irma wasn't sure if he was ahead, he was getting a lot of pot odds to call, and now he's still getting a lot of pot odds.
But Ermo looks like he's going to raise,
but he's
right?
drawing dead.
Yeah, I think he looks like he's going to raise.
You think he's going to raise?
Yeah, he looks like it.
I think he's going to call. And what he's probably going to do is fold because neither of us said that, but I think it's a call here. But now it's 2-1.
I told you he's going to
Yes,
raise.
yes.
He doesn't believe in the king. But that's quite smart now. He raises there. Now Samir is going to probably raise, right?
There's a few reasons why this isn't bad, though, because now Adam, you know, if he pushes back, then Irmo knows where he stands. If he just calls, Adam is often checking to try to induce action, so he's kind of capping off the action as well.
Playing nicely, checking the cards. Adam knows
And Irmo might think he's good as well and doing it for value, but what is calling you that you have value? You know, I guess that he's chasing out the flush draws, getting value from the flush draws because I don't think they're folding. He's getting...
But you have to remember, Adam can still think that Ermo has a king as well.
But Adam's going nowhere.
No.
Adam has everything here still. There's no point in raising it again, though.
But
That's
I think
the
he's
thing.
going to raise it just in case if there's like a king ace. But yeah, well, he wouldn't go anywhere either way. So.
Because you have to think, what am I chasing out? You know, like I have the flush draw, so are the odds Irmo also has the flush draw. I may be chasing out like a jack queen, but hands like what Irmo has, if Adam raises back, I think Irmo will fold, you know, at that point. So I think the only way Adam can potentially get more value out of his hand is just by calling. But I am wrong once again. No, it is a call. Okay, that time now it's 2-2. 2-2.
Nice.
Okay, so I'm curious what happens here in the river, though. I think it's going to go check, but I could be wrong.
Diamond.
Not anymore. Now I think Adam is going to try to get some value from his flush.
Yeah, but now Ermo can play this, like, because if Adam bets and Ermo goes all in, can he call it? He doesn't have the ace high.
Yeah, but I don't think Irmo can go all in either, because it just would be too spewy based on the stack sizes. But yes, if he goes all in, I think then he's having a deep thought about life, Adam. And
look,
he was trying to induce, because Irmo also has the nut flush blocker. That doesn't really come into play too much in Hold'em, but it does. The 9 of diamonds not only completes flushes, it completes straights. Irmo can rep all that, even though it just so happens Adam has the flush.
Oh, he checked. Oh, bad Adam.
I thought it would go check there, so... But that was before I saw the diamond on the river. Then I thought Adam may try to get a sneaky little bet in, but... Nice hand with the king 3. So now king 3 is the new aces.
Yeah.
That's twice with the king 3 for Adam. And we have John Gite. We were giving you a shout out before, John. How are you doing in the main event, John? I'm not sure I'm not sure Oscar. It was before you came in. It was with Oscar. We were giving a shout out, but then he said something about 10, and I said 10 bullets, and then I wanted to blame Oscar for my comment. But I'm not going to blame Oscar. I'll take responsibility for being proud of you for just 1 bullet, John. But hopefully you're still in and watching from upstairs.
I think.
I hope to get John in the booth later on. Then I'll get my verbal spanking. Reminder to everyone about the 2 free rolls today. I don't think anyone in our chat won them yesterday, but there's 2 €200 free rolls today at 5 p.m. and 8 p.m. local time for Estonia, Finland, and Latvia. That means you just need to be a resident in those countries and be able to play at Alibet, which is part of the GG Poker Network.
amazing value. Why not play a free roll, have fun? I would play if I was from one of those countries. You
Yeah.
could play Kim, though.
I could.
I know it's hard, though, because you're hosting and blah, blah, blah. You can't just be looking at, like, your phone or a computer the whole day.
Yeah, but I'm like, I'm kind of not a free roll guy, because I always need to win something straight.
You need to win. You need to risk something so
Yeah,
you feel
yeah.
like you're... but the rebuys, there are rebuys in it that cost money, but
Yeah,
still...
and I have a
it's
lot of friends who won a lot of good tickets from free rolls and went to win big tournaments, so it's worth it.
So not a free roll guy, but approves of free rolls. But both players get a piece of this board.
Yeah.
Igor, though, who raised from early position, does have a lot of aces in his range, and actually, in this case, has an ace in his hand. Tago may, though, decide to just see a turn. He does.
Yeah, Igor made like a mini race, yeah.
So John also busted kings versus aces. That's the second player we've heard do that. Or the other one, I think, was aces versus kings. Is Igor going to go for another street? He is. Igor knows what he's doing. Always deep. Wants to build his stack here. It's going to be awfully hard for Tago to continue for a second bet, but maybe he thinks his jack is good. Nope, he gives up on the hand. We're very proud of John Keith. Only one bullet. I mean, it didn't go well, but still, it's like you won 9,000, John. I mean, you didn't fire 10 bullets, so that's like 9,000 profit.
We have Adam is now the chip leader in this table.
Adam is the chip leader. Carl's still over 200K. Irmo near 200K. Matters has been fairly quiet, you know, but almost 100 big blinds there. Veli-Pekka with the big stack and then the 3 short stacks on the table. Billy, though, is now up to nearly 10K after being at around 1K, or maybe exactly 1K. John agrees with my analysis that he is a winner.
Yeah?
He's up more than 9K because he only fired 1 bullet.
Yeah, true. Oh, Igor got an ace again.
And that's a pretty ace. Look at this. Ace-queen suited. Who doesn't love an ace-queen suited?
I don't like ace queen.
You don't like ace-queen?
I always
It's
like
suited,
you play a tournament for 6 hours. I always drop out with ace queen.
You always
I don't
drop
think
out
I ever
with it.
won an all-in with ace queen. And I
I
think
usually
I'm always
suck out
leading.
with my ace-queen. It doesn't matter if you have kings or ace-king. My ace-queen's always good.
Ooh,
Oh,
look
no.
at these hands.
So Vili, such a dream situation at this point. He was down to 1,000, and he could be back up to 30 at this point, depending on what happens here. I mean, certainly he's going to double. And based on what's already in the pot, that'll bring him to near 30.
Igor's gonna call it.
Igor may jam here. He does jam,
Wow.
and Carl may be calling them both.
I don't think he's gonna call with an 8 pair.
I think he might because he's not concerned about
Oh,
what
but
Billy's
yeah,
doing.
and
He's
Igor
really
has a
just
small
heads up
stack.
against Igor.
Yeah, but 8 pair.
I am fine with a call here.
He's not gonna call it.
Okay, I'm going to go with call. You're going to go with fold.
Yeah.
We're tied 2-2.
Yeah.
Now it's looking like a fold when he does this. Either way, he's thinking about it. We have the lovely Yulia back in the chat as well from Finland. So,
Nice. Hi, Julia. Yeah, he's gonna fold.
let's see what happens here, folks.
And I can feel that it's gonna be an 8 in the flop. I hope Carl's gonna call it.
But if he calls, then I'm right, and you're wrong.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, so I wish he won't call it. But he's not gonna. You can see it.
He's going through everything. I think he's trying to talk himself into calling. Like, usually you try to talk yourself into folding, but I think with him, it's the other way around.
Yeah. Because it was a really fast call from Igor, so that I think messes him up. I think he puts him on like at least ace king or big pair, jacks, queens. Igor didn't think about it at all.
He does fold. 3-2
Three,
you.
yeah, 3 Kim, 2 Jason. Did I say it? Yeah.
Yes, yes.
All right.
Okay, so let's see. I do like Igor, but in this case, I love the Cinderella stories. He was down to 1,000 chips after his 10-9 suited shove, ran into aces earlier, but an ace right out the window. Oh no!
An 8. I told you there's an 8.
An 8.
I could feel it.
Oh no! Carl must be crying on the inside.
Oh yes. Oh, we still have the spades.
And
oh,
a king
no,
on the river
King, king,
for
king.
the extra drama.
No. Oh,
Okay, nice run, Billy. Your comeback was cut short. Igor, though, we like Igor as well. He's a very nice local guy. He's always been very friendly to me around the casino. We enjoyed watching his father yesterday, and now Igor chips up. He's looking good. Almost 40 big blinds for Igor. So Yulia has just joined us, and Yulia was with us the entire Tallinn Summer Showdown, and it turned out she was living like 100 meters away. So we actually got her in the
nice.
booth during the Summer Showdown as a viewer coming
cool.
into the booth, and had her first casino experience as well right after.
nice.
So she was a slot streamer. I don't know if she still is at the time.
She just wrote that there's a new free roll today. Actually, 2 free rolls today.
Yeah, there's going to be 2 free rolls every day. The Saturday one is going to be the biggest because it's final table day.
Yeah.
But with me today, I should introduce myself first, because maybe some of you new, maybe don't recognize my voice. But this is Jason Glatzer from Poker News. I'll be with you for 4 days for the entire main event until a winner is crowned. And with me is the charismatic, the musician, the presenter, you name it, he does it, Kim Harold from Finland.
Yes. Great to be here.
Yes, I actually met Yulia. I had her in my booth, Donna. But you didn't meet Kim. Kim wasn't here for the Summer Showdown.
Nope.
And you won't get to meet her this time because she moved back to Finland now.
Yeah.
Maybe in Finland when you're performing.
Yeah. Could be.
Are you still performing live?
Yeah, I am. Well, now it's been because of the pandemic. It's been quite little, but I do a lot of stuff. So I've had a good year. So no complaining here.
Do you want to plug your band at all? I mean, I love your music. You know that. We've had that conversation. You know, if I didn't like it, I wouldn't say I didn't like it, but I wouldn't tell you I love it.
Yeah, but I to be honest, I've had a bit of a writer's block as well. Because when everything is good in life and I don't party that much anymore, so what do you write about?
But you have some good old songs as
Yeah,
well.
that's true. Those are the ones I play. Look, now Veli-Pekka is gonna call. No.
I didn't say the fold, so that's no point for me, and you don't lose a point for that one. There was about 100 players left. It's 96 now, as you can see on the board. We're also on a 30-minute delay, and I'm not going to pull things up in real time. If you do pull things up in real time, please don't give us spoilers, but if you're really curious where that is at in real time, you can go to the Kings of Tallinn website.
Check.
You can go to the live results page, and it'll show in real time. We have Aussie. No, Yulia got to see Nicholas, Donna. I know who you're talking about now.
Australians
Nicholas
are going
from
to take over.
Germany or Austria. And I agreed with Yulia. Very nice-looking man, Nicholas, and he went very deep. Also a very good poker player. Seemed like a nice guy. I didn't really talk to him too much. Yes, it is the lovely Kim Harold. I think now we
Hi,
have
Julia.
I think we have Julia coming now, flying from Finland to come see you.
Yes, that suits me fine. Come on, Veli-Pekka, you have to play.
You would have a coffee with Julia if she took the flight,
Yes,
right?
of course.
Maybe even a beer if you drink beer. I don't know if you drink beer.
Yeah, I would have with anyone.
Even me.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely with you.
Okay.
Did he bet Veli-Pekka?
He 3-bet the Jack 3 suited. So it was an open by Tago, loose open, but fine, because, you know,
Ooh,
you
I
can
like
still
it.
raise fold here. And Veli-Pekka saying, I know you can do this, I'm going to do this as well.
I
And
like
then
the
Tago
6-5.
saying, I know you can do that, and I'm going to call it the 6-5 because I have some flop out.
Oh,
And if you're going to play suited cards and flop 2 of the suits, you also have a backdoor to the straight. I imagine you're going to continue. The card's going to the muck even before the bet comes out on the board. So easy game for Veli-Pekka. Julia's on her way. Kim is a super nice guy. I have like a personal story about Kim. That was like the first time I met him. Maybe it was the second time I met you, actually. But my family came up for the Kings of Tallinn because Lucas, my son, had a vacation. He was much younger than this. Must have been 3-4 years ago. So he was a little bit shy back then. Now he's like kind of like me, where he says what's on his mind. And I come back to my room and just on a break, and my wife and son says, "Yeah, we met this." We met this guy, Kim. He says he's playing in the band and knows you, and he was super nice to Lucas and all that. So you never have to do that with someone's family, and it's something you always remember about someone when, I wasn't even there, and, it's just a very nice thing to hear.
And you have a nice family.
Thank you very much.
We have a question: who is the best player on the table? If you ask me, I say Veli-Pekka. Who do you say, Jason?
It's a toss-up here. I don't know too much about Adam, but he seems super strong. So we're going to take Adam out of the mix, and we're going to take Carl out of the mix, and I think they're both very good. But I don't even want to say, because Tago is super good, Igor is good.
Yeah.
Veli-Pekka is good as well. I don't play the same as Veli-Pekka, so it's hard for me to really judge. But he's always winning. He always has big stacks. And Irmo, of course, is just a beast. So it's how do you decide on this table?
So Tago raised, and Samir, he's gonna re-raise probably. Yes, I play poker, Julia. I do. Not so much these days anymore, but I used to travel in many places and played back in the day.
He's also played live on the stage here, Julia, at times. Not in the last couple of years, but you have before. And that's where I got to meet him.
But I prefer the crazy games. I like the crazy pineapple Chinese, and I like sweet and special.
Oh, you like Sviten?
Yeah, I love it.
Let's start a Sviten game tonight.
Franke has taught me.
John will play with us as well. John's in the chat. I'm not sure I have time tonight because I may have a little work to do after the stream. Okay, Kim is, it looks like, has a call from the family, so excuse him. And now I will actually talk poker for a little while. Go figure. So we have a raise by Tago, a call by Samir, both with Jack 10, but now Adam, a.k.a. Samir, has the flush draw, has the backdoor Broadway draw, as does Tago. We may see a bet here, and Kim is quickly back, so that was fast, Kim.
Sorry for that.
Family emergency?
Yes, we're getting babies, so I have to stay on the line all the time.
Yeah, if the wife calls, then you have to...
It can come anytime, so...
My wife knows not to call me when I'm on stream because I won't pick up. But I will call her back on break. She could call, but she knows I will wait till I'm on a break.
Okay, so Samir checked. So Tago has to bet now, right? I'm going to say he bets. What do you say?
It's difficult based on his stack size, but I also think he's going to bet here after the checking twice. He needs to find spots to pick up these smaller pots for some, but bigger pots for him, because it does add quite a bit of a percentage to his stack. So we're going to say that we actually agree for a change. This is why poker's great. We approach things a little bit differently, and I would say neither of us consider ourselves to be professional, but we can hold our own when we're playing, so it's...
Except if you ask me, in Omaha, I think I'm the best player in the world.
I'm on an Omaha heater in cash games, which is nice, because I was on an Omaha downswing leading up to that. But if we could play some Sviten, I mean, I don't think you want to play the DC games that I sometimes play with 3 boards and Pyramid and all these other crazy stuff.
Yeah, I like all crazy games. Okay. If you know Franke, he taught me all the crazy. We used to have so many home games when Franke lived in Finland.
That's how you funded your musical career?
Yeah. How to say Varisvara in English? It's called a royal flush. Is the royal or otherwise a flush draw?
Annalise, welcome, and see you next week. So I assume that means in Bratislava. Are you coming to Bratislava, Kim? Can we kidnap you?
Probably my wife.
Your wife
would
wouldn't be
probably
too
come and get
happy.
me,
No. We need to kidnap your wife
But
as
I've never
well.
been to
if she's still able to
Bratislava.
fly.
I would like to go there. Let's see.
You could play Sviten there next week with Franke.
Oh, nice. Is it next week already?
Yeah. You can come even for 24 hours. Frankie does that. He just shows up for 24 hours, plays poker for 20 of them, and flies home.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
ace deuce against ace 5. Is Carl going to 3-bet?
I'm going to say he's going to call.
I think we are going to see a 3-bet. So we could go ahead and count this. You're 3-2 ahead.
Yeah, I'm saying.
I'm looking to tie it up.
Yeah, I'm saying just he's going to just call. Oh.
That is a 3-bet to 11.5. That gets Irmo out of the way with the queen 3. And gets Igor to fold the
Yeah, we
better
are
ace.
3-3.
But it's basically the same ace because it's often a chop unless a 2 or a 5 hits the board. So yeah, 3-3. Does Tonka always wear his hat backwards? The never lucky shirt thinking it's Tonka. It doesn't even look like Tonka, come on. Of course I'm coming to Bratislava. I was just in Bratislava, why not come back?
Is it a nice place?
Yeah, I like Bratislava. I like Banco Casino where the event is. It's a competitor of Olympic, but that's where the festival is going to be.
Okay. Is the new or old casino?
We're transparent about what I do.
Yeah.
And I'm being asked to turn the mics a little higher, so we're going to do that. Thank you, Bestie.
My bestie too. Thank you. I think Veli-Pekka is a king jack guy. Somebody asked, is the casino bigger in Bratislava?
It is relatively similar size, just different shape, actually. And then they'll have the upstairs convention area, so it's kind of like similar in the way where the tournament area will be in one place, probably in the cash games in another, but it's about the same amount of cash tables, maybe like 1 or 2 more. And in terms of tournament tables, they can do about the same one place or the other. So in that regard, it's similar. Hospitality is very good there.
Ooh, Marius has a big stack as well. He's going to raise. This we can agree on, right?
Yes. Against Veli-Pekka especially, against another early position raiser, maybe not. Okay. You lose, I lose. I don't know how we do that. And now it's 2-2, I guess. We both lose a point. But Bestie wins. Bestie's in the game. Bestie said he's just going to call.
So now it's 2-2 and Bestie has won.
Yes.
Yeah.
We lose a point, but Bestie gains our points.
And if anybody wonders who's Bestie is, he's the MacGyver of technology. Oh,
not the worst case scenario for Veli-Pekka. Nope. Maris does have, ace king, obviously. And his 3-bet range, he has a lot of kings as well. He has a lot of aces, and Maris has been very quiet this far, so I would put him on something strong if I was Veli-Pekka. But Veli-Pekka checking back, that's okay.
Why did he do that?
I was okay with it, but now I'm less okay with it. If we knew the ace was coming on the turn, then I wouldn't be okay with it at all.
Yeah, but it's 8-8 king. Why didn't he do a little bet? He would have gotten him out of there.
But now the pot is like small where he can call like a river bet and stay in the hand. It's sometimes pot control against a bigger stack is going through your mind.
Why did he check that one?
Veli-Pekka trying to get thin value from his king, but does not. I'm a little bit unsure what's calling you on the river there that you're ahead of, because you're chopping to any other king. I'm just running through this in my head.
I think that
There's
was a bad play from
calling
Veli.
you on the river there, that at least by a player like Maris.
Because if Maris would have had an ace king, he would have bet, right? Like re-raised. So what did Veli-Pekka put him on in the flop?
That's a good question. Yeah, I mean, Maros has yet to 3-bet from what I've seen on the table, so
Okay.
I would put him on something strong.
Okay, so Marius is not a crazy better then.
You're getting some values from hands like jacks and tens, but he has a jack in his hand, so it's less likely that there would be jacks against nines, I suppose. Hands like that, so then you could fold to a raise, but still. Now I can't have the webcam on. Look what I did, Kim.
Oh,
There's
no.
like a spot of coffee on my yellow shirt. I do have a hoodie to cover that up, though, in case the webcam comes on later. But thankfully for you guys so far, the webcam's not on. Well, not really. Kim is here. Kim is at least good looking. You would have like one good looking guy at least in the.
I think
in
Jason
this
is good
room.
looking as well.
Ah.
Yeah.
We're both married though, so how
Yeah.
are we going to work this out later?
Yeah, that's true. A lot of kings suited with small pairs, like with smalls today.
But it's a king 5. This is almost like aces from the king 3s that we were seeing earlier.
So now we can agree that Ermo is going to raise, right?
Yes, we are on the page. What about Bestie?
Yeah.
Bestie's on board too. There's no points to be earned. We can only lose points now.
Yeah.
Let's hope Bestie doesn't go back to 0. Okay, that's good. Bestie's still in the game. So it is a 3-bet, folks, on the button.
Oh,
It does get hands
Oh,
like force to fold out, and he's going to
look
have to
at
call off. I mean,
Look at that.
Tago's probably going to jam here.
wow.
Because you can't just call, and the only sizing here is a jam, based on his stack. Do you agree on jam?
Yeah. I would raise to like 20.
Okay, so I'm not going to say jam because it's going to be an effective jam anyway, no matter what he does. So it's the same thing. So
He's
as long
going
as
all
you
in,
3
I
bets,
think.
it's the same thing as a jam.
Would you go all in here?
Either go all in or close to it. You know, it's you
but
can't
I-
just flat.
But
with
you
this
want them
stack.
to call, so all in is better, maybe. Yeah.
Okay.
Because if he
good.
bets a little bit, people will put him on aces.
It's really
He
the only
called.
move. I mean, if you do it to 35, it's the same as a jam.
He called.
He has to call. It's just kind of unfortunate for Irmo. He's up against aces. He knows that Tago has something pretty strong there, but he was just hoping it was something like nines or ace king where he's flipping.
I feel it then.
You feel a 10. You're
Oh.
mean. You're mean. I feel
Look
a
at
10.
this flop. Oh, wow.
And Tago just getting out of his chair. He's like saying, GG. Oh, no. Oh, no. And
Wow.
the 2 of spades does not give it to a chop. Tago with his head down. That is not a walk of shame, though. He got it in good. Irmo did nothing wrong there. Someone did call him just now a lucky bastard, but I don't think that's really the case. I mean, he did get lucky in the hand, but what are you going to do differently there if you're Irmo? You have to 3-bet there pre. You know, he ran into aces. He has to call there. It's just really, as somebody in the chat saying, brutal for Tago. But nobody was playing fishy that hand. That hand played itself out. It all started because Adam decided to open with the king 5 suited. Otherwise, perhaps he could get away, but I don't see, in any case, even if it was Irmo that opened with the 10s, it's still getting in before the flop.
I dropped out from the celebrity event. I had a queen pair and against queen jack, and he flopped the straight.
And he flopped the straight.
Yeah.
So Irmo is just crushing people's dreams left and right.
Yeah. 10-9. I like that hand. Igor doesn't
It
like
is
it.
undergun, and Igor has one of those awkward stacks. I mean, it's still 40 bigs, but at this table, it's okay. I'm probably folding that anyway in in most situations under the gun, to be fair. Unless I have one of the big stacks, and then I feel I can just run over the table and raise overhand. Maris, though, is certainly going to open from the button.
Marius seems like a really tight player.
So far, that's our image of Maris.
Yeah.
Three bet. by Veli-Pekka with the 9-7. This is why we love Veli-Pekka. He's very unpredictable.
Yeah.
This might be a John Kite approved move, though. This is certainly not something I would do normally. Maybe if I've played after about 6 beers, you would see me do this.
Do you think Mario's going to call that?
He is in position, but he is pretty tight. I think he's going to fold, though.
I think he's going to call.
Okay.
Just because it's suited.
I think he's either going to fold or 4-bet.
Nah, Marius is a calling guy. He calls stuff.
It's good practice.
With these stack depths, though, a 4-bet is not really that bad here. Okay, you're right. It is just a call.
Ha! I'm leading.
Yes, 3-2, and Bessie has 1.
Yeah.
Bessie wasn't in that one because Bessie's busy talking to his boss. 9-7 has
And
the
he has to bet,
gut
yeah.
shot, but Maris is going to have a hard time calling a bet here.
Yeah.
He does have the backdoor flush draw, but that's about it, and that's really not enough to keep going here. You don't really know where you stand at this point. You are in position. I won't have anybody here in an hour. Kim will hopefully stay with me at least until the break, and maybe we see Kim back later, but we're going to switch it up with as many people as possible today, and I'd love to have you, John. Then it's our turn to make fun of Oscar, because we were making fun of you, so not really making fun of you, John. We love you, but you know what I mean. We could joke about Oscar. In fact, if Oscar has already fired 5 bullets into the 330 deep stack and is done, you can even do 15-20 minutes with Oscar. I know the two of you have great chemistry. I've seen you guys stream together before. I'm perfectly okay with taking a quick break for you guys. I mean, when it's like when David Lappin and Daryl Kearney, I don't know if you know those guys, the two Irish guys, when they're together and there's not a third microphone, I don't see a need to really be with one of them at a time. I will do it. But after they've had a chance to be together because they know each other so well. You're going to play the 1100 PLO. Maybe you want to hop into that, Kim. That's right up your alley. Maybe a little hot. What time is that, John? I didn't pull up the schedule today.
No, I think tomorrow I'm going to play the Chinese.
And what time is the Chinese tomorrow?
At 3 o'clock.
Okay, so maybe I get you in before that.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's fine.
Because you probably had enough of me today anyway.
No, I can. If you want me later in the evening, I can come.
All right, I'll message you if it's empty. Yesterday was the opposite. Either everybody was playing the main, was drunk still from the night before, or was hungover from the night before, and there were some that fell in 2 or 3 of those categories at the same time. But I was alone.
Well, so what time does it end today? This stream.
It's 8 levels. We're doing 7 of them on the stream because the first one we didn't. So give or take about 9.
Yeah. Yeah, I can come around like 8 or if you want 7.
Okay. Let's see, because it depends on who, once again, especially if we get somebody that was on the feature table, then I think that's also very interesting,
yeah,
at least from my
It's more
standpoint.
interesting than a Finnish, Swedish.
Yeah, like if Igor, for example, busts out and he wants to come in, I haven't really know if we have the chemistry with each other, but I know his English is very good, and I'm sure he would be fine in here if he wanted to come in.
So, what do you think Igor's going to do? He checked.
I think Igor, I don't mind the check here, because,
check,
that's
check.
fine. And I don't even mind the check on any card on the river here, and then you call like a bet from Carl, because the 2 doesn't change anything. If you were willing to call the flop and then the turn, he is betting now. It's just, you're kind of turning your hand into a bluff. You're not getting value. I don't think Carl is even, because what are you getting value out of calling here, right? The King-Jack is going to fold. And basically what you're doing is setting up a blocker. That's the only thing I can think of here that you don't want to get bet into and have to make a decision. But personally, I'm not betting here. Igor knows better than me. Igor has been playing for a very long time.
This would be a beautiful bet though. Igor couldn't call it.
Yeah, I mean, if we get the hero kill by Carl here, then Igor is like a genius.
No.
Take care, Don. I hope I see you later. If not, thank you for tuning in. That's the amazing Dark Angel. I don't know if you know of Donna, but she is a moderator on all the big Twitch streams. Not all of them, but on many big. She's helped me out quite a bit in the past, not only here, but at the Battle of Malta, at the MPN PTs, sometimes with personal advice in general. She tunes into my Facebook Lives. I absolutely love Donna.
Do you have a panic button there?
Oh, you want to press the button? Here, put it to the mic. Put it into the mic.
I found Jason has a panic button.
That was easy.
Oh, nice. It's an easy button.
It's an easy button, not a panic button, folks. I think John's seen my easy button before.
Hey, we have new players
Who do we have?
with a winter jacket. That means he's cold.
I believe that's one of the Spanish players that lives here in Estonia, actually.
Well,
I recognize him. I
well,
just
if you're
don't
from
remember his
Spain, you're
name.
probably cold here.
Yeah, exactly. There's a whole Spanish community that lives here now, poker playing community. I know
nice.
David Comaron is a friend of mine, but he has all his friends. He's one of them.
Okay,
live here
Veli-Pekka.
as
Let's
well.
see if the Kings are gonna hold up this time. 'Cause we have no clue what this guy betted with.
We will know in a second.
Veli-Pekka's gonna raise, right?
And Seat 1 is a new player as well. Let's see if we have info. Because I don't recognize Seat 1.
Did Veli-Pekka just call? Yeah. Wow. All right. No, he bet. Did he bet? Yeah.
Okay, I'm looking up players right now, so give me a moment. So you have a Finn in Seat 1, Kwang Don. You can see it as well. I just got sent this lovely image. Thank you,
nice.
Argo. And it's either Roberts Roomba or Roomba Roberts from Latvia in Seat 9. But we're going to Google that one because I know some of the Latvian players, but surprisingly I don't know as many as I should, being that I live in Lithuania, but I'm never playing in Riga. I'm either playing here or in Vilnius. And here I'm usually working and not playing unless it's like cash games or like a celebrity event or something like that. It is Robert's Roomba. But I was supposed to be looking up Seat 7, and we had 3 new players. So who is Seat 7? We know he's from Spain.
Yeah, he's from Finland.
It's Inigo. Come on, it's Inigo. Of course I know Inigo in Seat 7. It says Martin, but it is Martin Inigo is his name, but I know him by Inigo. One of the new players here, Roomba, it's sitting on a 112k stack. Big Slick is always going to be an open no matter what your stack is. Veli-Pekka has never seen suited connectors he doesn't love. Makes the call.
Oh, he only raised the mini race with the ace king.
It's because of like it's easier to just put in 3,500 than grab some more chips. 4K is a bit too much. Then it's a 2.5x already. Not the worst flop in the world for your Big Slick. We should see a continue by Roomba here because he wants to get those weaker kings to call. He wants those flush draws to have to pay to see the flush. And it is a bet. It is on the small side, which makes sense, 3,500. This is the exact sizing I would use in this spot, and then you bet bigger on the turn. If you're called on the turn, which he was not, because Veli-Pekka has no clubs, no backdoor. But suerte to Inigo. Sorry for not recognizing you right away. Some of the Spanish are a little tighter, you know, and they stay with each other, but Inigo's always been very friendly to me, so
Nice.
I want to say hola, Inigo. And Mr. Don in Seat 1 I recognize from around as well. I just didn't remember his name. Seat 9 is not a familiar face to me, though.
But that's my
I
bad.
think Mr. Don, the Finnish guy, I think he won the Unibet Open once. Long time ago.
The Spanish guy's an online beast. Live, I have to look up his results, but these guys are like, it's basically like a huge grindhouse. He is a beast. Yartu was in as of 2 hours ago. I don't know, Yartu. We're being asked about Yartu. Yartu promised me that we would be together in the stream if he busted, but Yartu is always Yartu. He may have gone to the bar already if he busted.
Now we got the total
Oh, we got
prize
payouts. So top 32 spots pay at least 2,100 euro. That's nearly double. The winner, look at this prize, 58,440 euros. That's even
nice.
a lot for a baller like you, Kim.
pool. Yeah, oh yes.
That's a lot of beers. I mean, how many beers
is
is
the
that?
Spanish man a beast? Yes, he is. Is Yartu still in? Is Yartu in? No.
We don't know. We'll try to find out on the break. He was in as of 2 hours ago, but that means nothing. So Quang,
This is the last
with
hand
the
before
jam.
the break, yes.
so we'll find out. We'll come back and find
Oh,
out. I'll
so
message him.
he went
Yartu is a
all
friend
in?
of mine. Okay, so picks up the blinds, ships up before the break. We'll have 11 big blinds when it comes back on break. I think we're going to have John with us coming back from the break. So, Kim, I appreciate you joining us, and maybe we'll see you later again
Yeah.
today. Oh, we have one more hand. One more hand.
Oh, we have one more.
I was kicking you out too soon.
Yeah,
I was actually kicking
that's how
myself
much
out too
Jason
soon.
likes me.
I did invite you back at
Yeah,
least.
that's true, that's true. Okay, so I think the best thing in poker is always the hand before the break.
Yeah, you expect to see some fireworks? Because a lot of people tend to want to just get up because the break time is clicking
Yeah.
down too, so it's not always the case. The short stacks maybe don't want to come back from break though.
No, that's why I like it. Like the short stacks likes to push.
So now I'm confused because Quang I thought was Finnish and it's showing up with an Estonian flag.
He is Finnish.
Okay, so the flag is wrong there.
Yeah.
So I was pretty sure he was talking Finnish and
Yeah.
he's talking to Veli-Pekka,
Yeah,
whose
I
English
know
is
for
not
a
very
fact
good.
He's Finnish.
Yulia, I think the chat was asking me who the second commentator was, and the second commentator is me, I think. I think you're the main commentator right now.
Oh yeah, oh, yeah.
Because we're asking who the second one is. So back-to-back jams here by Quang with the fours. Both jammable hands. He's had two jammable hands. It's not that he's jamming with things he shouldn't
He's
be
gonna
jamming
call
with.
it.
Adam is very
No,
deep, but he is
Adam.
in the cutoff. That's the problem. There's too many players after him, and he wants to go on break.
Yeah, Erman's not gonna call.
It's, I think, a break fold. That's what I call these when you're thinking about whether to do it or not.
Thank you
Okay.
guys, I'm gonna be back. You want it or not, Kim is gonna be back at some point. Thank you, Jason, this was great.
Thank you, Kim, once again. We'll be back in 14 minutes. Please stick around and check out some of the highlights from the last 2 days. Bestie here has queued up some things for you to take care of. See you all in about 14 minutes. And on top of that, players can still late register on the first blind level tomorrow, so this is looking like quite a great field. Pepe has been quiet since he was on that nice roller coaster we saw, the up and down and back up again. He does have a pocket pair. And Taura can't wait for Bratislava. Well, then I need to meet you too. If not here, then in Bratislava. I'll be reporting there. I'm usually wearing my white Poker News cap when here. And we have my friends here. Unfortunately, Kim is out. But Aunt, who is also in the main event, dropped by to see what was going on. Fortunately, he's also at... Ooh, look at this flop. Yana with top pair. Pepe with the set. Vyacheslav with really nothing. I guess you could say a backdoor Broadway draw, but he's going to be facing some action, and I don't see him continuing with Yana behind him. Yana making the snap call. Ah, that's all right, Tauri. Another time coming up for the festival. I'm here at every festival in Tallinn. I do enjoy meeting the people in the Twitch chat. I met Yulia last time, and we even got her in the stream, but now she's living back in Finland again, so we won't be seeing her. The three of clubs on the turn. not afraid of the 5, and Yana commenting so cheap. Let's see if the two of them will talk. They know each other from previous festivals. Can Yana sniff this out? No, she says too cheap. I have to call. Oh my! This is. I mean, the fact that a 5 Yana's still losing to, I don't think she's putting Vepe on too many sets here. And Vepe no longer afraid of the 5. He's afraid of like hands like Ace 2, Ace 3. But how many of those do Yana have from the big blind? Maybe some. As we see, she has Ace 9 here, so she could easily have those as well. But this is a bigger bet, making it look splashy. 14,500 into a pot of 10. This is a true overbet. And Yana folding her trips behind 5s, behind sets. She'll be happy later when she sees it was a good fold. She didn't have to think too hard about that. And Pepe, who was below 10,000, look at him now at 33,500. Above the opening stack, did not need to re-enter. Vladimir opting for a 3x raise with his ace-queen from under the gun, and Luca in the cutoff. These jack-9 suiteds always look so pretty when you have them. That looks like a 3-bet. Might be a call, though, because it's one chip. We'll find out in a second. It is a 3-bet to 3,300. And how is Vladimir going to handle his ace-queen from out of position? Vladimir reaching for chips and makes the call. They're talking about something. Luca is saying that he said 3.8. It looks like the floor is being called over. We'll try to listen in. I'm going to pull up the table and be quiet for a second.
Players on C8 raised 3.8. I got 3.3. It's 3.3. So I say 3.3. Players got 3.2 and 3.2. So when I asked it to the player, they remember 3.8. So the players
I heard 3.2.
Yeah,
3.2.
So now we only you had 3.8. Okay. So I will keep 3.8. To check with you. So with Airphone it's not that easy, to get. That's the reason why I asked it twice.
So what happened?
They're gonna keep 3.2.
Okay, the confusion about the 3-bet size has been discussed, and they are going with a 3-bet to 3,200, not to 33 or 3,800. So a third option. It goes check, check. Luca with middle pair, though. Vladimir got shot to Broadway. And now Luca also with the spade draw. So even if he thinks he's behind, which he is not, he's not going anywhere with that draw. Vladimir has that ace of spades. Obviously, he can't draw to a flush, but then blocks a lot of those flush draws that Luca should have when he's 3-betting. Bets 2,200. Is Luca going to call? Is he going to raise? He's never folding. He's just going to call. Now, the river could be interesting if Vladimir can fire out again. Of course, a 10 gives him Broadway and ace would help, but a 5 of hearts is blank. Is Vladimir going to try to steal this pot, push an opponent off the kind of hand that Luca has? Because Vladimir has showdown value. He has the best hand without anything on the board. The best ace-high hand possible. But bets big. Nearly a pot-sized bet of 11,000 coming out of Vladimir. Can Luca find the call? He will be very happy if he does. It's very difficult to make the call on this spot, though. Vladimir is very often checking his sets and flopping well with the king. Obviously, none of the draw hands completed. But is he really doing this with a queen 10? Possibly. We see him doing with an ace-queen, but is he calling that pre-flop? And a call by Luca. Bada bing, bada boom. Sniffed it out. And Vladimir looking puzzled there. Bit of the tournament will be missing. That takes place tonight. So if you don't want to get in and play 1 hour blind levels on day 1A, you can hop into the day 1B. Well, you can. I can't. I have to be here. I'd rather be here, though, to be fair. Then I could be with everybody. I'm with the players on the table. I'm with you guys. And I'm not throwing away €1,000 that I have no business playing. Then open with the sixes for Marco Vepa with the ace deuce. Does have a gut shot wheel draw. Backdoor flush draw. We'll see if he thinks any of that's worth continuing on, and he does. He's maybe even thinks his ace high's good at this point. I can't pretend I know how Vepa thinks, but look at this. The wheel is completed. I was just laughing about the wheel. Marco still has some outs to a better straight, though. A 7 or a deuce will give him the check mark. Is Vepa going to raise here? Is he going to call? The only way he's folding is if he misread his hand, and he's reaching for chips, so that's certainly not the case. Raises to 5,800. Very interesting spot. I think Marco has to call here against a player like Vepa, but Vepa's been kind of betting his hands lately since he's chipped up. And Marco does have outs. You can't really think the 4 did that much for Vepa, even though it did. Thought about it, made the call. Pot is chipping up. It's a nice pot now. Half a starting stack in the pot. Queen of Hearts on the river may slow down Marco from putting in any more chips. Vepa is likely to put something in. So Veli-Pekka with a nearly pot-sized bet here. And Marco thinking it over, or maybe Hollywooding, but I think he's thinking, thinking everything through, because there is 32,000 in the pot. If he calls and he's wrong, which he would be in this case, but he doesn't know that, he would have around the starting stack, and if he calls and he's right, which he wouldn't be in this case, he would be at around 75K. And it would make sense for Vepa to be betting here with things he missed after what he did on the turn to continue the story, but more often than not you're behind here with your sixes. And he does make the fold. And Veli-Pekka, an amazing performance so far. Under 10K when he got here, now has nearly 52,000 in chips. Entertainment as well, and now the field is at 181 entries with 131 remaining in day 1A. I'll try to get some stories for the stream tomorrow too. I'll talk to some of the other players if I can when the stream is over and find out how different players did. So if you have any particular players in mind that you want me to chat to, throw in some names in the chat and I'll see if I can find them. Four-way pot. Let's see what happens. It all began with Vyacheslav with the min race run to the gun with the ace-10 and does flop top pair. Backdoor flush draw. Nobody else with much of anything though, so does check though. It may induce someone to bet. Veli-Pekka thinking things over from the hijack. He should have a lot of aces in his range from the cold call from the hijack. It's not really a cold call, but more a call from the hijack pre-flop. And does bet. And bets big. Vyacheslav showing no fear with this top pair. 8 of spades, so that doesn't change anything, except for the fact that Veli-Pekka's now drawing dead, but betting anyway. Vyacheslav, I mean, even though he has top pair, the kicker could be better. Does call. And will he set his price on the river, or will he just check? But first, let's see what the river is. Another spade, so a backdoor spade flush draw would have been completed, but you're not really putting too much on that. Another check for Vyacheslav. He'll let Vepa set the price. And Veli-Pekka, will he get called? He bet the flop, he bet the turn, he bet the river. It's a hero laydown if he makes it. It's an incorrect hero laydown, and if we're being results oriented. But this just looks so strong when you're betting all 3 streets from the hijack where you cold called. You have a lot of sets. You're going to play them the same, but he does make the call, knowing Veli-Pekka could also have a hand like he has for complete air,
so
and just
you need
trying
to
to steal it away.
Like this.
And Vyacheslav now sitting on nearly 50,000 in chips. And Veli-Pekka, who continues his roller coaster ride from 10 to 20, back to 10, back to 20, up to 40, up to 50, up to 60, back to, and now back to 35.
I'm just congested.
Yeah.
This is one reason why it's nice to have the same table during the day,
and then
that weekend. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. As you can see, the time is ticking down on the break. There's only 10 seconds remaining. John has not shown up quite yet, so instead we grabbed Marcus into the stream. Somebody that I've seen around. I don't think we've actually had some in-depth chats, so this will be a little bit fun. I get to meet Marcus while you meet Marcus, so why don't you introduce yourself, Marcus?
Hello, everybody. Maybe some of you remember me from the Estonian main event final table, where I also commented. But yeah, I'm Estonian high stakes poker player, and ready to comment.
And what is your surname, Marcus?
Surname?
Your last name?
Ladev.
That's good, because it's good that you said it and not me, because I would have butchered that. I butcher names all the time, and it's probably not a good habit for a commentator, but there we go. Kwang all in right away, so he was all in, both hands right before the break, and once again showing up with a good hand right off the bat here. Ace-10. Let's see if anybody wakes up with anything to call him with. If not, this is going to be 3 hands in a row where he's basically would be able to double up without even seeing a flop from what he came to the table with.
Yeah, he seems to be something like 7 or 8 big blinds effective, so Ace-10 offsuit, just a hand that you just want to open jam at this stack depth.
And you probably recognize some of the players. I mean, obviously you recognize the Estonians at the table. You recognize Igor. You recognize Ermo.
Ermo is the guy that I'm most familiar with. Don't really know a lot about the other players. I'm not that familiar with the Estonian live poker scene, so yeah.
So you're mostly a button clicker.
Yeah, I'm mostly a button clicker. Computer nerd. So yeah, but I know Ermo. We actually.
That's funny. I know Igor pretty well too, because I play sometimes with Igor. And his father is also here. He was on the feature table yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
It's a father-son combination now. And Julia is asking who is here. It is Marcus from Estonia. He was commentating. Apparently, I learned about this about just now, actually, with you guys, but was commentating the Estonian Championships. I assume in an Estonian.
Yeah, in Estonian.
What's that with Christian Lass? Who were you commentating with?
No, with Ottomar Lada. One of the
baller of all ballers.
Yeah, one of the best tournament players in the world, in my opinion. So
I think he's one of the best players in the world, actually, period, because the way this man thinks is so crazy. It's like next level thinking.
Yeah, exactly. Because I'm from the cash game background. He's obviously a tournament player. So, tournament poker and cash game is different in a lot of ways. Just because in cash games you play usually 100 big blinds deep. So I call myself expert in that area, everything that's like 60 through 100 big blinds. But yeah, we discuss poker a lot with him, and he's also very good at like 100 big blind stack depth, which is something that not too many tournament players are not.
Are you a 2-card cash game player, or do you play like with more cards occasionally?
No.
So we're kind
I
of
don't know
opposite.
anything about
I know
4-card
nothing,
poker.
and I know nothing about hold'em poker. I know any other game. I mean, I know for tournaments, obviously, but for cash, I mean, I can hold my own, but it's not that I know the strategy that well. Like I've never kind of looked into it. And in a 2-2 game, you don't necessarily need to know in-depth strategy for a live game, but I would get hammered online. So interesting. We have Veli-Pekka with the ace-jack under the gun. We've seen him raise a lot wider from under the gun. This is certainly openable. We have Adam flatting with the 7s, and now what is Carl going to do with the king-queen? Is he going to toss in a 3-bet?
Yeah. Me personally, I would definitely 3-bet this type of hand. I mean, this is the type of hand that has great blockers. If you go heads up to the 3-bet pot with, let's say, only one caller, it does reasonably well. You can flop strong top pairs, etc. But in a 3-way or 4-way scenario, this hand becomes quite worthless, I would say, because you have to ask yourself, like, if the flop is, let's say, queen 7-8 or something, like how comfortable are you calling down, let's say, 3 barrels or something?
Especially at these stack sizes. Look, I mean, they're 100 big blinds deep. I mean, Veli-Pekka is 65, but still deep stacks all around. And you can't be upset about seeing this when you have the 7. So Adam should be happy. He's overcards to the board, a 4 to the straight. Life is good.
Yeah. I mean, with this hand, he's definitely happy to see that flop, right? Like, I mean, you get the 6 high flop. It's basically the best that you can get, except of course, hitting a 7. Quite interesting spot here for actually all of the players, because Veli-Pekka opened under the gun, which means that he has a pretty strong range, and then under the gun +2 and under the gun +3 called, which also both are fairly strong ranges. I mean, there is no hands like Jack 10 offsuit there, for instance. There's like just suited hands and a lot of pocket pairs. So
this is the online you talking. This is not the live you talking, because Veli-Pekka is actually shown, because he was on stream all day yesterday. He will open very wide from under the gun. Ace-Jack is maybe the top of his, like it's near the top of his under the gun opening range. Like he's opening any suited cards and things like that as well.
Okay.
He's treating the under the gun as the button, basically.
All right.
But we're being asked if you're the real Marcus. I don't know. You're real. I can see you. Your name is Marcus. So yes, he is the real Marcus. Where did Yana go? Yana has not been at the table since yesterday. I'm not sure if Yana is still in the tournament. We can check that out perhaps later. For Yartu fans, Yartu, I did see him. I didn't even have to track him down. He was doing his thing. He was playing slots. He said he's going to be playing the 330 deep stack, but may join me at a later time. And one other announcement to make, other than the 2 free rolls that are happening that you can see down below, is those of you that are nearby, you probably want to come to the casino as soon as possible if you want to play something for free. There is a free roll that's happening at 5 o'clock in the casino, where the winner will receive a Festival Series package, which we were just talking about actually, coincidentally, to Bratislava next week. So why not come down? It is a free roll, no risk at all. And if you're in the chat, you can also say hi to me. If you want to come in the booth, perhaps we can work that out as well. So lots of reasons to come to Olympic Park, the casino. Obviously, if you're in another country, sorry, maybe you can play the free rolls. That will also be a good time. There are 200 free rolls at 5 p.m. and 8 p.m. over at Olibet. Password is Tartu. Now back to the action here. We have Carl with the big slick and the defend by Veli-Pekka. That is fine. We've seen him defend anything. This is okay, and actually now he flops middle pair.
Yeah, I think 7-6 offsuit is a pretty good defend there. Nothing out of line.
And I think we'll see Carl continue. He is reaching for the chips, and Veli-Pekka is likely not going to do anything but call. But let's see once again. Veli-Pekka is very unpredictable. It is a small bet and a call. Standard so far.
Standard so far, yes.
We'll see if Carl can fire out another bullet. He has a Broadway draw now, but that shouldn't really matter. It's not like the best of Broadway draws. The 2 diamonds, it's a gut shot Broadway draw.
Yeah.
Has 2 overcards to the board. He does have showdown value.
But very good card for the Carl overall. I think he can be very aggressive here with the ace king as well. You know, he just gets a lot of hands like 7-6 offsuit, for instance, to fold. Also, I feel like once Veli-Pekka calls that fast on that flop, his hand is kind of defined. You know, he's saying that, okay, I don't have like a strong 2 pair or a set or something, or maybe something hand like a 5-7 of spades, something that, you know, he could consider check raising with. So I think if he snap calls here, then he's just gonna have a 1 pair, weak 1 pair type of hand fairly often. So I would definitely be barreling more aggressively as Carl here.
It'll be interesting to see what Carl does here. I mean, he does have showdown value. He may think that Veli-Pekka was floating him. He could also turn his hand into a bluff, which it essentially is at this point anyway, and put the pressure back on Veli-Pekka. But what story is he trying to tell when he small bet the flop and check the turn? Did he call here?
Yeah.
He did make the call. He does have showdown value. Veli-Pekka did get thin value with this bet. I would have liked to see a check from Veli-Pekka, but he does bet these kind of hands, which I guess that makes it tricky when he has those premium hands too.
Yeah, there's certainly some dynamic between these players, right? Like as you said, then Veli-Pekka has been opening a lot and probably been also quite aggressive post-flop, so people are more willing to look him up. And he probably knows that, right? Like if he has that type of image, then he can certainly go for more thinner value bets.
Yeah, because Veli-Pekka is a man that's been at a lot of festivals here in Tallinn. I haven't seen him in about 2 years. Usually he's very animated and loud, but he's not been drinking the last 2 days. I understand that I can now tell without even being within 100 yards of Veli-Pekka whether he's been drinking or not, because we would hear him from here, from the feature table, if he was drinking.
Taking it seriously then.
But it's a very interesting table, a fairly international table now too, with Inigo from Spain on the table, who's listed as Martin. Maybe I should be calling him Martin, but I'm going to call him Inigo because that's what I believe I know him as. Bestie giving another guest a beverage. Bestie is the best. So Adam raising from under the gun, just as an example of what's been happening today and yesterday. The suited cards, this is at least suited gapper with the Jack 9. It's always pretty the Jack 9.
Yeah,
but
this seems like
they're opening
a
wide
nuts
from under the gun.
in the live environment. So yeah, definitely would go ahead and raise this. Also, I feel like in live games, the dynamic is much more passive, at least when it comes to pre-flop 3 betting and 4 betting. Yeah. What that means is that you can also be looser with these type of hands.
A 4 out of the window. Igor ahead, but he has no way of knowing that. He has a backdoor flush draw as well. It's probably a check call because Adam is going to continue on these kind of boards more often than not with the king there. He's repping a lot of kings. Of course, he's opened a lot wider than the typical under the gun range, but with his stack and with how Marcus just said live play works differently than online play, maybe his range is a little bit different, but I think he's betting more often than not, and it's more than half the pot on the flop, so Igor's going to have a decision to make with his stack size here.
Pretty interesting bet size from the Adam. It might indicate that he is trying to play more of a polarized range, so that he's not c-betting his entire range on the flop.
And I think he probably will give up now.
Yeah.
But let's see. I mean, Igor has the flusher. Igor's going nowhere now. I'm being asked to say that Adam is an SK. I don't know what an SK is. I hope I didn't call you anything dirty.
So Igor thinking about maybe leading this turn, which would be a pretty fine play because the 6 is definitely one of the best cards for Igor's range here. just because he's going to have all of that, 5-8s, 5-3s. He's going to have 7-6, maybe in 4-6.
I like a check
He's definitely
jam
going to
here,
have
though.
like a king 6 advantage, under the gun. At least in theory, shouldn't be opening king 6 that much, whereas Igor is always defending at least the suited ones here.
And the 6-7 obviously as well. If Adam bet here, though, I think Igor would have jammed. So I think he was probably playing it up for the check jam. And now 2-pair, Igor going nowhere. Igor will probably try to get value now that it went check-check, but no value to be had. Or at least no more value to be had. Oh, I see why I need to call SK, because it says Adam SK on there. But Samir's been replaced with Adam now, so it was saying Samir before. So Igor taking down the pot. Not a big pot, but when you're at Igor's stack, he's happy now probably to be up to 70. If he watches the stream later and sees it was only Jack 9, he'll understand that was the most he was going to get there. If he bets the turn, he's not getting value. And we have a new dealer. So you can see how big the stacks are even now. I mean, it's 1K, 2K now, and we have 2 players with over 100 big blinds at the table. Irmo, who you're very familiar with, is the table captain. Adam was the start of the day overall chip leader. Still near the top of the counts. I don't know who the chip leader is now. Carl, Veli-Pekka, Maurus have been around the same stacks all day. Roberts is a new player at the table that came right before the break. Igor, this is Igor Jr., just won the pot, and Martin, a.k.a. Inigo, with 58K, and Kwang, who may look like he has a short stack, but he jammed 3 times, twice before the break, once the first hand coming off the break to chip up a little bit. He still has just a shove stack, though, in his stack, so we may see another shove with anything he thinks is shovable.
Yeah, I'd say that he is probably one of the, only one of the obvious short stacks here, because even for Igor, like, he's what, 35 big blinds deep.
Yes.
Still, you have still so much room to make raises, even 3 bets, whatnot. So, yeah.
Hola, Inigo. He's got the big slick. It's a min raise, though. You could tell he's an online player with the min click. That's not usually a live move as much an online move.
Well, what that allows you to do is to just open more of a wider range, right? Because if somebody is going to 3-bet you, you're just going to lose less. But at the same time, you give better odds for the, let's say, big blind to call. You see Adam calling 10-5 offsuit here. I mean, it seems like a really, really loose call, but actually against the min open with the antes in play and no rake, this is actually not that bad.
We could also see Adam calling any 2 no matter what, because he could put pressure on the small stack as well. But we're being asked what a shove stack means, and that it depends on the player. I've seen people open fold, with even 10 big blinds, but for me personally, it's usually 15 big blinds or less is a shove stack preflop.
Yeah.
And
yeah, this is just the type of I would also define it maybe like 10 big blinds, maybe 15 big blinds. It's basically the type of stack that you don't really have any open raises anymore, so you're just basically laying all in or fold. With 15 big blinds, there's still some min raising also going on. With 10 big blinds, you're just mostly just playing jams. So
Adam just opting to check fold, not wanting to bloat things up yet, letting Inigo bet into him. And this 4 adds even more value to his hand. It doesn't connect his hand directly, but if he thinks that Inigo could have like an overpair, he can certainly not have to worry that much with some rivers helping him complete that open-ender that he has now. We have another person that knows Adam and the ISOP. What is the ISOP? I'm trying to think. Probably International Series of Poker, Italian Series of Poker, Indian Series of Poker. Probably not India.
Maybe he meant the WSOP. Just made a mistake.
Maybe.
Mistype, yeah. So pretty interesting to see a bet from Martin here. I mean, 4 is definitely not great card for his range, and he has to be quite careful overall here. His betting frequency should definitely drop, And for the betting, for the bluffs, he should rather prefer hands like, let's say, Queen Jack offsuit or maybe King Jack with a spade, 7x, 5x type of hands. I think that this is probably a bit too aggressive, but maybe he just knows that Adam has a super wide range. He's just defending hands like 9-6 offsuit and Queen 6 offsuit, so he's just trying to put pressure on that range.
And if he gets a call here, then it's also making it easier for him to shove rivers that come at 10 or above. It doesn't necessarily even have to be an ace or a king, but yeah, I kind of agree with you that Adam hasn't shown anything out of line. You weren't here for the first few hours, but Adam has been pretty much not, he's been 3-betting a little bit, but, not doing anything crazy here. But Adam making the call with the top pair. I don't think there's really other moves. And we're being told Adam gets out of line. So now the jack.
Well, the jack is definitely way better than for the Martin range, right?
Yes.
Because as I said, like most of his bluffs should be hands like Queen Jacks, King Jacks, etc. So yeah, I don't really like this check from Martin here. Because Adam has a lot of hands like 6-5, maybe 7-6, 4-5, 3-5 offsuit type of hands. He's just gonna have some hands like 10-8 offsuit, that are gonna be in a really big trouble defending here on the river. So I think that once he decides to go for that turn bet, and the river comes a jack, which is a great card for his range, I think he should just go with it.
But we'll be results-oriented in this case, in which case he saved his tournament life by not shoving there, because he's getting snapped off, I think, by Adam.
You think so?
I mean, if he's calling the flop and calling the turn, the turn bet was rather big. The
Yeah.
jack changes a little bit, but it's not changing the story at all that you're not buying into, right? So I think he's also calling the river there with top pair. I agree, though, with the sixes and whatnot, he's probably getting rid of at that point.
Yeah, the 10-5 is probably a hand that he shouldn't be folding, but he might. So
he would at least think about it, but I think more often than not you'll see a call there. You've seen him 5-bet jam ace king. Well, if he's only done that once, I'm kind of surprised. 5-bet jam king is pretty common, I would say, in poker. I mean, you could 4-bet folding. People don't typically do. If you're 3-betting and folding to a 4-bet with ace king, it doesn't work, and flatting a 4-bet doesn't always work either. But Kwang once again finding a decent ace, but this time he's going to be up against something more. Carl is never folding here. Carl makes the quick call. Let's see if his never lucky shirt is actually meaning he's never lucky or not. It's not that he needs luck, he just needs his hand to hold.
Yeah, Carl definitely happy to see that, to be up against ace 10 instead of maybe behind like a pocket sevens.
Both players flopping top pair here. Still Carl ahead with the better kicker. Kwang needs a 10 at the moment, and now still a 10, but a 5 or a 6 for the chop. And a 5 for the chop. Kwang can't be disappointed in that at all. He gets to stay alive. A 10 would have been a little better, but at least he does not have to leave his chair. So it is true. He is on team never lucky. Tonka would be proud. No, I don't play in any unlicensed rooms. It's I'd feel a little bit weird playing on a place. I think Ignition Casino is like one of these unlicensed American rooms. I don't recommend it.
Yeah. What sites are you playing yourself?
Natural 8 because I don't have Alibet. I would play at Poker Stars if I was allowed to, but I can't because of my the family relationship between Poker News and Poker Stars. Even though we have nothing to do with it, we're owned by the same parent company.
Okay.
I was playing at Party before they withdrew from Lithuania. I dabble at 888 occasionally, but mostly Natural 8 these days. I also play friends on Chinese poker app, but that is also just between like close friends.
Yeah,
not.
makes sense. wouldn't play too much with unknown guys there. Definitely risky.
And be careful joining any of these clubs that are going around. I mean, it's people are losing money. You know, everybody says, "Oh, I get paid out," then very quick. You know, okay, you got paid out very quick, but until the day that the pyramid scheme ends, and then nobody's getting paid. So,
yeah, that's definitely the issue with the unregulated sites, right?
Yeah, I can only understand dabbling in that, and I'm not recommending it still. Is if you have absolutely nothing else available that's legit. And even then, just wait till you play live. Don't risk your money. It's enough of gambling. Playing poker at times. Even though it is a skill-based game, you don't need to gamble on whether your money is going to come or not, or whether the place is going to be shut down by the feds and whatnot. Because it's very illegal what they are doing, even though they've been around for a long time. You want to play on licensed sites like Alibet, where you can play this free roll, and even though I am here and want people to play the free roll, Alibet is a very legitimate company. I would feel safe standing behind them. There's other places that you could play that are also legitimate, that are fine to play at as well. We're not going to say that poker players have just one home. Some, poker players bounce around. But I'm very happy with the GG network, which Alibet is part of. The games are good. There's a wide selection of tournaments. Cash games at lower stakes are very good. I can't speak about the higher ones. From what I've seen, they're very juicy, but
yeah, I mean, for the high stakes, basically all of the action now is only at GG Poker or in Olibet. Stars used to be the market leader in that sense, but yeah, nowadays the Stars games are basically just dead. So yeah, most of the action is just in Olibet right now.
What stakes do you play?
I play up to NL 20K. So.
Oh wow! Okay.
Yeah.
I probably watched you play then, because I sometimes pop open the nosebleeds. You don't have to share your screen name unless you want to, but it's interesting that I didn't realize you played that high. That's 100, 200 if you're interested in the translation of 20K.
Yeah, but those games aren't running like that often, and for those games you kind of have to be selective with the game selection, right? But yeah, that's like one of the issue with high stakes is that you don't really get that much volume in. So there's just days where you don't really maybe get like 1 or 2 games.
And what's the lowest you'll play?
I'm still playing 1K sometimes.
Okay, so 5-10 is lowest, and
yeah, 5-10.
do you prefer playing, let's say, 10-20, and if it's a juicy game opens that's a little higher, you'll hop in?
Yeah.
But I would assume that if it's like a table full of really solid players, you may not hop into 20K. But we have some action here. I'm sorry, we have an all-in here by Inigo with the Queen 8, and he's not going to be happy when he sees that Carl has top pair.
Yeah. Didn't really see the action here before. Maybe was it button opens?
Yeah, it was a button open and then a call.
And then he check raised all in.
Yeah, I think that's fairly okay here. It just didn't work out with Carl opening the button as wide as he did. Unlucky Inigo. I will give you a fist pump at some point when I see you outside with your Spanish compadres.
My screen name is my real name, so it's Marcos Vadev.
So I haven't seen you play then. Because I remember kind of screen names I see. I'm more watching, let's say, when there's like a higher stakes PLO game going, and I have like, I'm down to like 2 or 3 tables. I'll pop open that just to check out what's happening, because there's always more action on those tables, as you know. Like the no limit hold'em is going to be tighter than the Omaha, or at least less flops, less players going to a flop, etc., etc. It's just the nature of the game.
So you're playing also the high stakes games?
I am not playing high stakes games anymore. If we rewind the clock about 10, 11, 12 years on Full Tilt, I was playing high stakes games, but it was the 10 game I was playing. So I'm a mixed game player, you're a hold'em player. But I've always been playing hold'em tournaments ever since online poker was launched in like 2001. I was like on PokerStars the first day that was
You're
launched.
a dinosaur then?
I am a dinosaur, but I've been playing since like the 80s, so I'm really a dinosaur.
So you can tell me about the golden ages of online poker.
Yeah, yeah. I could tell you about the Planet Poker scandal if you've ever heard of them.
What scandal?
Planet Poker with
Planet
Dutch
Poker.
Boyd. You could Google it.
I
didn't have any money on there, thankfully. Raise Adam. Okay, so back to the action here. We have Adam raising with Ace Queen. Irmo. Okay, it was just on him for a little while. Maros likely to defend here. He made 3 bets against a hijack open.
No, I'm not the legend Make Boy Finn. Not that good. But I played quite a bit against him.
I assume Make Boy Finn is finished, though.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we do have a 3 bet. Let's see how much it is. I think it is around 7, but a little more than 7 maybe. No, there's another purple under there, so it's 12.5, which makes more sense than 7 for sure. What is
Definitely
Adam gonna do?
Lose 3 bet against
Adam
hijack here,
going to
but
4 bet. You have to remember tournament poker, though. You know, people want to conserve chips a little more as well. You know, it's
yeah, it's definitely
I don't
not
mind
that,
the 3
that
bet based
splashy
on what
as-
I've seen in the last few hours at this table.
You haven't seen what?
Based on what I've seen the last couple hours at the table, I kind of like this 3 bet. It's just not going to work out because Maros has been very quiet. So his 3 bet looks super strong here. So Adam's thinking things over with his ace queen.
Yeah. I mean,
this
this
smells
is
like stuff like ace king actually from Maros. You know, like it doesn't. But yes, he does make the call. I mean, I thought he would make the call. It was just a matter whether call 4 bet. I don't think fold was ever an option.
Yeah. Yeah, I would definitely consider 4 betting here. With this stack depth, it's kind of weird. They are something like 60 or 70 big blinds deep. But still, I think 4 betting is definitely an option here. You know, you have great blockers to the top of his range.
And Kurto thought he was going to let it go. Adam will likely bet now that it was checked to him. Nope.
Yeah, I don't
You
think
see,
he can
there we go.
he can let that one go against like a 3x.
And now
3
he's
bet.
behind. I was surprised that it checked on the flop. Once Maros checks, I would have liked to seen a bet from Adam, but I guess he's only nervous about the king. It's like the one card that makes him more nervous when it went check. But Maros disguising his king a little bit. Is Adam going to try to get value now from his ace queen, which we know isn't value, but maybe he thinks it is.
I definitely like his third check here. I mean, at this point, you kind of have to ask yourself, how many streets of value do you have? So if you go on the turn, let's say half pot and then go like 3/4 on the river, are there really going to be many worse hands that are going to call you?
Now
Not
the
really,
flush
right?
draw is out there, though, so you're going to get some calls from these. Like, he may have like an ace of spades in his hand. He may have other spades. But does go check call, and then very often now it's going to go check on the river. Maris may not realize that he is good, and Adam has no reason to bet again, being he has very good showdown value, and he's not getting called by worse anymore. But on the turn, I think he's getting called by worse.
Yeah, I mean, he can definitely have, Marius can definitely have like jacks or maybe tens. Maybe like a queen jack type of hand, queen 10, potentially some of the 8-7, 8-9 type of hands.
Maybe Maris will bet here. I thought it was going to go check. If he bets, he's likely to get value out. It does go check as predicted, and Maris does take down the pot. Not a huge pot, but still nice.
A pretty interesting turn play from Adam as well, going 1/3 with this type of hand. I think ace queen would be one of the hands that it's just nice to check because you don't really require any protection, right? Let's say Marius did 3-bet you with ace-4 suited. I mean, you know, there is really no turns that or river cards that you know, improve his low equity bluffs. So yeah, or lower equity hands or give ups. I mean.
Johnny wants to know when Alibet is fixed so Swedish players can play there. I don't have the answer to that, but I'm waiting for them to fix it so Lithuanian players can play there too. I mean, they're open casino-wise in Lithuania, but not for poker. And I'd feel much happier playing on Alibet than where I am right now. That's for sure. I mean, it's the same network, but I'm very comfortable with the Alibet brand, and that the fact that they're backed by Olympic Casino. The free rolls coming up, though, for those of you that aren't in places like Sweden and Lithuania. If you're in Estonia, Finland, and Latvia, the first of the two 200 € free rolls begins at 5 o'clock. Password is Tartu, all lowercase. If you join, let us know how you're doing. Bad beat stories are fine for free rolls. They're not really bad beat stories if it's in a free roll, because you didn't really lose any money.
Why is the password Tartu, by the way?
Well, yesterday it was Tallinn. It's going to be different cities, I think, in Estonia. I'm sure we'll see Parnu, and maybe I hope we see Saaremaa. I haven't looked at all the passwords, but I know that's not a city, but it's one of my favorite places in Estonia.
So we have a hijack open here, and Roberts from the big blind defend.
It's just going to go check, bet, fold.
Yeah.
A Tonka approved move.
Ace 10 5 definitely type of board where hijack can just c-bet with a very high frequency.
Maria is asking where you are from. I believe Marcus is from Estonia. I know you live in Estonia, but you are Estonian as well. Is that correct?
Yes, and I'm from Tartu. So.
So asking what city? Okay, it might be an Estonian asking a bit more specific.
Yeah, I'm from Estonia and living in Tartu.
Is there a casino in Tartu?
There is. There is also like Olympic Casino. I think there is some cash games and some tournaments running there as well.
Have you visited the casino in Tartu?
Not really. Just a couple of times.
So you have seen. Okay.
Yeah.
And here, are you playing in the big cash games at night? Like the bigger cash games are in Omaha, though, so I don't know if there's a big Hold'em game or not. I said there was 10-20 on the board, but I don't know if it gets interest. Usually the bigger games here, because of the Scandinavian crew, is Omaha or DC, dealer's choice.
Yeah. In live poker, it's definitely better to be an Omaha player. There is not that much Hold'em action anymore in live games, and I think it kind of makes sense, right? Because if you are playing live, you just have only one table. You know, it's every hand takes quite a bit of time, so you just want to be playing more hands naturally. And the Omaha is exactly the type of game where you can just be more looser. Whereas in Hold'em, you know, you maybe play like 25 VPIP or something. So you play maybe 25% of the hands total.
And it's like maybe even harder to adjust because in a live Hold'em game, you're typically sitting on a shit ton more of big blinds. You know, it's like even for Hold'em, but for let's say the 5-5 Omaha game, I'm not surprised when I see 100K on the table anymore because it often plays 5-5, 10, 20, 40, 80. It might be even a mandatory straddle or double straddle. And Hold'em, it's maybe a little bit less like that, but still, you know, people are sitting 1,000 big blinds deep, where you don't typically see every player sitting that deep. An online play. It means everybody has to be winning, you know, to get to that level, because it's usually a max 100 big blind buy-in at most sites.
Yeah. When I was in Vegas, then I actually studied some of the Omaha videos, looked at some of the Run It Once videos to study Omaha, because there was the same thing where you had these 100 and 200.
Wait, hold
Omaha
on a
games.
second. Don't mean to interrupt you, but we have a raise here, and we have a call by Roberts with the 9s, not a 3-bet, and Quang. This is the latest we've seen him jam. We see him get a few jams through, but this one just isn't going to get through. Roberts is never folding here.
So Roberts was basically trapping him pre-flop.
Yeah, against a smaller stack, he never minds getting this in. Against a bigger stack, he would probably get it in as well, but happier probably against a smaller stack. Will Kwang get lucky?
Yeah. Yeah, ace 4 with that stack depth is
Oh my!
kind of a troublesome hand to 3-bet jam, because if you're like, what is it, like 12, 30 big blinds deep, like none of the better aces is gonna fold, but same time you still get calls
what a
from
flop
like queen
here,
jack or
getting his ace. Getting lucky. I mean, he has about 30% equity. Robert's stack takes a small hit. Kwang, though, doubles his stack. Kwang up to 57K. He had under 20K when he got to the table right before the break. So basically, nearly triple what he has now. He got a few jams through. It never hurts to get lucky. Never at all. Roberts probably wishes that didn't happen, but fortunate, I guess, he didn't have to get in against a bigger stack. I mean, he would have gotten away on the flop anyway. But we will see Kwang some more. I don't mean to interrupt you, but when there's a big hand, I have to get into.
yeah, it's okay.
Got to get into the action. Otherwise, my bestie over here is going to get upset with me. You know, I have to keep bestie happy, or there's no more coffee for me. Is bestie getting you a refill?
Yeah, soon.
I could use a refill too as well, but I could do it during the break. Is everyone who is named Marcus a high stakes cash player? I don't know. Is that a fact that every Marcus playing poker is a baller like yourself?
Yeah, I don't know much more Marcuses. Yeah, I know Markus Leikkonen.
He's a
Make
baller.
Boyfriend. I mean, he's a huge baller. Very, very good player. Friends with Linus Love. I mean, he's my favorite Finnish player.
Yes, Linus is such a legend.
Yeah, Linus is a legend.
Linus, I don't know why I always want to call him Linus. At least I said
if
his surname correctly.
If you're a cash game player aspiring to move up, then you know Linus is always your idol. So I remember like 3 or 4 years ago when I started to study more and move up the stakes, then I was just studying Linus so hard, you know, just see everything that guy is doing, and I've learned so much from him. Yeah, he's a beast.
So I don't think we're going to see a shove from Kwang anymore, but he wasn't really getting out of line. The ace-4 was a little bit out of line, but it's a squeeze play against open and a call, and you have some equity against hands like nines anyway. I'm not a solver guy to say if that was correct or not,
but
I think it was on borderline, so it's okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm not really that sure either, because yeah, I'm not that familiar with 30, 15 big blind poker. Ace-4 definitely seems at least close to me.
Yeah,
like
if it was suited, I love it.
If you get the small blind call, I mean,
because the suitedness gives you that few percent extra that takes the borderline and moves it closer to being okay.
Generally, you know that these type of with a very shallow stack. Let's say you have something like 9 big blinds or something, and let's say you're on the button and somebody from the under the gun opens, then you generally want to avoid these low aces, because you know the opener's range just has so much aces, and you don't really have any fold equity, so you're always going to get called. So then you prefer rather hands like whatever, small pocket pairs or maybe even jack 10 suited.
That being said, did you see my easy button?
No. Can I touch it?
You could touch it, push it. Nobody could hear that, but it says that was easy. Yeah. You could put it close to the microphone, then you can
I'm
hear
always
it.
a bit paranoid, because these type of things tend to give like electric shocks, you know.
This is before that time. This is like almost 20 years old, this little button.
Right.
It's almost as old as Bestie. Now everybody can hear it. Okay, so back to the action. Maris with the 8-7. It's stuck on him. He raised to 5K. Although his hand just kind of disappeared. But Roberts, that isn't Roberts, that's Igor.
Did he open 8-7 offsuit?
I think there's something wrong with the graphics, and it'll catch up in a second. But Igor, we know, had the king 10. So we know Igor flopped top 2. Igor is checking most of everything, so he should be checking his top 2 most likely. He does.
Oh, Jack 9 versus King 10, okay.
It was Roberts with the king 10, not Igor. So Roberts is likely to continue even though he did flop top 2. Igor, though, not a bad hand to keep coming along with because he does have double gutter. It would be nicer with at least one club in his hand. But I don't see him going anywhere to a reasonably sized bet here.
We're definitely going to see
we
the
may
turn
even see
here.
Igor kind of do something a little crazy here with his double gutter because he can maybe, it's a nice pot already. Very often a raise here will take it down. Obviously, we know Roberts has 2 pair. Igor does not know that. But Igor may opt to play it safe. That does look like a raise, though. I do like this. I just think he has, you know, it's unlucky, actually, that he picked a spot where he's up against 2 pair. So now he's going to be likely getting in the rest of his stack if Roberts decides to raise. And it's not going to be all that good anymore. But maybe it will be. Let's see what happens here.
Yeah, once Igor goes for that size, I mean, there's no way he can get away from his hand at this point.
And a jam by Roberts that I like as well with the 2 clubs out there. It's a very draw-heavy board, 8-9s and queen-jacks. You want to make them pay. You're not really thinking too much about the jack-9, but a jack-9 is pretty similar to a queen-jack or a 9-8 at this point as well. So you have gutters to 2 straights. So it's the same amount of outs. Some of those outs are dead, though, because they were in other people's hands. So that's why the equity is so low. It'd really actually be very close. It would be a 2-1 underdog if we didn't have the information up top.
Yeah, I think Igor put himself into kind of a awkward spot here right now. You know, he would definitely prefer to have a club in his hand. If he goes for a check raise, it would also make it a bit easier for him to call off. Now he's, you know, the stack sizes, the stacks are in such depth that, you know, once he goes for a check raise and faces a jam, it's going to be quite awkward. But
so Igor makes the call. The 4 of hearts does not help him. He needs a queen or an 8 in the river. That's 5. It's a queen on the river. Igor gets there. Roberts down to crumbs. Wow. I mean, we've seen bigger bad beats than that, and you know, Igor played well. You know, it's not that Igor did anything that was completely out of line. He just got up against a king 10, and then more than happy to get it in. But wow, what a turn of events. If Igor makes the final table on day 4, we're going to remember this hand, folks. This Jack 9, the double gutter. Roberts, though, I mean, playing hard for a day and a half now, gets it in with the top 2 pair, only to be left with crumbs. He could still spin this up. It is still about 3 big blinds, but, you know, your heart is broken in these spots when, you know, it's not a cash game where you could just reload, you know.
Exactly.
When you're out here, you're out. You're on the rail after all that time.
there's definitely more pain in tournaments than in cash games, you know.
What a heartbreak. I don't know Roberts, and I feel his pain right here, right now. I mean, it's top 2, never getting away from that, and nor should he. Igor doing what I thought Igor would do, check raise that, that flop with the double gutter. You want to take that pot down some of the time, and if your opponent just has an ace-queen, he's still ahead of you, and he's folding to your check raise. Just unfortunate for Roberts. That's all I have to say about that. And we have Estonian Weirdo back. You may know him. He was probably in your chat during the Estonian Championships. That's Myro. Myro Tum.
Myro who?
Tum, I think is his last name. Sorry if I'm mispronouncing it, Myro. But I like to call him Mario because of the spelling. But he's always around. Very good guy.
I think I haven't met him, but hope I will.
Yeah, he normally just stays like in the closet somewhere and then just does streaming. But I met him once in person. I met him
I believe it was November 2016 here in Olympic Park Casino. I usually remember the first time I meet people that I like quite a lot, and he's one of those guys that made a nice impression on me. And Estonian Weirdo confirms. What a hand. I mean, I'm sorry I got so excited there, Marcus. You were trying to explain strategy, but I just let my emotions take over.
No, that's good. It balances out because I'm just a passive Estonian, you know. Emotionless.
I'm surprised you even talked to me.
Yeah.
It's a big slip for
Last
Irma.
time when we were commenting with Ottomar, we were just speaking strategy in this monotone voice, you know.
But
There
people
was no
probably
like
enjoyed
excitement
that
or
as
something,
well.
even though there were like big hands and big all-ins, you know. We were just like, oh, they're all in. you know?
Yeah. No, I like to get people that talk the strategy as well, even if it's cash game from a background, because I don't pretend that I know more than, let's say, some of the players at the table. I can look into their insight because I see their cards. I have an idea of what the solvers do. I'm not the one doing the solving, but I've talked to people that have solved, and you know, we just have conversations. I don't have time to study. That's the big thing here.
Yeah.
So
I just tend to start analyzing things because I'm also a poker coach. So when I give coachings to students, then this is the type of stuff that we do. You know, just like analyze.
So Milas, when did I meet you for the first time? I need to think about this, but I'm going to come up with it. I believe the first time I said hello to you was February 2018 at the Kings of Tallinn. But I could be wrong there. It was during a tournament festival, though, with Estonian Weirdo. It was at the Cash Game Festival. But that is Milas Fist in the chat. That's he's a very good poker player. I was talking to him last night. I said, "Do you miss playing poker?" Because he now works. He's one of the big shots here at the casino.
Oh.
So he can't play in the events anymore. So you see this. He says sometimes.
I've
But,
definitely heard the name. but
Very good player.
I don't know him personally.
And Carmen Elena is his wife. Carmen isn't here this week, but she's one of the best female players in at least in Estonia, but around around Europe as well. Another friend of mine, along with her sister Kati, as well.
All right, so we see an all-in from Roberts.
Not
For
a
2.5
bad
big
spot when
blinds.
you have 2.5 big blinds to have Queen 10 suited. I don't think you're going to get it in much wider than that. And
I mean, this is just an amazing hand to go.
yeah,
all in with
look,
this
it may
stack
even
up.
get through. It may even get through. I mean, you have to call with any two.
Yeah.
What a spot. And I'm glad to see Robert smiling. You know, he's taking it like a man. You know, not. You know, I don't mean that. That sounded very sexist. So I'm gonna take that back. But he's taking it like a champ. You know, that's. And what a flop. I mean, he has obviously against 9-2. He's so far ahead, and he could have his opponent drawing dead pretty soon. Just needs to avoid a 9 or a 2, or it is showers for Roberts. The ace is fine. Roberts doubles up. Back in it with 16 bigs for 8 big blinds. That's soon going to be, though, 6 big blinds, but still well done.
Hope to get 60K still alive.
GTFO Wizard is asking who you are. This is Marcus, high-stakes baller. Plays 1K, 2K NL regularly. Will play as high as 20K NL on GG. I call him a button clicker, but that's very disrespectful. He is. You have to have mad respect for the guys that are profitable in those games, because those are the most difficult games online. That means you know everything inside and out. That means you're putting in your time. You're putting in your study time for sure. If you could beat those games, you could beat any live game at any stakes. So that is for sure.
Thank you, but I'm still a huge button clicker.
You see, you have a sense of humor, but it's like my dry sense of humor when I'm not on stream. It's like if you type in like exclamation point joke, you can see what my sense of humor is like. Somebody do it. Put exclamation point joke. I don't think I changed it during the break like I said I was going to. There we go. That's my kind of bad humor.
Yeah, John, it was only because you didn't come by, and Marcus was in town, and I got introduced to Marcus, and Marcus says, yeah, I want to come in with you. I just did the Estonian Championships. And I'm like, I've seen you before, but I don't think we've met. So we didn't know how the chemistry was going to be, because Marcus doesn't know how I am, and I get a little too crazy at times. And Marcus is a little bit more level-headed about things, nice, calm, cool, and collected. So maybe it's working out okay. And we actually have somebody that knows what they're talking about versus me. So here we have a spot. Veli-Pekka does 3-bet wide, so this 3-bet doesn't have to be with an ace-king suited, but Quang, with the awkward sack this, it's a pretty good fold, actually, with your ace-9. It's open folds, I like that a lot.
Yeah, it's definitely pretty standard fold. I mean, this probably shouldn't... Well, in live environment, of course, you're going to be opening the ace-9 offsuit. I mean, I did it all day. But yeah, if you have somebody who is, let's say, 3-betting you aggressively, then you would definitely feel tempted maybe to go after them with the ace-9 there.
He's
but
been
nice
fairly in line. Like, he's 3-betting, wide, but he's not doing it all the time. And I'm pretty sure that Quang and Beppe have played together before. Not so much at this table, but they're both Finnish players that have been here quite a lot. John, I wish you better luck in the oh, you jumped in the deep stack. Okay, not the PLO. Okay.
We'll commentate for beer. I want that T-shirt.
I need, yeah. Only if I have a beer with you, but I'm not having any beer until the final blind level of the day. Kind of like 1 or 2 over there. So Roberts, once again, could double up again. We want to see Roberts get back into it after he had that brutal beat with the top 2 pair before. I'm on Team Roberts now, Team Lafia all of a sudden. Out of nowhere. I mean, I know some of the other players, but I'm on Team Lafia at the moment.
Yeah, that would be a story, coming back from 2 or 3 big blinds.
I have a story from somebody winning the MPN PT Bulgaria. I'm trying to think of her name. Eva Lazarova. She had a quarter of a big blind on the bubble. And it was a 24-hand bubble.
Wow.
And she won the event.
Wow. That's sick.
But this would be close. This would be close. But this would still be a story for the ages if Roberts makes day 4. But he has a long way to go for that. He is in good right now, but not that good against Veli-Pekka.
Needs to avoid king or a queen on the flop.
We may see Veli-Pekka explode if a king or a queen comes. So far, so good, though, for Roberts. That is also a safe turn. No more drama for Roberts. No more drama. So 2 doubles in a row for Roberts. Now he actually has some chips to work with. He's, he's above 15 big blinds out of nowhere.
Yeah, he's back in business. Now
Bestie.
he eventually has some room to also make some, raises pre-flop, not just waiting for a hand to go all in with. So.
Bestie says that I will commentate for coffee. He just delivered me a wonderful coffee. Thank you, Ali. And GTFO Wizard, Jason, remember username Raptuck. Back in the Cash Game Festival days, I commentated quite a lot there. It's me, Raptuck, if you can remember. I mean, I've been to maybe 30 Cash Game Festivals in my life. I think I've been to more Cash Game Festivals than Franke, in fact. Yeah, I don't think anybody has been to more Cash Game Festivals than me. Maybe Peter Laterra is close. And Raptuck sounds familiar, but I would need to see your face. Have I commentated with you, Raptuck? Or is it, what nationality are you, GTFO Wizard? Maybe that will help me. And I'm pretty sure that's my friend Yanar that will commentate for beer, but I don't know if he's referring to himself or knowing that I, and during the Cash Game Festival, would commentate for actual beer, but during a festival like this, it's much different. I would never do it. I would never do it during tournament festival unless it's like the Irish Open. Then
unless it's Irish Open,
yeah,
then you have to, right?
It's almost mandatory.
Yeah,
It's they won't let you in the booth unless you've had at least 10.
especially if you're doing commentating with Feraldo, you know, and I did one night with him. Him and Picasso, that was
Firaldo,
fun.
what was his screen name?
Neil Farrell. He's
Farrell,
a big baller.
Yeah.
But tournament baller.
Yeah,
I've known him for many years. He doesn't play so much cash games. I mean, once in a while he'll dabble in, but it's not his bread and butter.
Yeah.
And he wouldn't be playing at 20K cash game. He maybe though 510, you know, so it's possible you've seen him at the 510.
Yeah, during September and August, I also played mostly tournaments, because every time you have these big festivals running, you know, you had this WPT, WSOP, W Coupe, then, you know, all the action is at the tournament, so you're kind of forced to play them because cash games aren't that great.
Any close runs at WSOP hardware? Did you come close to a bracelet at all? I think I would have heard if you won a bracelet, so I'm just assuming not.
I've just had so many, like 13th or 15th places, but no final tables this year.
So Adam, who's been a little bit quiet lately, we've seen some action from before. He liked the King 3 suited earlier. King 2, I guess suited is also pretty similar to that. Disguises fairly well, but it's okay. He's been quiet. Maybe it gets through. You can't get in too much trouble with King 2. Suited, if you get 3-bet, you fold it. If you get called, you can rep other hands. It is tournament poker. This is in a cash game. I assume that you're not opening King 2 from this spot, but
no, of course not. But I would also open King 2 suited in his shoes. So Irmo goes for the call with pocket sevens. Definitely a play I like.
Yeah, you can't. It's hard to 3-bet with those hands, especially from the cutoff.
Yeah, against the earlier position open as well. Like, sure, you have plenty of equity against
and
his
Adam's
range, you know,
tight.
if he opens King Deuce suited, but still, do you really want to get involved with potentially another chip leader?
And Adam hasn't played a shit ton of hands actually in the last blind level or two, so we have a mystery hand though. Kwang does have his cards in the box, but once in a while we get a mystery hand. I like the occasional mystery hand as long as it doesn't happen all the time, but it's fun to play along. This does hit the big blinds range better than anybody. Well, not really. There's an ace there too. It hits Adam's range the best.
Yeah, it's kind of a weird board in that sense that, you know, Kwang definitely has the nut advantage here. He's definitely going to have like 5-3 suited and 4s and deuces all the time, which, you know, well, probably Irmo and Adam also will both have them, given that they're both playing looser. But given that Kwang is actually only like 20 big blinds deep, then it doesn't really matter that much, right?
No.
If you're now, let's say, to play 500 big blinds deep, then the fact that Kwang can have 5-3 suited will start definitely to matter more, you know.
And what do you think Kwang has now that he just called? No raise, nothing. You know, I figure you're either jamming or folding unless you're very nutted. So the 5-3 is actually there. Some of the other hands you mentioned could be there, like deuces, fours, the 4 deuce, which he could be calling pre-flop, you know, as well. He could have the ace 2, ace 4. He could have any ace actually, because there's nobody else has an ace. I guess those are all the hands.
Yeah, I think like ace 4, ace deuce type of hands are just always gonna raise this flop. He can have something like, you know, deuce X with a backdoor, 4X with a backdoor, maybe some of the 5X with a backdoor. Maybe he's slow playing something like pocket 4s or deuces.
I think that's very hard though in this spot based on his stack size though. I mean, if you have those hands, I mean, now it works out quite well for him if he would bet there. But it's to play just a bare deuce though, when you're sitting on like 15 or so big blinds, even less actually.
So this is definitely the one of the better cards for Kwang, given that he's gonna have all the 4-6 suited, whatever, 4-7 suited, you know, these type of hands. Although, like, I'm not sure, you know, if you have something like 4-7 of spades and you get an open and a call, or like a c-bet and a call, you know, it's probably a hand that you should be folding, just continue the backdoor ones. So given that the 4 is a club there, then he's probably just going to have the diamond ones, or then like the 4-3 of spades type of hands. But still, I think he's going to have the, you know, 4x advantage, because he's also going to have like 5-4, etc.
He is repping it.
This is a very weird sizing in that sense, that with this sizing is rather representing something like an ace-x rather than a 4x.
And is Irmo going to... Are we going to find out what Quang has? Because the only way we'll find out is if Irmo calls. Of course, he could raise and then Quang could call off. But I agree. I like either a check or a shove. You know, those are...
So Irmo's hand is pure bluff catcher at this point, right? I mean,
yeah.
He's not really blocking any value. At the same time, he's not really blocking any bluffs as well. Well, actually, with this hand, I mean, he's blocking one combo of like 4-7 suited, but I think it's more important to unblock hands like 5-6 offsuit or like 3-6. So I definitely see why he's considering it, given that he also gets such a great odds, right? I mean, Quang bet like 1/3 of the pot. The problem is that this just seems so. It just seems like a milking bet in that sense.
Yeah, yeah.
It's just like, okay, I mean, I get the good price. I'm unblocking all the bluffs, but I don't want to be the cow,
And we will never know, folks. We will never know what Quang has.
Yeah.
Unless we get Quang on the stream. What did you have that one hand where you thought you were... Where it was like 2 4s on the board, because we can't tell him that one hand where your cards weren't shown. He won't know what we're talking about. But we won't know. But anyway, Quang continuing to chip up. He was very short. It's not that he's deep now, but doing quite all right. Marcus will be right back with us, taking a quick 2-minute break. Here's a look at the payouts. This is the top end of the payouts. The payout should be updated now in the system. I believe it's top 30 or 31 players get paid. I should look this up. At least a min cash of 2,100 euros. Folding around to Quang and the small bind. And if he was shorter, he'd probably be potentially getting it in here. He'll probably just complete. He does just complete. And let's see what Vipa has. King 3. He checks behind. So Marcus picked a good hand to walk away from. So far, very quiet. Veli Pekka flopping bottom pair. Quang has a gut shot, backdoor flush draw, nothing else of much. It goes check, check, no surprise. But now Veli Pekka improves the trips. I don't see it going check, check anymore. Looks like a small bet is coming out. So 2.5, 100 more than the minimum he's allowed to bet now that the blinds have gone up recently to 1,200, 2,400. And Marcus is back. Marcus, you missed a sick hand.
What happened?
The small blind limped, and it went check, check on the flop, and then it went check, min bet, fold.
Wow. So sorry to miss that.
Is anyone in chat playing the free roll? We need some updates on free rolls. Even Marcus is curious about the free roll. Maybe not so much.
Just
I'm more
because
curious.
the password is Tartu. So I'm feeling patriotic.
You almost played because it was Tartu, probably, right?
Yeah, yeah. I will definitely play all the free rolls that has a password Tartu.
There's one at 8 o'clock. Should we hold you to that?
Yeah, I can actually play it in my phone, right?
You can play it now, while you're on. I don't know how distracting that would be for you, though.
Yeah, no. I won't.
When I was doing Cash Game Festival commentating, they wanted us to play while we were streaming. And, yeah, it would get a little bit confusing. I would typically say no, but one of the other guys, Brandon, who does still sometimes commentating here, Brandon Allen, he would always play. But he can pay attention to 4 things at once.
I could pay attention to the stream and the chat, but only because right now it's on the same screen. So we have Carl opening up from early position, ace-10 suited, very standard, especially at that stack level. Quang just calling from the button, being a little cash, and Igor completing, which is fine as well. A heart out of the window. Let's see at least one more. No. No fireworks. Nobody getting anything. Let's see who decides to be aggressive. Probably Carl will continue. It's going to be very hard for anybody to come along because Quang has a player behind them, and this hits Igor's range, and Igor, we'll see. Now Quang can actually bet.
Just a side note, I would never expect myself to have 74% of equity with ace-10 of spades on this flop going into three-way.
Yeah, it's
That's
a
quite
rainbow,
funny.
but no spade. That's true. It's only because of the dead cards calculated into the equity here, because there's 2 9s that were dead. So even though there's a heart on the board, it didn't really factor in too much. I like that when it does that, but I also don't like it because it would be nice to teach people how to think about what their equity is, and you know those numbers don't actually reflect how they're thinking. But on the other hand, you know we're in a tournament like this, it should be also entertaining for the viewers, and then we should understand what their true equity is, not from their standpoint, but from an overall standpoint. So I like it both ways. I just wish there was a way to click a button to go back and forth. Or it would be cool if they had like true equity, and you know like player equity. You know?
Yeah.
So Myro lasted exactly one hand in the free roll, got it in with sixes. Apparently, in a three-way pot, getting it in with sixes is not advised. Myro is out of the free roll.
Unlucky. But there will be another one at 8 p.m., right? So
yeah, at 8 p.m. he could get back in. Myro knows the drill. Myro won a fucking car from Win TV fairly recently, so we don't have to feel bad for Myro only lasting one hand in the free roll when he's won a car. I think he's won a TV as well. So he's running hot on free rolls.
I think we're going to see a three-way action. Ermo opening Queen Jack suited. Probably going to get, he already got 2 calls.
No 3-bets coming
standard
on.
To me. No 3-betting.
Nobody, you don't really want to 3-bet your 5s or your 3s. Quang would maybe have 3-bet jam a little bit earlier, but now he has a healthy stack.
And that, I mean, the mix with a 4-deuce offsuit.
I want to see the 4-deuce offsuit somehow take down this hand.
Yeah.
I mean, it is all clubs. No, only Quang has the clubs, so that Quang's equity is high. Ermo has the open ender, and Adam and Vepe, not much at all.
Very interesting strategy. What should be on this flop? I mean, only thing I know is that if you want to bet, you have to bet really small here, something like 4K or something.
Yeah.
It could be a little nice bit bigger to bet that, right? Because like I mean, if let's say cutoff or button has something like even like pocket 8s with no club, and if you bet like 4K, I mean, what are they gonna do, right?
Yeah.
You still have big blind to be worried about. I mean, Quang has to be like really tight. Like let's say Ermo goes like 4K. I mean, okay, he has 5s with a club, so he's probably not gonna fold, but yeah.
But
would
now
put them in a really tricky spot.
Ermo shouldn't feel that he's necessarily ahead, but maybe because he was the pre-flop aggressor and it checked around. He does have an open ender himself. Somebody could have been slow playing a made flush. Somebody could have wanted to do some pot control with a king, but Ermo will have none of that. Ermo says, I think I will try to take it down here. I don't think this is a value bet, folks. It could be one of those bets that turns into a value bet, but not in this case.
I mean, I think, it's tough to say in that sense. That I certainly do think that he's gonna get calls by worse. So
yeah, you could get called by a bare ace of clubs.
Yeah, primarily by Adam, right? Because Adam has like hands like maybe like 6-9 offsuit with a 9 of clubs, or 10-8 with a 8 of clubs or something.
And Jay is going to be giving a massage on the feature table. Jay, I'm not sure you should be moving our signage. Okay, you can move it that much. You can move it that much.
Very cool bet from Ermo's shoes would have been something like 22K, because then the strategy for big blind should have been something like, okay, I have king 7 of spades and I'm going to fold that, and he would have to call maybe hands like 10-9 with a 9 of clubs, so he would get like better hands to fold and worse hands to call.
That is true.
This is definitely something that Salver also tends to do.
So that is probably what he was thinking. I know Irmo studies as well.
Yeah.
And John, who also knows a lot more than I do, does like the bet as well. I like the bet, but my rationale is a bit different and probably incorrect why I like the bet. But that's why I'm a fish and you guys are the ballers.
No. I mean, in poker there are so many, in so many spots.
Hold on. We get into this in a minute because we have an all-in here by hopefully our hero Roberts, who was down to 2 big blinds after taking a brutal beat dished out by Igor, but it gets through, so we will go back to Marcus talking about the strategy, and I apologize for interrupting. I thought we might see some action here.
No, it's okay. You have to interrupt me because I'm not that experienced as you are, so I can obviously start talking about strategy when maybe the whole table is all in or something, so it's okay. But yeah, what I wanted to say is that in poker very often you have many options that yield basically the similar EV. So it really comes down to the opponent or the range that you're targeting. So yeah, like basically there is no like one unique option that is like the best, because every certain option has an EV, and sometimes the EVs are like very close to each other.
Especially in tournaments. I mean, you can have something that's really like a 0.1 big blind difference. And maybe it's determined on how much you value your tournament life. And in an online game, you can always pop open another one if it's like right at your ABI. But when you're in a live situation, you're going to value your tournament life a little bit differently because, you're here for the main, you only have one shot at the main event once late registration is closed. There's plenty of side events to hop into, but the main event is the main event.
Yeah.
So, John, we have a break in 46 minutes. Are you going to bust out at the deep stack before then? My friend over here, John. He was supposed to come into the booth, but entered the deep stack instead of the PLO. Which is great for me, because I got to meet you, and it's been, I've learned a thing or two. It's been great to have you. I apologize for talking over you a little bit. It's just that we don't know each other that well yet, so the chemistry comes over a little bit of time.
It's okay. I mean, you're definitely a legend in commentating, because I remember watching some of the Cash Game Festival streams, like I think 2 or 3 years ago, and I definitely remember your voice. So,
thank you, sir. Oh, yes, 2 times starting, so hopefully not. Yeah. Okay, so I won't see you in 45 minutes. Maybe we get Yartu, or maybe Marcus will stay. We'll see. I promised Kim he could come back as well, but I think what we might do after the break is, if you want to come back tomorrow. Or even for the last day, because then there's going to be interesting ICM spots in the final table. Somebody like Ottomar would be amazing to do it with, but Ottomar is going to be so busy on a Saturday that I'm never going to get him.
No, he might join. I mean, we met yesterday.
He's not going to probably want to join me because he's very private, and he knows that I've been itching to get an interview with with him, for Poker News eventually. I tried a couple times through like friends and whatnot. He may not even know, he may not remember, just brush it off. But I'd love to get Ottomar in here.
Last time we commented together, it was a complete shit show in a sense that we commented for a hand, like there was a hand, and then we started discussing strategy on this and just discussing different options, and then 5 hands passed, and then we didn't even see that. Okay, there's another action.
4 people busted out.
We just picked a hand, and then like, okay, what is the best option, or what would you do, or something like that.
You know what? That's great for the viewers that are tuning in for the strategy part of what's talking. I mean, it's basically free strategy content for viewers, and since it's a very Estonian-focused stream, some of them are there for the entertainment, but many others are there for the strategy strategy portion of the commentating. So when you have somebody like Ottomar and someone like you in together, someone like me is going to tune in. I tune in for the entertainment as well, but it is amazing when you get that free content. I mean, I tune in, John Van Fleet, Ape Styles, he's a friend of mine. I'll tune into his stream.
you know, I'll tune in. Brian Paris is another friend. I'll tune into his stream. I'm usually just saying hi, and then they give me a sub or whatever. I tell them not to do that because I don't need that. I can pay for a sub if I have to, but it's just nice that people do that. You know, obviously they're doing it for their own profile exposure at that point, but they could sell that content. I mean, their content. I mean, John does sell his content actually, but you're getting some for free right on the stream. And not this John. This John is, I mean, he streams also with Oscar, who was in to start the day. Sometimes John's an online player. I don't think John sells content, but it's a different level. You know, John is very good, very strong, but John will be the first to admit that he's not Ape Styles. You know who Ape Styles is, I assume.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I sometimes watch Ape Styles streams. Very nice stream to watch again.
He's just been beasting for how long now, you know, and keeps it going.
And yeah, I think he's very good. I mean, he's also very strategy oriented. You know, studies a lot.
John is getting a break in 26 minutes. You could do 13 minutes. I don't think Marcus will mind if we cut him a little bit short. Maybe then he can even come in after the break if you're only getting a break. So
yeah, I don't mind.
So come on down, John, for a quickie. People were asking about you before. Anyway, Marcus took your spot because you decided to degen in the 330 instead of playing the PLO.
Yeah. But yeah, when it comes to Saturday, then yeah, Ottomar would definitely be the correct guy to comment because you know I don't have that much ICM experience. I definitely know the basics, but I don't know like the team thresholds, etc.
Do you chat with Ottomar like outside of you chat with him fairly often, right? So maybe you can ask him on my behalf because I'm not sure if I even message him, I'm going to get a response, to be fair. And I haven't seen him around in the casino. You know, he's probably here somewhere. But you could let him know that Jason, the commentator, is very interested in getting him in the booth either deep on day 3 or any time on the final day for as long as he wants to stay. I won't even book anybody else if he wants to stay the whole time. That's up to him. His time is valuable. So, as is yours, but I know you're here having fun on an off day, so I assume you look at these things as more of like a poker break, even though you're playing poker, because you're grinding online, whereas where you're printing here, you may win, you may lose, but it's just to do something a little different.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you know, if you're working at home, then it's kind of hard to relax in home, so you kind of have to get away for a couple of days. Because if you're working at home, then you know you always have that feeling that okay, now I have to grind, now I have to study, whatever. But you have an interesting hand here.
Yes, we do.
Ermo without.
But Quang is not going to probably commit any more to. Oh, I say that and look, a king comes on the river. After it went check on the turn, will Quang think he's maybe able to get some value out of that? Ermo is not going to be that concerned about a flush hitting the river either. He's more concerned about other hands, so he is going to lead out. And I say that because he has one of the cards that people would be calling preflop with, or actually opening preflop with for that flush. And he may get some value with that king hitting the river, especially after it went check on the turn. I mean, checking the flop, check on the turn.
He check called the flop.
Yeah.
And yeah.
You think that your king is good here a lot, but then you're check calling the flop a lot with the flush draw, so you may be more concerned about the flush draw than the fact that there was an ace, but either way, very disciplined fold.
By the Quang, yeah. Because it's okay, yeah. I mean, against small blind, it's definitely, you know, tougher to call. Let's say if you are against a big blind, right? Then big blind can have hands like 7-8 offsuit or 10-8 or 5-7 or something. So then I would definitely go ahead and call against small sizing. But small blind's range shouldn't be that wide. You know, he definitely still has some like 10-8 suited or maybe 8-7 suited type of hands. But he's not gonna have like, you know, 5-7 offsuit or something. So yeah, his range is definitely gonna be stronger there.
So some pre-flop range percentages. As we know, Maris and Ermo and Adam, and I guess Igor too. It seems like Igor's been a little bit more active than that, but he's slowed down a little bit. Are all playing on the tighter side, even though we've seen them all open up with these King 3 kind of suited hands.
They're just kind of card dead, I would say. Pekka also playing. If that was suited, he's always opening, but it was not. But Carl, we know Carl's opening here. Ace Jack from the cutoff is always an open, no matter what, no matter how tight you are. And I'm not saying he's tight, but I'm saying that players tighter than him are opening. And Irmo, he may opt to float, he may opt to 3-bet. I don't think he's folding. It's a very disguised hand. If it flops well, you can get away from it pretty easily.
Definitely have to play 69.
Yeah, for just that reason.
Yeah.
I was looking at it as a 96, but we'll be a little bit dirty and call it a 69. He does fold, though. Okay, okay. He wants to
He's
preserve
probably
his
going to
stack.
regret that later on.
Cutie Van Wooty, there's a lot of Lithuanians in the house, but it's not like it was at the Summer Showdown where it was like looking at my local casino in Vilnius, like everybody was here. That might be partially my fault, actually, though, because I haven't been to the local casino in more than a month because I've been so busy. And typically I'm there like 1 to 2 times a week. And then they ask me what I'm up to, and I always tell them. So, but I don't think they needed me for advertising either. It just might be timing. There's a lot of other things going on at the moment. The Fisherman Challenge is coming to Vilnius pretty soon, which is, I mean, we don't have the luxury of good gaming laws like you do in Estonia, so we can't have big festivals.
Really?
But it is, because they have to rent the tables, you know, from the government, basically. They have to pay a lot of tax each month.
Mm-hmm.
So imagine having to pay, like, I'm not going to say what the tax is, but when you have a certain amount of tables and then you multiply that by 10, you know, like you can't have a 40 festival table because no organizer is going to pay that. So we have some smaller festivals that are usually local, but the biggest one of the year is the Fisherman Challenge. It's a €200 buy-in and the 100K guarantee, so it's actually rather nice. But it has so many opening fights, you know, so it's done that way to limit the amount of tables. It's very well organized each year. It's a bet-safe tournament that, you know, it's the only licensed online room in Lithuania. The other ones I play at are pseudo-European licensed. The Lithuanian gaming laws, I can get into that another time, but I don't think they would hold up to EU scrutiny if they were taken to the EC court. So it's very dicey and now.
This is politics, but it's very interesting how, you know, some of the countries where there are actually a lot of, you know, good poker players and that are, you know, net positive when it comes to gambling winnings are copying the EU laws in that sense. So, you know, for instance, like a country like Portugal, you know, they used to be like net negative when it comes to gambling winnings, and then a country like Lithuania will copy its gambling laws.
Yeah, yeah.
So I really hope that they won't do that in Estonia because, you know, Estonia.
No, would just kill. I think they're smarter here. They don't want to kill everything, and the laws are reasonable here. You know, like the online laws are very registration specific.
Income is also smaller,
and player protection is in place, and all that should be in place. So I really like the Estonian laws, but at least in Lithuania now, I think we're going to have shared liquidity open up fairly soon. So hopefully we get Alibet over there. But interesting here what Maris is doing. Maris has been very tight here and the whole time. Carl has also been, though, fairly on the tighter side as well. So he's respecting Carl's open, not doing anything fancy with the 3-bet with the ace there. Against another player, maybe he's playing that a little differently.
But I really like to see that he at least considered it, right? Like ace-4 offsuit is a hand that in theory you should be pure folding there. But he knows that Carl has been kind of out of line, been opening a lot. So he was thinking about going for you know, more of an explorative 3-bet there, thinking that, okay, like Carl is opening way too many hands, he's just going to pick up the pot pre-flop way too many times. But he still decided to do the discipline fold. So yeah, I would have not hated the you know, either the fold or a raise, but I really like the fact that he at least considered doing something.
Yes, I agree, and that was my advice yesterday to my friend Tapio, who was playing too fast yesterday on the feature table, and I felt you know, I could say it now because I talked to him about it already. I said, you made two really big mistakes because you didn't sit back and think. And I said, when you're playing you don't always have to play fast. This isn't online poker. You could take your time and walk things through.
Well, in online poker, it's actually the same. Like you see so many guys that are just like snap deciding.
Yeah, but it's because they're playing 12 tables at once, and they'll lose their time bank or be auto-folded if they don't.
No, but it's not also like a valid explanation, right? Like, you know, you still have some time before time bank to decide, but they're just like, you know, they just take like 1 or 2 seconds and they snap decide everything.
Yeah, but they may have like decisions to make on 11 more tables also.
Yeah, that's true. But I mean, it's, you know, some of the spots, like let's say big rivers jams or something, like, you know, even if you have an easy decision, then if you just snap decide something, you know, you're just gonna potentially give away something.
Yeah, then you're giving a timing tell, like for the future that.
Yeah, it could be like, okay, like, you know, one thing is that, okay, you give away timing tells, like, okay, you know, maybe sometimes if you do snap something, it's more of like an overbluff spot, but generally it's, you know, if somebody shoves the river, for instance, then it's generally rather underbluffed, because if you're really bluffing, then, you know, you really have to think your range through, right? Like, okay, like what am I bluffing, or like where should I draw my bluffs from? Like what type of hands I should be bluffing? Like these river decisions are the spots where you have to do like the most thinking, right? Because there's like, you know, you can look it up in solver later on, but you know, it's really hard. It's really tough to study rivers.
Yeah.
These are the spots where you're just gonna be thinking like your range, your opponent's range.
Solver takes a long time actually to come up with a calculation on the rivers as well. Dark Angel, who is Donna, Twitch mod from around and all-around poker advocate, is asking who you are, Marcus. So maybe reintroduce yourself to those that are just tuning in.
Yeah, I'm Markus Ladev, Estonian high-stakes cash game poker player. Don't have that much experience in tournaments, but yeah, I am playing some at least. But yeah, my expertise is more in cash games. So when it comes to like really short stack or really ICM spots, then.
Now this is my fault for asking you to introduce it, but I didn't realize what was going on here. So you have Veli-Pekka defending with the 5-6, but look at the action on the flop there. So Maros bet after Veli-Pekka checked, and he called the check raise, and then hits the turn, and it goes check check. But Veli-Pekka doing the check raise with no equity at all, hoping to steal one away. But at least he didn't continue when that ace came, understanding that the ace hits Maris quite a lot.
Yeah, the 6-5 offsuit on this flop is definitely rather too loose. But you have some backdoors. You are blocking at least some of the continuing range. So if you assume that your opponents are going to do at least some mistakes here, which, you know, definitely can be done, then I think it's, you know, it's okay play. So
let's say give up after it didn't work.
Let's say Veli-Pekka check raises here. If Marius has something like ace-10 of spades, he should still be calling the flop against this check raise. So if he assumes that, you know, Veli-Pekka, Marius is folding this type of hands, then suddenly, you know, this type of check raise can be actually quite okay with these blockers. So yeah, I don't completely hate this play, to be honest. I think it's justified, but it's definitely a boss play.
It's showing a lot of heart. Yeah,
showing a lot of heart, exactly.
Ah, Julius.
I probably made too many these type of plays today. That's why I bought it.
Julia in the free roll. 12 minutes left to join. Thank you for the reminder, folks. The free roll over at Alibet offers at least 200 euros. There's 200 euros in added tickets anyway, because you could rebuy in for €1. It could be more. The password is Tartu. You don't have to rebuy if you don't want to. You can play absolutely for free. So no risk. Why not join in if you're in Estonia, Finland, or Latvia? If you're in another country, I'm sorry, we have no free rolls this week for you. Maybe I could talk to the boys, though. I think I want to do a giveaway on the final day, so we'll see if there's anything we can give away. Maybe some Alibet gear, you know, like a deck of cards, some sunglasses, stuff like that. Some fun stuff that is cool, you know, so that everybody can have a little something. But yes, get in on the free roll. There's another one at 8, but you have to hurry up right now to get in. So we have a raise to 5,600. Quang with the deuces on the button.
Somebody folded deuces before, I think.
The deuces are already out.
Yeah, I do believe so.
And Veli Pekka with a beautiful hand to 3-bet. Let's see if he does. But Veli Pekka just calls. That's also okay. And Igor is probably going to complete, being how many people are in the hand. You're getting good pot odds to make the call, even with a hand like 5-10. You just have to be careful when you hit anything besides your diamonds.
Yeah, so basically on the big blind here, if you're gonna be completing, then these type of suited hands really go up in value. And what type of hands do you really want to avoid? Are hands like Queen 8 offsuit or King 8 offsuit. The dominated hands with weak kickers that don't really have.
That play better
unless you
up.
flop a full house or something, you don't have much to do with this.
But heads up, those are I like to defend with those kind of hands.
Well,
but multi-way is different.
Heads up, of course, yeah. But multi-way, you really want to have this nut equity, or what I mean, like potential to make like nut straights or decent flushes, etc.
But look what happened here. Let's get back, because we have Quang betting out with his ducks, and Donna said earlier that ducks were our favorite hand, so we get the ducks/heart, and gets it through. I mean, this is a
boss
Quang
play.
Has a lot of different
this is
gears.
A boss play.
Now that he has chips, Quang is showing. He's showing us actually the most kind of moves, I think, out of the table. The big stacks are being. They want to preserve their stacks. Quang is taking some risks.
So 4-way, betting the deuces there is definitely a bit dicey. Ideally, if you start bluffing in a 4-way pot in position, you would like to have a hand like a bottom pair, because you would be blocking, but as the equity is divided between 4 opponents, then it's more important to be, blocking the stronger end of the range, like 2 pairs, sets, whatnot. But yeah, he probably realized that he doesn't really have any showdown value. So if he wants to win the pot, if they just check it through for 2 streets, then it's unlikely that he's going to win. So he just decided to take a stab at it, potentially bluff on later streets.
Carl with a nice hand under the gun. He's been a little bit quiet. This is more than good to open from any position at the table, even if you're playing 12 max. Which nobody should ever do, by the way. But I've seen. I saw it once, actually.
Wow.
I've seen 11 max, unfortunately, multiple times. There's something wrong if there's more than 10 at the table, and 9 is kind of the ideal number. I like 8 personally.
11 max table should be absolutely illegal.
Yeah. That should be in gaming laws.
One who allows you to do it. Yeah. He should go to jail. 11 max tables. Like, oh my god.
But interesting. We have Quang making the call from the cutoff, who just made a move earlier, and Adam defending with the 5-3 suited, more than fine. All hearts on the flop. Quang has not only the only flush draw, but also has a gut shot straight draw. So you can see, even though if the hand ended here, he wouldn't have the best hand, he does have the most equity in the hand. That's partly because of cards that were being folded as well. It would be closer to 50-50 than it's showing now. But still a very strong hand. He could bet, he could check. He opts to check.
Pretty interesting snap check by him. I would have certainly thought that he would take a stab at it.
I was setting up my talk as if he was going to be actually betting, but it didn't work out that way. But that's what I was saying about Quang. He has different gears. A lot of the players are unpredictable. We don't have any GTO bots on the table. It's
But I mean, it's absolutely fine. Like, absolutely fine to just delay some of your very good bluffs to the turn and to turns and rivers. It is exactly something that makes unpredictable and hard to play
against. But look at this. This is the horrible river for Carl, but an absolute magnificent river for Quang. Both players have the straight, but Quang has the king high straight. Carl only up to the queen. Obviously, it was possible somebody was slow playing a flush, but based on the action that we saw thus far, that is very unlikely that any player could be thinking that someone was playing a hidden flush. Carl is going to be in a world of hurt, because there's no way Quang is not raising here.
Yeah, I'd expect it just to go bet raise call, and that's it. Probably Kwang will go
But
to
what
maybe
if
like
Kwang
20 or
bets
something.
big? You think he's going to bet? How big were you going to make this size?
Yeah, 20.
He bets a 20.
Yeah.
See, I agree with you that Carl should be doing nothing but calling because he's not beating anything, you know, at this point other than
It's
a
gross.
similar hand. You know,
Yeah.
is you can maybe bet a similar hand off if you raise, but that's it. You know, if he shoves here though, Kwang only has 51k behind, which is about 20 big blinds. He's never folding any queen anyway, so that wouldn't work. So the only option, I agree with you, is to call. You can't fold obviously here.
Boss play would be to, if Carl would have, let's say, ace of hearts, would be to just rip it in.
But with the check, 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 once again, your opponent is very rarely going to put you on the flush.
Yeah.
Let's see, though. Carl is going through the motions. The team Never Lucky got a very unlucky river here. The Tonka approved move. Tonka is like the team Never Lucky guy.
Yeah.
Parker Talbot. If the Tonka approved move is just... Oh, no. Don't do this. Don't do it. No! Oh, no.
Well, that's
come
a
on,
boss
Carl.
play.
It is a boss play.
Boss play.
Repping that you have the flush.
But I
But
feel
Kwang
like
can
it's going to
never
be
get
hard
away.
for Kwang to get away with it.
No, you can't. You
Even
can
though I
never
would
fold
be
here.
really
One
scared
check,
here.
check, check, check. Yeah, you can't fold here.
Yeah.
He would be getting maybe a queen to fold, you know. So that's what I was saying before, that you could get a hand to fold that you'd be chopping with.
But
Otherwise,
nice thinking from Carl in that sense that I do believe that, like, in theory, at least, Carl should have definitely a flush advantage. I mean, he's going to be opening all of the suited aces pre-flop. Given that it's three-way and he's out of position on a very dynamic board, he should be, you know, very incentivized to be checking those type of hands once or, you know, twice as well. So in that sense, I think that Carl has the flush advantage here, and he's actually allowed to do that play here.
I don't mind Kwang thinking, but he's thinking for an awful long time. I mean, maybe... I mean, how can he fold here, though? How can he fold? He's thinking it over. I mean, I'm just snapping it off, but I'm a fish, so of course I'm snapping it off. I don't know what he is thinking, though. I mean, is he thinking, did he check the flop and the turn? I mean, you need to get values somewhere. You don't wait to the river, do you?
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Maybe you do
like
with the nut flush, but...
especially if he delays the Queen of Hearts here, you know, 2 times. You know, if he starts to think about his range, he's definitely going to have hands like maybe like King, Queen, offsuit with no heart, right?
Yeah.
Those are the hands that you're going to be folding at first place. So having a King, Queen with the Queen of Hearts, you know, if you start folding that, then you're saying that you're folding all of your range except flushes. And how many flushes do you really have once you check twice here? Not many, right? So you would probably be quite heavily over bluffing here, over folding. I mean, sorry. But yeah, as in Carl's shoes, I definitely would have liked to see I would have liked to see the jam with something like Ace of Hearts or maybe Queen of Hearts.
Then at least you have.
Yeah, because then there would be also a higher chance that Kwang has something like maybe like King, Queen, like King of Clubs, Queen of Diamonds or something that, you know, he would be folding.
But now Carl must
hand.
think that Kwang only has the queen. He must not be like, he wants a fold, obviously. He wants to take the pot down himself.
Look how confident Carl is. He's like, okay, I know that you're going to have a Queen 9 or Queen 10 or something. Like, he doesn't even know to expect a King, Queen with a Queen of Hearts.
No,
there.
because most players aren't thinking this long about it. They're just calling
They're
here.
just calling here, yeah. So Carl is like really, really confident that, you know, he's chopping here.
This is crazy. This is a very... Oh, no! No! Wow, Carl gets it through. This is why these guys are on the table and I am not. That's an incredible move. A move I am never thinking to make. Absolutely insane. But there's some table talk now. I want to hear what they're talking about.
Queen. Never like queen.
Wow. That is sick.
Insane, though.
Yeah.
I don't... Wow, I was so confused by that play. I mean, I was screaming for Carl not to do that.
Yeah.
I mean, that was so ballsy, as they say here in the chat. And wow, that Kwang laid it down. I mean, I guess he
Really sick
I guess he
hand.
talked himself out of the call. I mean, that was absolutely crazy. Insane. With the Queen of Hearts, exactly. That's is what Marcus was explaining as well.
Yeah. Actually, now if I think about it more, then on the river in Kwang's shoes, he shouldn't even be really raising hands like Queen 9, right? Because there is still 3 flush cards out there. Both players can still have.
But hold your horses. Our friend Roberts here from Latvia tried to spin up. He spun up from 2 big blinds after the bad beat that he was delivered by Igor Pahela Jr., getting it in with a premium hand, and he got a call from Irmo. It was Irmo opening, Roberts shoving, Irmo calling. Oh no, he didn't call yet, but he's gonna call. I'm just ahead of myself.
Think so, right? How much is the big blind? 2.4 now.
Yeah.
Okay. He has 10 big blinds.
I
to
think
call.
he's calling.
Yeah. Okay.
He's suited.
It seems really close.
Roberts
again, to
would
be
be
honest.
doing this with King Queens, Queen Jacks. I mean, it is very close, but I think the fact that he's suited will make this a call. Maybe because he's getting a massage, not. But he does make the call.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let's see another double for Roberts. I mean, I like Irmo a lot, but this isn't going to cost Irmo any chips. I mean, it'll cost him some chips. What am I saying? Any chips.
Irmo is going to win it anyway.
They think Irmo's going to win.
No matter if
what
he,
about
if
now?
He
he would need like a miracle to win it. Roberts flopping top pair. He also has the backdoor flush draw. Not that that's necessary. Now the check mark's over to Roberts. Another double from 2 big blinds up to 70K, just like that for Roberts.
Back from the 2.5 B blinds.
He could be our Cinderella story if he can make it all the way. Roberts once again, but I'm still kind of dumbfounded by the move made by Carl and then the fold by Kwang. I think once you're raising the turn, you should, I mean, once you're raising that river, you should never be folding, especially you have the Queen of Hearts, but I'd be curious to know. I don't like criticizing the players. I'm just trying to understand the move. I know Kwang is a lot more experienced and a lot better player than I possibly am, but still, I'm very want to know more about that. I may try to find Kwang at a later point to see what his reasoning was for raising the river and then folding. If you're going to fold to a raise there, I guess he's just trying to get value out of a king, out of a queen to call, and then nervous about the jam.
Well, to be fair to
but
to
how many
Kwang,
bluffs does Carl have?
Yeah,
you know?
I mean, the thing is, like, this is not a play that many live players do, right? Like, they're not turning their, basically they're not doing these plays that they're going to be shoving their queen X just to get their opponent off the split. They're just going to take the safe option. They're going to call. So many live players are not really taking this type of lines. So maybe that was something that Kwang considered. Maybe he has more of a live experience, and based from his experience, he felt that he's going to be behind.
This is what makes it so amazing, though. It's not ABC poker, folks. Not at all. I mean, we didn't see too much ABC poker at all yesterday, but that was probably the move of the stream so far that we've seen in the day and a half we've been with you so far. Certainly, at least during the 2 hours that Marcus has been here, or hour 45. I've been limiting people, but Marcus, you've been very insightful. I'm learning just by having you in here.
Thank you. I'm happy to help, even though commentating in English is something that I'm doing first time.
Oh wow!
I'm trying. Yeah. I'm
I would have never known
I'm giving
that.
coachings in English, but it's it's a bit easier in that sense, right? Because we're just taking like a hand and we're analyzing it in depth. There's not like many
This is
general
interesting.
topic.
A flush draw for Adam on the button.
Yeah.
Irma with bottom pair. I don't think it's that interesting actually, but let's just see what happens. Irma's checking pretty much every flop, and then Adam would be betting any flop, so maybe it'll go check, bet, call.
Yeah, I do think
It
it's
does
just
have
going to be
backdoor flush draw.
just a bet and a check call. I mean, Irmo has a
I don't know how he
A3 with
has
a backdoor flush draw.
Yeah,
The trees are very clean out. Wow.
I mean, he is
wow.
ahead here.
Wow, okay.
It's fine, you know. You don't. It's tournament poker. You know, in a cash game setting, that's not necessarily fine.
Maybe Irmo read into the sizing of his opponent, figured that okay, this more of a hard pot sizing is going to be a bit of a stronger range. Tournament players don't really like to take hand, maybe like ace 4 of diamonds there, and bet it like that, even though from theoretical standpoint it would make a lot of sense, because if you go for a hard pot with, let's say, you have like, let's say, ace deuce of diamonds, right? What are you going to get fold? You're going to get folds from ace 3, ace 4, ace 5, ace 6, whatever, with no space, of course, right? So you're going to be folding out better hands, and you also have an overcard to the, to the better of the calling range.
Yeah.
So this is a type of hand that gets bet on the flop very often, and let's say if the turn is something like a 4,
Our hero
it
Roberts
gets also bet on the turn a lot.
Roberts, once again, he can't jam
Roberts.
anymore. He finally has a stack that he doesn't have to jam with.
Yeah, not a
But
jamming stack.
I'm on Team Roberts after him being down to 2 big blinds. It would be such the story if he came from behind.
Yeah.
The players in Latvia probably know a bit about Roberts, so if anybody in Latvia is in the chat, or if anybody catches me from Latvia on the break, if you can tell me some facts about Roberts, I would love it. I love the fact that he came back. I love the fact that he was laughing and composed after taking that brutal beat by Igor. You know, and Igor didn't play the hand wrong, so I don't mean to make it sound that Igor did anything wrong. It was just a very unfortunate spot for Roberts when he lost with that top 2 pair. But now making a comeback, and Maris with the mystery hand is. Let's see if
Jerky wildcard hand.
Yeah. And it just gets through. Is he going to show that he had the big select? No. So 12 minutes to the break, folks, so about 5 to 7 more hands. Unless we have a hand like we just had where somebody has to think for a while on the river and talk themselves out of calling.
Very nitty stats everybody have.
Yeah.
Even though they're playing a lot of hands that in theory they shouldn't. Maybe it's just card distribution right now is such that, because we haven't seen any really strong hands, right?
No,
Jacks,
not so
queens,
much.
kings, aces, no.
Veli Pekka's usually has a higher percentage as well, I would say.
TV table run bad everyone has.
Except for Igor. Igor has the TV table run good. And even Kwang has had some run good. I mean, he folded there, but he's built up his stack. He was super short when he got here. When you do something like that and you found out right away that you made a bad fold, it's often hard to regroup, and I often then would walk away from the table for a hand or two. But it looks like Kwang is cool and collected, and that's as long as you're cool and collected, you just keep on playing and push it aside. His stack is still decent enough. They're about 30 spots from the money now, so you need to make sure that you're not doing anything super silly that may have come into his head as well, that they're getting closer and closer to the money when he made that fold.
Yeah, if you're professional, it's just something you have to do, right? Just, you know, it's you have to recognize, or like you have to know that it's okay to make mistakes. You just can't like, okay, now I made a bad fold or something. You just wash it off and you just take it like next hand, you know.
Irmo. Way to go, Irmo. 3-betting the button with the 7-6 suited.
Definitely a
And Igor may fold his ace-10 here.
Yeah.
I mean, it's Irmo hasn't been like very active, as we saw from the stats before.
I definitely like the
He's
3-bet
out of
from the
position.
Irmo, because 7-6 suited, you know, it does play fine multi-way as well, of course. But you'd still have like, you know, a 7-high flush or something. And it's a type of hand that, you know, if your 3-bet range is composed mainly of hands of like, let's say, ace kings, ace queens, you know, king tens, whatever, of course you're gonna have some higher pocket pairs as well. But on boards like, you know, if you don't 3-bet these type of hands, then on boards like, I don't know, 8-5-4 or, you know, some of the lower boards, you're just gonna have the overpairs and not these type of hands. So if let's say the stacks are like 150 big blinds deep, like the deeper you are, the more important it becomes to 3-bet these type of lower suited connectors.
Who is the co-commentator? Now, I'm not sure if you are the main commentator now and I'm the co-commentator, or it's the other way around, but we'll introduce both of ourselves just in case. I'm actually the main commentator. I'm Jason Glatzer with Poker News, and I was with you for the Tallinn Summer Showdown. I'm often here reporting, playing, occasionally commentating, last 2 festivals commentating. And it's been my honor to be here with Marcus. And why don't you give an introduction of yourself, Marcus, to those just tuning in?
Yep. Hello. I'm Markus Radev, and I'm Estonian high stakes cash game regular. Just having good time commentating, looking at the TV table, and yeah.
And here we go. We have Veli-Pekka. He does like usually any suited cards, but Ace-Jack suited is the top of his suited card range. He's more than happy to open from any spot in the table. We saw him yesterday opening with like Jack 3 suited and stuff like that from under the gun, but he's been more disciplined today, I have to say. Mm-hmm. Probably when late registration's still open, you feel you can be opening a bit more.
If you get closer to the money, then it definitely makes sense to be more tighter as well, right? Because you probably, well, right now maybe not so much. I don't know how much people are in the money, maybe 34. But if let's say there's like 40 or 45 people left, then if you have like a decent average stack, then you don't really want to be making too much loose plays, right? Because there are so much more people left that are more likely to bust. So you're basically guaranteed to make the money.
So Adam calling from early/middle position, depending on how many players are at the table. Quang making the easy defend. You could also 3-bet jam there or 3-bet.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I wanted to say as well. He's like 15, 16 big blinds deep. I think that the king queen offsuit, would be a really nice jamming hand. Would get folds from some of the ace-x type of hands. If he gets called by something like pocket nines, he's still not in a bad shape.
Yeah.
But he just has so much fold equity. Like if he takes down the pot of an open and a call, and he 3-bet jams, I mean, it's gonna add 15% or 20% to his stack already. So yeah.
Especially with Veli-Pekka, who he's probably played with before, knows he's going to open wide as well. Are we getting Adamar involved somehow?
I don't know. He called me, but
okay.
I declined it right now.
Yeah, we have 7 minutes to the break.
Yeah.
If we only have Adamar for one day, I don't want him today. I want to save him for
for the ICM spots.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
It's kind of like dreamish for me. I mean, Adamar obviously has seen me around, but it's like to get somebody on that level of thinking. Like I've complimented him throughout the whole Tallinn Summer Showdown that Adamar was one of those guys that a few of the guys were telling me watch out for him years ago. When he was first starting to play live, he was probably already playing online. That he's going to be something special, and I've kind of kept my left eye on him. There's a few other people out there that I put in that level where I've always kind of, when I'm reporting, I'm always trying to see what they might be doing, because A, it's interesting to report on, but B, also you might learn something about, and it would be amazing if we got him in the stream. Mm-hmm. I know you had him for the Estonian championship, but this would be for the wider masses. It would be truly like a special moment, at least for me, if he was able to join. And it should be that a special moment as well for the viewers. You'd be getting one of the top talents in the game in the booth. Like this guy plays 10Ks online and has an edge on a small 10K field of all ballers. He's really the top of the game.
Yeah, I agree. He would definitely be fun to have for the final table at least. All right, so we had a check call on the flop, and now Adam went for another bet. And I feel like the sizing is a bit small, and I do feel that Veli-Pekka might look at it as
24 into
suspicious.
37. It was okay, because the 61 includes that 24.
Oh, okay. Sorry, my bad. Yeah. Okay, then it's definitely a okay bet.
And
I think at this point, Veli-Pekka just has no other option than to fold. Yes, the blockers are quite tempting, you know, blocking the Jack-10 and Ace-Jack. But at the same time, you're also blocking a lot of his potential bluffs, right?
But I think he's
and
coming in
you
for
are out
a
of
raise.
position. Wow.
Do it.
Wow.
He may have a read on Adam as well because he reverse floated the flop. I mean, obviously there he still has some value. The turn he was counting out chips and then he put them back in. So I got excited.
Mm-hmm.
I got excited and you ruined my excitement, but I understand why you folded there. It's very difficult to pull the trigger there when you're getting closer and closer to the money.
Yeah.
I believe it's 31 spots at pay, but I'll double check that during the break. We will be on break in 4 minutes, so we have 2 more, maybe 3 more hands. And I hope we get Marcus back in here too. We're trying to get as many people in today as possible. I may be alone for a little while too, but maybe Marcus can even join at the break if nobody wants to come in. I know Kim said he would come back as well, but I'll talk to Marcus during the break to see. Actually, I have to run up to my room during the break, so I'll ask you now, Marcus. If nobody else comes, do you want to stick around, or do you need a break from me? I can understand that everybody needs a break from me eventually.
I can't tell that yet.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, if you're here in 15 minutes, then great. If nobody else is here, as I said, if someone else is here, then we're going to shuffle it up, and then this time tomorrow. But it's been amazing, actually. I know you're a cash game analysis, but I've had a good time getting to know you a little bit. You may be tired of me talking over you a little bit, and I understand that as well. But
no,
hopefully you're having a good time as well.
It's been fun to me as well. So Ermo also making quite a disciplined fold there from the hijack.
It may be the massage fold.
Oh yeah, it's definitely the massage fold.
Jay gives like a fantastic massage. Shout out to her. She's a good friend of mine.
I remember playing. So I didn't have much live experience, and I was playing a cash game in Vegas.
Hold your horses. Okay, so we can talk because nothing's gonna happen here.
Yeah. So, and then I was I was being pretty active, etc. And then I also ordered a massage, and then I was like, okay, I was folding, and then at some point I did a 3-bet on someone, and he just open folded something like, I don't know, like a queen jack suited or something, and saying that nobody's gonna be aggressive when they're getting massage.
So that you could use to your advantage, folks.
And
if
I
you
had
want to
like
be
ace king or
aggressive,
something.
book Jay for a massage because she's one of the best. Alicia's here too, who's also very good. And then make some moves because nobody's going to put you on making moves.
Yeah.
Talking over each other in Estonian national sport. No, Marcus isn't talking over me. I just talk a lot, and Marcus is getting into the analysis, and then I'm paying attention to what's going on. So when I'm talking over him, it's usually to talk about something happening, and then we get back into whatever Marcus is saying, which is going to be a lot more interesting than whatever I want to say, so.
I definitely prefer talking over each other than just being silent for 1 minute straight,
That is true. Usually you don't have to worry about that with me, though. I mean, I was in the booth yesterday, and I don't think there was 1 minute of silence. There might end up in 10 seconds of silence. I think the only time there was silence is when my phone was pinging, with like 30 messages in a row, and I'm like, what the hell? I have to quickly look, and I missed one hand pre-flop. But then I caught up on the flop anyway. Colorful commentating at its finest. Thank you. Thank you very much. I hope you are all enjoying it. I don't mind some criticism if there's something you want to see me doing better. I do this because I love it. And I love meeting new guests as well. I would have never, for example, met Marcus in real life if not for the fact that he wanted to come on the stream because we run in different circles. I'm sure Marcus would have been here chatting with his friends. Maybe I'm friends with some of his friends, but the chances are that I wouldn't have met him at least today. So it gives me a wonderful opportunity to meet new people, to catch up with some old friends as well. And this is interesting here because this is going to be the final hand before the break, folks. But we do need to pay attention here because we have the 5s against the ace-6 on a very interesting board where both players should feel that they're good.
It is indeed very interesting board in these specific positions. Generally, if yet again it would be like under the gun big blind, right, then the big blind would have a decent 7x advantage here. Small blind under the gun, you know, the small blind doesn't really have like the 7x advantage here, but at the same time he's just gonna have a lot of like relatively strong hands, right? Like he's not gonna have something like it again, like 10-3 suited or something like that. He's gonna have a lot of pocket pairs, a lot of like suited broadways, etc. So I think checking two streets here is pretty okay play.
And the small bet on the river, he may get the value. He's sniffing this out, then I may get like an ace X, such as what Adam has to call.
Yeah, yet again, very small bet. Adam is blocking some of the potential value betting range. You know, if Veli-Pekka is value betting pocket fives here like that, he's also definitely going to be value betting pocket sixes like that. He's not blocking any of the potential bluffs like 10-9 of diamonds, Jack 10 of spades, whatever, these type of hands. So I'd say that this type of hand, you know, even though it is weaker than a hand like, let's say, ace jack of spades, it would definitely be a better bluff catcher against this bet sizing than a hand like ace jack of spades. So
and the fact that Adam's thinking about this means it was a good bet, a good value bet.
Yeah. I think it's very decent play from Veli-Pekka as well. You know, check on the flop. You don't have any leading range here on this flop. Then checking on the king, because the king definitely favors the pre-flop opener. And then on the river deuce, which, you know, doesn't improve Adam's range at all, only maybe gives him like ace deuce, which you beat. You know, you can still go ahead and make these thin value bets with your small pocket pair region. So yeah, I think it's well played. And Adam's just like, okay, like, you know, yet again.
He's like, I'm only beating a bluff here, I think is what he's saying.
Yeah.
Which is the case. And
but
it's kind of like bluffy, but it's not. You know, it's a value bet by Veli-Pekka.
But the thing is, like, you know, it's so easy to overdo it with like the 10-9 club type of hands.
And he calls.
Sorry, 10-9 spade, yeah. Yeah, I like this call, actually.
Well, Marcus, I need to run for the break, so I'm going to do it because there's only 12 minutes on this one, and I got to run up to my room. So it's very nice to have you. If you want to come back in 12 minutes, as of right now, I don't think there's anyone waiting for me. Feel free to come back. If not, hopefully I see you tomorrow.
Yeah, all right.
And let me know about Adamar as well. If you hear from him, I'd love to have him in the next day or two. Yep. But we're being told by Bestie to turn off our mics, so we will see you in 12 minutes.
It was a pleasure, guys. See you.
Time too. I was expecting that we'd fill, but it's possible that the tournament is 8 max at this point. And I'm being told that there might be a player coming there soon, that I just have to be patient. That I'm blocked away from everything. I have a nice, I have like the biggest Alibet chip that you've ever seen in your life in front of me, blocking me from everything. I actually want to take this chip home with me, but I'm not probably allowed to, first of all, and second of all, I'm not driving home this time, so not going to happen. But we have right now Magnus opening with the Queen 10, Vyacheslav with the Ace Queen making the call from the cutoff, and Yana on the short stack with an Ace 10 with decision to make. She just jams it in. What is Yana? Yana's going to get called at least by one of these players, if not more. Vepa waking up with the ace-9 suited, but I think things are too big for him at this point. He does make the fold. Magnus will likely fold, but I don't see how Vyacheslav is ever folding here. He will be calling 100% of the time, I believe. I will do a lap around the casino if he doesn't call, in fact. And I have witnesses here. He does make the call. And it's going to be showers for Yana unless some miracle happens here. And then now Yana is drawing dead. Nut flush for Vyacheslav. Yana will be getting up from her seat. It was a pleasure to watch you, Yana. I'm sure she'll be getting back in. At least that's usually the case. But she will not be joining us at this table. Tomorrow you start with 30 big blinds, which is more than fine. So if you feel like chilling out or playing another side event, then that's also more than acceptable. But if you're asking what the preference would be, I would play the main turbo one, yes. I would even, if you're around, potentially even hop in now versus hopping in on day 2 in the day 1A. But it's a matter of opinion. You know, Zizzy Sap is saying that that they would rather enter first level of day 2. Different strokes for different folks. Vladimir, though, opening to 1500 from early position. Vyacheslav with the big stack with the trace. Does make the call. It's not a pure set mine when you're on the button. You're very often able to do other things than just say, if I don't flop a 3, I'm folding. As if it was a pure set mine, that should be a fold then. And it certainly is not the case here. Vyacheslav, 3s are actually ahead, but the percentages say a little bit differently because any jack, any 10, any ace, any king, such as now. Now Vyacheslav is drawing only to a 3. A queen would be for a chop. So another check by Vladimir. There's no point in him betting here, even though he knows he's often good because he's never being called by anything that is worse than him. And you might as well give your opponent a chance to bluff into the pot like Vyacheslav is about to do. He knows he has very little possibility of winning this hand unless he's betting enough to do so. And this was my point about him not set mining. It was also playing in position. And a quick call by Vladimir. It'll be interesting to see whether Vyacheslav can bet big on the river and put pressure on Vladimir, and then what Vladimir might do. At this point, Vyacheslav is probably putting Vladimir on these kind of ace-king, big slick hands, ace-jacks. Vladimir maybe wouldn't have been so passive with a 10 or a queen. And it's a jam, folks. Vladimir being put to the test. Can he call here? Because Vyacheslav is doing this with his full houses for sure. He is checking the flop with his queen or his 10. It just so happens he has 3s. On the other hand, he is doing it when his pocket pairs are counterfeited as well. Tough spot here for Vladimir. He should take his time and think it through. Vyacheslav not really giving off any tells here that I can tell. That doesn't mean there aren't any. Vladimir still thinking things over. What are you going to do? I think it depends on your propensity to re-enter too, because if you call here and you're wrong, if you're like a qualifier, you may want to be, you're maybe playing a little bit of scared money and you fold, but I think if you're willing to re-enter here, the problem is you're also chopping a lot, but is he really jamming when he has showdown value with the ace? I don't think so. I'm not sure what's going through Vladimir's head. Yeah, it's not really a turbo. I should have clarified that. It is 30 minutes. Lines, it's twice as quick as the day 1A, but it's still a very deep turbo fight. We should almost not even call it a turbo fight. We should just call it slightly faster fight. He does make the call, folks. The ace plays, picks off the bluff, up to 35,000. Over starting stack, more than he would have gotten if he was wrong and re-entered. That's what I recommend to do, people. Not necessarily call full, but to take your time
in these kind of spots, and don't just go with your first instinct. Just think things through. So open to 2.6K. That's a pretty large sizing, but it is from Igor. And likely we'll get all the way through, unless somebody shows up like Cowboys, like Vyacheslav did. So is Vyacheslav going to play it cool? And Magnus calling with the 10-9, which is kind of interesting too from the small blind at his stack depth. I'm sorry, Bjorn. With another caller, he does likely have to 3-bet. Goes all in. Is Igor going to gamble? Igor is going to gamble, but he's not going to be happy to see what he's gambling against. He would probably have preferred to see an ace-queen than a pair of kings. You could see the equity percentages right there. Just 8% equity for Igor. We are rooting for Igor, though. I mean, nothing against Vyacheslav. I've spoke to him before. He's a nice guy. But the 7-5-4 does nothing for the Jack-King. He needs runner, Jack. Igor drawing dead. And the 2 of clubs on the river. It showers for Igor, but he can get right back in if he so chooses. He can also choose to play the day 1B, which is a 30-minute blind level turbo, or just sit it out until tomorrow and get in before day 2. But I'm pretty sure we have not seen the end of Igor Pahela, knowing him from other festivals. He typically does re-enter when things like this happen. He has a few results, none here in Estonia. Did win a GUK-PT back in 2007 for 23 grand. After, and a few months before, also was on a final table of a GUK-PT for even more. But other than that, the results aren't massive. Did take 14th place in the Norwegian Open main event in 2019, so he's come to play. But Tapio 3-betting with his trays here from the big blind. Jan does have a pretty hand with this Queen 9 suited. And does opt to call. It is for a bit of a stack, though. And you never know where you stand here. I went this kind of flop, even though he's ahead. Like, if Tapio continues with the aggression, it's going to be a little bit tough on Magnus. Middle pair, a gut shot for the straight, but even then, you know, there's so many aces that Tapio can have. It smells like ace-king, ace-queen. The 3-bet very often from the big blind. Tapio has been very quiet. That's why you kind of put him on a stronger range. But it doesn't look like Jan is scared at all and is making the call in position to see a turn. Does have 2-pair now, but it's a scary 2-pair as the jack brings a straight, the ace-jack for Broadway. He's also behind other 2 pairs like king-queen and queen-10, which could be in the 3-bet range of Tapio. It does go check-check. Magnus is never getting, Jan is never getting called by less. And the 7 of hearts completes the board on the river. Now it'd be tough for Tapio to take a stab, considering it slowed down so much on the turn. On the other hand, you're very often checking. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. Right now, for the first time today, I am alone. This is Jason Glatzer from Poker News. Here at the Kings of Tallinn main event, we are on day 2. We are on the home stretch of day 2, in fact. We are going to be playing the next 3 blind levels consecutively, so it's going to be a 3-hour stretch.
Yartu may be joining me. John Kite, if he busts out of the deep stack, may be joining me, and we may have a guest that I'm unaware of. So I'm glad to be back. I was alone all day yesterday, but I feel a little bit lonely now because I'm by myself. So you guys in the chat are going to have to make me feel like I'm with a few people. But you can see the stack sizes. Carl entered today as a chip leader, has about what he started the day with, but a little bit more. Irmo and Adam with very healthy stacks. Maros as well, who's been quiet. Veli Pekka, about the same stack as before. Igor chipped up very nicely on a hand during the last session where he completed his double gutter. And we're straight into the action, so let's get in. A bunch of folds, but I think we'll see Roberts open, and he does. Roberts was on the other end of Igor's success when he had top two pair. It was down to 2 big blinds, but now span it back up and is back to almost where he was before, if not a little bit higher. The blinds right now have gone up to 1,500, 3,000. So we started the day at 500, 1,000. The stream started at 600, 1,200. So blinds are going up, folks. And you can see that average stack of 141,000. 31 players are getting paid, so about half the field. We may or may not see the money today. We could be starting today on a money bubble, which would be exciting, but this is a flop that you want to see when you're opening with 9-7 suited. You have middle pair, you have the flush draw. Let's see if Adam is going to call with this middle pair. He probably will be. There's no backdoor diamonds, but he does have middle pair. He'll at least probably call to see a turn, but let's see what he does. He is making the call. No point in raising there, and you can't blame him for folding, even though we see how far behind he really is. The queen of diamonds may slow things down, and you expect this to go check-check quite a lot, and it does. And the king of hearts in the river will Adam try to rep that he had a king. I don't think that would work very well, so it goes check-check. Adam taking his showdown value, and it's a chop pot. Roberts wins with the 7. No, it should be a chop pot. So I'm not sure the stats here, why it's saying Roberts winning the hand, but it is a chop. The S below is for the split. There's just no plus mark under his name because it still says check. But it is a chop pot with both players having the same 2 pair, and then the queen on the board is the kicker. And we can take a look at the stacks again now. Now Quang down to 47K. Quang was up entered the table with under 20K, but then span it up a little bit to around 60. Roberts we just explained, and Igor as well. So we've just went through these stacks. There's no point in focusing on them anymore. And Bestie, I think, is ordered me a tea, right? So a tea should be coming. I'm switching away from the Kavos onto the tea. Help a little bit with the throat. And you can see on the board that the next break is 2 hours, 56 minutes, and that'll be the end of the day, folks. So it's because there was a break after the first blind level. Roberts with the aces just opened up the 9-7, and it was shown. So let's see if he gets credit for having a premium hand, or whether somebody tries to play at him after seeing that 9-7 the previous hand. Veli Pekka folding the Jack 4 suited. Nobody's showing up or really anything. I don't think Adam is going to do any FPS. Fancy play syndrome with this Queen 3. Adam did show a nice move right near the end of the last blind level, or in the middle of the last blind level, where he got a player to fold the best hand, both players with straights. And Roberts will be disappointed that he doesn't even get to see a flop with his aces, but at least wins the pot. At least no bad beat for the Latvian in seat number 9. So So we're still at a pretty high average stack. It's almost 50 big blinds, about 48 big blinds if my math is correct. So quite deep. Expect the medium stacks to be a bit tighter just because of the money bubble not really that near. The smaller stacks will try to spin up a little bit, and the bigger stacks should be active a little bit more, I think, than what we saw earlier today, but so far I'm being proven wrong in the first two hands. Let's see what Carl does, though. Carl was the day one chip leader. Does raise his suited Jack 8. And Irmo, will he defend with this Queen 6 or give up? Does give up. And Carl picking up a pot. So it's back-to-back hands where we haven't seen a flop. And Igor back in his seat. Veli Pekka over here as well. And Quang as well in seat number 1. You can see some of the payouts. Those will not be paid out today. Actually, most of those won't be paid out till day 4 when the final table takes place. It does pay out more spots in this. A min cash is 2,100 euro. I would say we could see it in the money today, but nothing is guaranteed. I am going to double check that I am correct with the 31 because it's not in our graphics. And I was going to check during the break, but I did have to run up to the room, so I was unable to check it. But I do have this information at my disposal on the telephone, as we all do on the Kings of Tallinn website. So I'm going to check it out while keeping one eye on the action. But it looks like we have a hand here with Veli Pekka anyway. And Igor calling with the 4s. So we have Veli Pekka opening with the ace-queen, Igor with the 4s, and Adam in the cutoff with the ace-7 suited. We may see a squeeze here. We're at least seeing Adam thinking things over. And it's 34 spots of payout, so we will likely see the money today, but nothing is guaranteed. 34 spots get paid at least 2,100 euro. And Adam calling from the cutoff. Carl on the button. Is he going to come along too? Is he going to try to squeeze? It's not the worst hand to squeeze with, actually. I mean, Vepe has the ace-queen, but it's... Let's see how it works out. It looks like we did have a 3-bet, but maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, we did have a 3-bet. It just came off the graphics. So 26,000 by Carl. I do like the squeeze, even though it's not going to work out well for him. Lots of heart by Veli Pekka. Boom! Boom! That's the Veli Pekka that I remember. Getting it through when he's jamming. Getting excited. He is fun to follow when you're live reporting. And I was expecting some of that animation when he's been on the stream the last 2 days, but that's the first time he has come out with one of his booms. And Roostere saying, "Vamos, Veli Pekka." I assume we have a lot of Veli Pekka fans in watching at the moment, being that we do have a lot of Finnish people watching, playing also from Finland. Only one Estonian player left at the table, which is Irmo Kosk, and a Swedish player and Carl, and an Aussie and Adam.
I'm getting my tea. Very good. Very good. Thank you. Bestie coming through once again. I think I'm going to let this tea simmer for a little while before getting in, but maybe that's too much information for you guys. You don't care that I'm drinking tea. You only care about the action. Igor opening from middle position with the 10-8 suited. Igor as well, that's right. Of course, Igor Jr. Igor Pahela Jr. Very nice man. It's kind of funny considering we had his dad on all day yesterday and we have the son on all day today. So we get to see two generations of Pahelas in action. They do play a little bit differently as well. And already, 10 minutes into the blind level, 3 players busted. So we're already getting closer to the money. Just 3 tables away from the money, actually. So it looks like someone else is getting a hot beverage. Shout out to the whole bar team here. I mean, they do a fantastic job. It's a lot of demand going on. So Veli-Pekka under the gun with the 10-4. Easy fold from under the gun. Igor folding his suited rags. Adam also tossing his cards into the muck. Let's see what Carl does with this King-7 from the hijack. But first, I could see a raise here. He does have a big stack. I could see a fold if he doesn't want to get fancy. Irma will likely be laying down his 5 deuce, but Maros should be opening his button even with the Queen-8 being it's been folded around to him. It is suited. He is in position. He does have a decent enough stack as well, although now this is an average stack being how deep we are. And Jack 9 is a fold, and Klang may defend with the 6-4, but if diamonds come out, he is going to be very behind, obviously. But still, you don't mind the defend here. You don't mind also just folding with, once again, the money. I mean, we're not exactly right near the money, but still not too far away either. But look at this, folks, a jam, and this is going to work. There's no way Maros can call here with the Queen-8 suited. I mean, some players might, but Maros has shown that he's a fairly tight player. He is asking how much. Maybe we will see a call. I don't think so, though. It's a lot of his stack. We know he's ahead. But it's not like Quang has done this before. I mean, he was jamming a lot earlier, but not a 3-bet jam, and he was never jamming light. Although most of his jams were just getting through when he was jamming, so maybe people don't know how he was always jamming with something. But well done, Quang, chipping up. Gotta love it. And another player went out, so it's 57 players left on the big board. Getting closer and closer. It'd be nice if we get into the money today. And we can give a nice round of applause then for whoever is left. And my prediction is that we will get into the money today, but that is certainly not a guarantee at all. So Lipa, are you local as well? And if so, have we met? And where in Estonia are you from? Folds around to Irmo in the hijack with the ace-10 suited. This is certainly going to be opened. And it is opened.
for 6.5k. Maris is folding his queen jack, and Robert's also getting rid of his hand. Is Quang going to try to pull another move? Not this time. He would have been likely picked off, and Veli-Pekka may defend the 6-3 off. It could go either way. It's just like a little more than a min bet to begin with. Debatable on what's going to happen here, but I think we will see a call. He is reaching for chips. He could obviously decide to raise as well, but I don't think that makes that much sense with this hand. And it is just a call. And does flop hit bottom pair there. Irmo with 2 overcards, backdoor flush draw, got shot straight draw. I mean, even though Irmo's behind, it isn't the worst flop in the world for him either. I'm not sure what's happening now. Why Veli-Pekka and the action is stuck on him. Went check. It was just the dealer was waiting for the action. At least Veli-Pekka checked. It doesn't look like Irmo has actually checked until now. 3 of diamonds adds a flush draw for Irmo, but it gives Veli-Pekka 2 pair. He will be betting here. And then what will Irmo do? He has a lot of equity in the hand, although some of his outs are grayed out. That 19% is actually higher in Irmo's mind because he doesn't know those outs are already dead. And it is a small bet of 8k. About a little less than half the pot. And it is a call. Nothing fancy, no raise there. And then we would have seen some fireworks potentially. And the 7 of hearts on the river gives Irmo a straight, and Veli-Pekka reaching for chips with his 2 pair. He does check. Irmo reaching for some chips. And how big is the bet there? That looks like it's about 26 into 33.5, but let's get that confirmed. It is indeed 26, and Veli-Pekka making the call, only to get the bad news. His 2 pair is no good on the river. Seems a little bit frustrated with that. He does kind of have to call there because he is only beating a bluff. Or he could have pulled an atom and raised, but I don't think Irmo's going anywhere. And a little bit of Estonian talk, I believe. Let's put on the table talk just in case. Yeah. Okay, we'll turn off the table talk. If we hear some nice table talk in English, though, we will turn it on. Well, nice to meet you in the chat, Lipa. I don't think we've met either then if you're from Parnu. I've been to Parnu, but not for poker. Lovely city, though. Adam with the ace-10 suited under the gun. Opening for, looks like 7, but yeah, it is 7,000. Irmo with the big slick. Expect to see a 3-bet. It's just a matter for how much. The two big stacks getting in a hand together. Adam thinking things over now that it's folded back around to him. He may not want to play this out of position. Irmo hasn't been 3-betting light, but Adam may not realize that as well. May think Irmo is trying now with the money bubble coming to 3-bet a little bit wider too. In which case we might see a 4-bet, but I think we're going to either see a call or a fold. And I think we're leaning towards a fold at this point. Nope, reaching for chips. As soon as I say that, he reaches for chips. So it is a call. Does have a little bit of equity here. Hearts and 10. Not a flop either player wanted to see, but Irmo is likely to continue. He is reaching for chips. Maybe 22 it looks like. Now last he took some back. It's a nice small bet there. $12.5. Trying to price in his opponent maybe. Or make his hand look stronger than it actually is. Very small bet. Good enough to get the job done, though. Irmo now near 300,000 in chips. Adam, the chip leader to start the day, has less than he started the day with, but still a healthy stack with 57 players remaining. Yeah, I'm pretty sad that the Battle of Malta was canceled again this year. But what can you do in these times? You might remember me from being a commentator there as well the previous 2 years, and I was looking forward to doing it again this year as I was invited back, only for the event to be pulled. But that's how things are nowadays. We have to be ready to roll with the punches. We should just be thankful that the Kings of Tallinn is going as planned. Maris likely to open his ace-10. That might just be a pyramid bet. Yeah, pyramid raise to 6K. Roberts may just be jamming it in. We're close to it. Nope, he does call. Not the worst spot for Maris to continue on. He will often take this hand down, and he has the open ender. The ace is still live as well. That's 7K.
And with Roberts' stack, it's going to be tough when 3 cards above your 7 come out and you're facing a bet. And Maris does win the hand. Dealer change. Marcello is back. So the dealer wears a headset, if you're curious, in order to communicate the action to one of the technical people who puts the bets in so that we could see it on the screen. So he'll say fold, 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 open to 6,000, etc., etc. Lots of folding expected to continue here with Quang with the 9 deuce. Veli Pekka likely not opening his queen 3 off. And Igor with the 6-3 off, tossing his hand away as well. Okay, Adam completing with the 10-5. Raising to 9 and taking down the pot is Carl here. Here's a look at the chip counts once again. Irmo as the chip leader. Roberts bringing up the short stack along with Quang. Carl, Adam, and Maris right behind Irmo, and Veli Pekka and Igor in between. So down to 56 players. Another player hit the rail on one of the outer tables. Harris folding his ace-7 under the gun. But Igor is likely to open his ace-10, and he does, to 6.5K. And Irma will likely do something with this hand from the big blind, either call or 3-bet. Most likely just call that. So it goes check. Igor bets 5K, continues on a flop that hits his range a little better than Irmo's. And Irmo, who bricked the board, bricked the flop anyway, makes the fold. Let's see what they're talking about on the table here. Okay, hard to hear what they're talking about, so we'll put the volume down again. Now Pekka with the queen 10 may or may not decide to open here. Let's see if he's playing a little bit tighter. He is playing a little bit tighter with the money bubble coming and a healthy stack, but not one of the bigger stacks at the table. Adam opening up to 7,000. And Carl getting rid of his suited cards. But Irma waking up with the king, queen of spades with the big stack. Expect to see some 3-bets a lot of the time, but he may just call. What he's not doing likely is folding. At least not right now. Let's just call. And Maris is priced in to come in if he so chooses. It's a raise to 7. Yeah, it's still priced in there. So 3-way to the flop. Adam, who opened with the 8-6 suited, flopped a gut shot and a flush draw. Nobody else really connecting, so expect to see Adam to continue when it's checked over to him, assuming that Maris doesn't donk bet, which he doesn't. And Adam taking his time, going over his options. $9,000. That should get the job done. Although Irmo does have backdoor flush draw 2 overcards, he may decide to peel to the turn. Indeed, he does. Maris getting rid of his cards. Jack of diamond turns, doesn't change anything. Irmo's actually ahead despite whiffing the board, but he has no way of knowing that with Adam betting into him. We'll probably have to fold if Adam bets again. But can Adam bet again here? Obviously he would if the river improves him to a straight or a flush. Still thinking it over. He does eventually check back. 6 of diamonds on the river. That gives Adam the best card after pairing the board right there. However, it's not really necessarily that strong depending on what Irmo does here. Well, it's Irmo's turn to be in the tank. Before checking. And Adam checks as well. And now Adam is above 20K as well. ace-8 in the muck. Adam with the king-10. Let's see if he gets back into the mix. It is a strong hand from the hijack. He does have some big stacks behind him, so he's not going to get too fancy if there's a 3-bet. But Irmo waking up on the button with the ace-queen suited. This is certainly a spot that we expect to see Irmo 3-betting quite often from. He may also opt to call. The one thing he won't be doing is folding. He does 3-bet to 21,500, which should get Maris out of the hand with his ace-9 suited. Maris has played fairly tight. Maris looks deep in thought. It could also be that players are playing slower with the money bubble coming, but it also doesn't hurt to think a little bit more about your spots. Even if you think it's like an obvious this and obvious that, you just run through it in your head, and then you, before you decide what to do. He does fold. Easy fold with Roberts with the jack-8. And I think Adam will fold as well. He's going to be out of position if he calls. We know that it's about a coin flip for him based on what we see on the screen. Adam does not know that. He's very often dominated here. And Irmo takes down another pot. The Day 2 broadcast will go for another 2 hours and 23 minutes. That may be adjusted depending on what's happening with the money bubble. I don't think they would end the day on the pure money bubble, so we will see what happens. The tournament pays 34 players at least a min cash of 2,100 euros, with the winner taking home quite a bit more, but that will not be till Saturday. Thank you. Who is behind the Poker News count? Because it was me chatting through the Poker News count before, and I just want to give a shout out to my hardworking colleagues. Thank you, Jesse. Jesse, you missed some fantastic guests, so now it's just me, myself, and I. For those of you that don't know me, Jesse, of course, does. This is Jason Glatzer, live reporting executive at Poker News. I had Oscar Weddy, tournament crusher, streamer from Norway, in to start the day, and then I had Kim Harold, recreational poker player, the host at Alibet, a great friend of mine and a musician from Finland. And the latest was an absolute treat, Marcus, who plays as high as 20,000 NL, giving a lot of exciting analysis from his point of view as a cash game player. We may see more of him, and I'm looking forward to perhaps getting Adomar Lapa into the booth at some point during this stream. But it probably will not be today. But we have Carl here opening with the 5s from the hijack, and then Irmo, who's been a little bit active, but he's had hands, since the break. It's not that he's trying to run over the table per se. This is an obvious 3-bet from the cutoff with the big slick. Carl could peel here. He's not going to be 4-betting here, most likely. And he does decide to call. This is a set mine in this position, more or less, with the 5s. But against another big stack, he's hoping that a big pot will develop in his favor. And a 5 right out of the window for a set. Oh, my. Irmo, though, not connecting with the board. But we're going to see a check by Carl. Irmo continues on most boards. Will he continue on this board as well? Carl certainly hopes so. And Irmo reaching for some chips. It looks about like 14-5, but we will get that confirmed. It is indeed 14-5, and Carl will he just call, slow play his set, There is potential flush draws out there. He may try to get some value from potential overpairs that Irmo might have, or some 9Xs that he could be 3-betting with, like a 9-10 suited, 9-Jack suited, maybe even an Ace-9 suited. But let's see how Carl decides to play this. These are his chips. He came in as the chip leader of the day. Still has about the same stack. This does look like a check raise, though. But maybe not. It is indeed a check raise. How big is this? Up to 40,000. Now, Irmo, unfortunately for Carl, Irmo doesn't have much to continue, but maybe he'll think that that Carl is getting a little bit out of line. Irmo does have the backdoor flush draw, 2 overcards. Really not so much live, but he doesn't know that his opponent has a set, only we do. There you can look at the full payout. But I think it's 34 spots that get paid out, not 32. So I think this graphic is wrong. So we need Nightbot to be updated. Maybe somebody can confirm that on the back end, but I believe it's 34 spots getting paid 2,100 euro, not 32. And Irmo opting to call. He doesn't know how thin he is. He needs a spade, and now he's drawing dead. And will Carl check again? Will Carl continue? I think we're going to see Carl bet after he check raised there. Top money is correct, though, Jesse. Not nearly like last year where this had a 500K guarantee, but this is quite impressive considering where we are with live poker these days, that we have this kind of prize pool and this top prize. So we have Carl just jamming his set. Irmo can never call here. Carl doesn't know that. Irmo may just be thinking about it, but I don't think he could ever call here. I mean, this is a good portion of his stack. Irmo is a super solid player. Everybody in Estonia knows who Irmo is. I wish I could get you in the booth, Jesse. That would be kind of fun. Roostery, the rules on the mobile phone are simple, that you just need to stand up from the table to use it. The reason is that the phone can interfere with the broadcast, like it can interfere with the card reading. So you just can't have the phone directly on the table. I'm losing track of time, but I guess that second free roll is coming up quite soon. I need to find my phone. Yeah, in 45 minutes, folks, there will be another 200 euro free roll on Alibet. That is only for people that living in Estonia, Finland, and Latvia. That's where Alibet is offered, which is why that's the case. It's not discriminating against people watching from other countries. The password to get into this free roll is Tartu. You can rebuy in this free roll for €1 if you so choose as well. So the 200 euro is basically an added prize on top of whatever buy-ins are happening. So right now it's just me and my silent bestie next to me because for the first time today I have no guest. Yartu said he would maybe come, maybe, being Hollywooded by my favorite slot streamer, but he will come at some point over the next week. He is busy playing slots. He can't take a slot streamer away from the slot machines, even though he's here to play poker. But shout out to Yartu anyway. We do love Yartu here at Olympic Park Casino. So Robert's raising the button, pretty standard here with the King Jack, only for Vepe. Veli Pekka Alacorva waking up with the fish hooks from the big blind. This is going to be a weird spot for Roberts based on his sack size, and he knows that Veli Pekka, based on if he was watching the stream yesterday, he's capable of making moves, so he doesn't necessarily have to make the jacks. But Vepa all in. Roberts, who was down to 2 big blinds after the bad beat about 2 hours ago, made a comeback, but now is short once again. Will he make a call? Will he find another spot? It could be his turn to deliver a bad beat if he makes a call, or he could hit the rail. I like Vepa's move here.
That was the honest mistake I made. Come on, guys. You want to watch the stream? You the stream, man.
I hear people on the table saying something about the stream, but I'm going to turn down the volume. And Roberts does make the fold. He's down to 12 big blinds. I almost now prefer a jam there, but it wouldn't have worked out quite well because Vepa is going to call with the jacks 100% of the time. He is a regular here at Olympic Park Casino. Hasn't been around the last 2 years. Either he's been busy or because of what's going on in the world. When I talked to Matthias Siljander yesterday, I said, hey, Jason, it's been a long time. I said, I've been here. Where have you been? He says, it hasn't been because of the virus, even though I'm usually at all the events. It's just because I've been busy during the festivals. He is a Finnish baller, though. I don't know if he's still in the event, but he's always deep in these events, so I wouldn't be surprised. I'll take a look at who is left before we start tomorrow's stream. I don't want to get any spoilers myself, because if I pull up the results, I could get spoilers on this table as well. But I'd like to have him potentially in the stream as well. He's his English is fantastic. He's a very aggressive Finnish player. And Kwang here with the Queen 9 on the button. Kwang also came in as a short stack. Chipped up quite nicely just with some jams early on. But now down to 15 big blinds, opting to just open to 7.5K. A 2.5x from the button, and that should work. Igor may get sticky, though. Nope, Igor gets sticky. And once again, for those of you just tuning in, that's Igor Pahela Jr. His father was on the stream yesterday, so now we get to see how the son is playing. And Igor could potentially snag this away if he so chooses, but he doesn't know that. Although Kwang does have quite a lot of equity in this hand with the best hand currently and a gut shot. But now Kwang is going absolutely nowhere. I mean, we did see him fold the straight before, but I don't think we will see it again. He does not have the check mark yet because Igor can get a queen for the chop, but this is as good as it gets. He is all in. Will Igor make the call thinking that his 9 is good for a gut shot? Even so, is he getting the proper odds to do so? Igor is a very smart player. Does make the wise lay down, and Kwang now up to this high point, at least at this table, up to 68,000. Kwang Don from Finland. And here's a look at the chip counts. Carl back on top. He started the day as the overall chip leader. I don't think 282,000 would give him the chip lead, but I don't know what the stacks are on the outer tables. But certainly has the chip lead back at the feature table. Irma, once again, over 200,000. Adam has been near the top of the chip counts all day long as well. I need to find out a little bit more about Adam. I do recognize him, but how he's here from Australia, I am very, very curious about. So I'll see after the stream if he hangs around. If not, maybe I will seek him out before we start tomorrow, depending on how things go. Irmo now opening it up a little bit wider than before. And Robert showing some heart. Doesn't care that we're getting closer to the bubble. We're not that close enough where he can just be folding his way in. This is a perfect, ideal spot for him. Irmo hasn't been opening that wide from early position, but this time he was. If nobody wakes up with a hand, it will get through. And as they say, easy game. Irmo doesn't look too happy with himself at the moment, but that just might be a little bit of Hollywooding. Irma still has a very healthy stack, and Roberts, our hero from Latvia, who is down to about 2 big blinds, is up to 50K now. It's been a little bit tighter today on the VPIP, as you can see from the stats that stands for voluntary put into pot. Those are frequency stats, so that means how often players are putting in chips pre-flop when they don't have to. And pre-flop raise stats is self-explanatory. And there's no surprise here with Maris is being very, very tight. The structure here allows that to be the case with 1 hour blind levels, and he's sitting on a healthy stack. Players play differently. That's what makes poker great. And Irmo is going to open here with the Queen-Jack suited. Let's see if anybody else wakes up with a hand. We know Maris is going to be mucking this based on what he's done in the past. Let's see what Quang does. It's not a very strong ace. It does muck it. Vepa also mucks. Igor with the King-6 on the button. Into the muck. And Carl will likely at least see a flop, but maybe he will 3-bet. I do not think he will fold, but it is an under-the-gun open, so you don't necessarily blame if he wants to fold. He is the chip leader at the table. He could even push around the stack like Irmo if he wants, although that gets a little bit risky when you're wrong. It does look like he's taking a safe route with the call. Oh my, Irmo flopping the world here. Chips for Irmo. I don't think he'll get any value from them though. It's not the worst flop for Carl to decide to check raise, even though he whiffed it, but I think it's just going to go check bet fold, and indeed it does. And we're down to 53 players, so another 19 out, and we are in the money, folks, for 2,100 euros. I'd like to see the money reached before we go offline today. That would be very nice that the players can go to sleep knowing whether they're in the money or not. It may not be nice for the person that bubbles to go to sleep knowing that they bubbled, but for the majority of the people, it'll be nice for them. I have my bestie over here laughing at that one. I'm without my co-commentator. I should almost invite Bestie over here for some commentating, but Bestie is busy with making clips and doing other things. He's quite busy. And we have Maris here with the 10s into the gun. We're going to see him do something. He's been very tight, but this is an open for the tightest of tight players and does do a min raise for 6,000. Let's see if anybody else wakes up with something. And look at this, Quang Don with the big slick. I think we're going to see some fireworks. It is a jam for 68,000. Let's see if this folds back around to Maris, and Maris will likely make the call, but if he folds and wants to conserve his stack, that is also possible. But this hand is too strong. Quang has been jamming quite a lot, and Maris is asking for a count. It is for about half his stack. That's a tough spot. And Maros is saying, now I have a real hand. I'm going to put on the table volume in case he says something else. Let's see what Maris decides to do here. He's counting on his chips. I think against Quang's aggressiveness earlier at the feature table, we will see a call, but Maris is also the tightest player at the table, so I won't be surprised either way. Thinking things through, that's always a wise decision. We are deep in the event. This is what I spoke to about Tapio last night, is it never hurts to take a moment to think things through. It's live poker. You have your time. It is our blind levels. I think at the end of the day, Maros is going to call. I think even type players will call here. Quang would be doing this with lower pocket pairs. He does make the call, folks. It will be flipping, and it's Quang at risk for his tournament life. Maros could be winning a big pot. If not, he will be down to 88,000. Let's see how this plays out, folks. So far, so good for the big stack. Quang needing an ace or a king. A 4 of hearts on the turn does not do the trick. Needs an ace or a king to survive. There's 5 of them left in the deck with the king of spades in someone else's hand. The jack of clubs on the river. Maros wins the hand up to 232,000, and Quang Dong, his day ends. It was a pleasure watching you play. Unfortunately, you did not make the money. Plenty of side events for you to get into. Good game, Quang. Can't blame that play. You have big slick. You got a 3-bet jam there. Not close enough to the money yet. Still 18 players away. Maris taking his time, thinking things out, making the call, and winning the flip to chip up to 232,000. Near the chip lead at the table, with Carl holding 271,000 in chips. Igor with the ducks opening up from the hijack, and Carl now with the ladies. We will see a 3-bet by Carl. How much is the 3 bet gonna be?
Great.
19,000. Irma throws his rags away, and Maros now with an ace. Is Maros going to get a little more feisty now that he has some more chips? No, he does not. Back to Igor. Is he going to peel? He's all in! Igor! Oh no, Igor! Oh no. I mean, Carl is loving this, but our local base here in Estonia, not so much. This is Donna's favorite hand with the ducks. So far, so good for the queens. I hope it's not showers for Igor. A 9 for the chop then, and I don't have to be playing favorites. We'll root for the 9. And the 9 on the river, oh my god. Wow. Igor getting lucky once again. That's the second time he's been at risk to get lucky. First time was with the double gutter to leave Roberts very short on chips before Roberts made a little bit of a comeback. And this time against Carl. Carl would have been close to 400,000 of chips. Igor twice saving himself from going on the rail. And that's poker, folks. It's not just online poker where you see these runouts. Keep that in mind. There's live poker too. So the next time you say online poker is rigged, then you might as well say live poker is rigged as well. Wow. And we saw that Maris actually had a 9 in his hand. I don't know if there were other 9s out there, but Maris did fold that ace-9 in the big blind. Wow. Having a good time these last 2 hands, though. And Jesse has a hat that says live poker is rigged. I'm not surprised, Jesse. Jesse also has an amazing Batman picture of himself. I don't know if people can see that or not. But Jesse has played poker in Reno wearing a Batman costume. I got to see the pic recently, and I was just on the floor laughing. Jesse and I have been working on a project together where thankfully Jesse is helping out quite a lot. And I appreciate Jesse on many levels, but even more so during the next week or so. But Jesse Fullen is an amazing commentator himself. He's worth checking out. You may know him from the Run Up Reno. You may know him from the recent WSOP broadcast, though, also on Poker News. I've always enjoyed watching Jesse stream. I'm usually in his chat box, but under my screen name, Wacky Jackson, having a little bit of fun with him. When it's late night for him over Vegas and early for me in Vilnius, Lithuania. Now it's the other way around. Now it is early for Jesse. I wouldn't say it's quite late for me, though. I don't know. It might seem that way because I got up quite early to take care of some work and to have a meeting as well, to have breakfast, so the usual bits.
After 2 days, someone from outside.
And Marcello, the dealer, having a little fun. One of my favorite dealers right now from Italy, Marcello. Such a nice guy. I mean, if you ever see Marcello around, you can always just go and have a chat with him, no matter who you are. He's an amazing person. So Maris on the button. He's going to open with this ace-8 of hearts. I'd be very shocked if not. It's a question for how much is his raising size. It's been so infrequent that we've seen him open.
Raise 6,000.
It's been a min bet pretty much every time, though, that we have. Now that memory is serving me correct. He's the only one min raising. And Vepa likes to defend wide. The queen and the 4 are both live, so why not? And as you can see from the big board, the blinds are going to go up after this hand. An ace out of the window, 2 hearts, dream situation from Maris. Not so much for Veli-Pekka. But it's easy for Veli-Pekka to get away from this hand. And Maris disguising how strong his hand is. And the 7 pairing the board on the turn. Will Vepa try to rep that he has a 7? He has more 7s in his range than his opponent, but it is still 2 flush draws on the board. Maris has all the aces, all the kings, and does opt to check. Maris trying to now get some value for his hand on the turn, but I don't think there's any to be had. But there was none to be had no matter what happens here, I believe. If Veli-Pekka wasn't going to lead on the turn, maybe he would lead out on the river, but I don't think so. And the blinds have gone up to 2,000, 4,000. It's the penultimate blind level of day 2. The final blind level will be 2,500, 5,000. Once again, there's a big blind ante. So it's 8,000 chips going in every time you're in the big blind. 4,000 in the ante, 4,000 in front of you. And the Tonka fan here, Adam, Carl, is with the ace-queen. Adam already folded his rags. I think that's to 10. Indeed it is. And Maris with the ace-jack suited. What's he going to do here? He has some chips now. Carl has been active, but not super active. He could call, he could 3-bet. He does make a 3-bet, which looks strong coming from Maris. I don't see Carl getting away quite yet. I don't think Tonka would approve of a fold. You have to represent Team Never Lucky and just get it lucky. We could see a 4-bet by Carl, too. His hand is pretty strong, and Maris was active the last hand. But we see a fold. Well done, Maris. Getting the better hand to fold, using his image wisely.
Never lucky, but sometimes lucky.
Never lucky, but sometimes lucky, he said. So with the Swedish representative at the table, and Pearl still the chip leader, but Maris from Romania closing in on that gap. Only a couple big blinds behind now after winning a few hands since we got back from the break. I think Maris just needed me to throw out all the guests and do this on my own. And he has some run good, some play good. It is a pretty talented group of players we have left here, but that's no surprise when the field has been trimmed down to 52 out of almost 300 entry field. Okay, we see Maris now. If he opens here, then I'll give him a huge shout out, but no, it goes into the muck. Vepa is going to be opening a lot of buttons, so we don't know what his cards are yet. Queen 6, I won't be surprised to see an open here, even at his stack depth. You can easily get away. He does fold though, so he's playing a lot tighter now that we're getting closer to the bubble. Igor completed. Igor is not one afraid to take risks, but this is the big risk. It's just completing the blinds. This is actually ahead of Adam's 9-8. I won't be surprised if Adam actually raises here to put pressure on Igor. He did it once before with a similar hand, but not this time. Seven out of the window. A bunch of clubs, no other player having clubs, so even though Adam did hit the middle pair, it's not necessarily the flop he wants to see with 9-8. It is just a min bet though, so I think we'll at least see something. Yeah, we see a call. Not the worst turn for Adam. Now has a gut shot straight draw to go along with his second pair. Igor checking. Is Adam going to try to take down the pot here? It wouldn't necessarily be that much of a value bet. I guess he's getting the clubs to pay to see the river. We know Igor has no clubs. Adam does not. Maybe he's also hoping to get some sevens to call along. He is making a bet. About 3/4 of the pot. It's 12. It's 60% of the pot. It looked like 15, but he shouted 12 and a snap fold by Igor. No point in playing around any longer. The trays for Barros. This would not be a hand we would see him open up before, but we won't see him open it up now. Robert's opting not to jam his 10 big blind stack with the suited connectors. Maybe we'll try to squeak into the money. I need to see the board to see how many players away we are at this point. Igor raising the button with the ace. Probably might get through. I don't see why Carl would even defend here with the jack deuce. I guess against a shorter stack he might want to, but does what I think he would do. We're down to 51 players, so 17 away. So players are going out at a slower pace now. We may not see the money today, but we still have some time. We have about 100 minutes left before the end of the day, assuming that hand for hand doesn't happen. I know if it's the pure bubble on hand for hand, they're just going to play it out until the money, but I don't know what they're going to do if they're 2 or 3 off the money. I'm guessing then the players will come back and we'll see the money early on tomorrow's stream. But Maros and Carl now neck and neck. Irmo and Adam not too far behind. Then we have Veli-Pekka and the next group of players. Some quick folds. Igor opening up with about a 25 big blind stack, opening to 10K. Carl with the ducks. A little quack quack. Does call, and Irmo, not the best suited connectors in the world, but it's not expensive to see a flop at least. I don't think we'll see a 3-bet, and I don't think we'll see a fold. But I won't be surprised if we see something different than what I said. It is a call. And a 4 out of the window hits Irmo right away, but Igor with top pair. Igor was the one that opened from the cutoff. We'll likely check around to him. I don't think we're going to see a dunk bet here from Irmo. It is a check, and Igor, he's continuing when he misses. He's certainly going to continue with top pair, I believe. There's too many cards that will make his top pair no longer top pair anymore. Not with the hands that his opponents have, but in general speaking. And we'll see if Irmo decides to call with bottom pair and reevaluate on the turn. Now it does make the fold. Igor taking down the pot. Igor showed a lot of heart today. And I'm glad Roberts is using a fork and knife at the table, not his hands. There is no dinner break on day 2, and I don't think there is one on... There may be one on day 3, but I don't think there will be. It depends on how many players are left, etc., etc. The final day on Saturday, there usually is a dinner break. So he must have gotten a little bit hungry. I can't tell what he's eating there. It looks like there's some veggies on his plate, though. And this is what, it must be spinach like Popeye, that green stuff, because we have a jam from under the gun with the ace-2, feeling like he's Popeye, feeling like he's Superman. He sees an ace, maybe didn't look at the deuce. Of course, he is the big blind next, where it would cost him 8K, but look at this, Carl waking up with the jacks. This could be showers for Carl. Could be showers. I mean, for Roberts. Roberts is stuck around after being down to 2 big blinds about 3 hours ago, coming back. Maybe it's his turn for a suck out. But we know Carl's not going anywhere on the button. It's just a question of how he plays the jacks. Is he just going to call? Is he going to raise? Is he going to jam? That is what we have to wait and see. Or does he feel like being on Team Never Lucky means the jacks go in the muck? I do not think so. He does call. There's no reason for Irmo to come along as well with the King-6 and comes to the same conclusion. And Maris, we know how he's been playing. I believe he will be folding this 10-9 suited. He does. And it is a showdown, folks. Roberts needs an ace. He may be able to get some other draws as well to a wheel, maybe something else as well. So not just an ace, but mostly an ace, but no ace out of the window at least. Oh my! Roberts' turn to suck out. Perhaps if there's no jack on the turn and no jack on the river, then Roberts will double up, getting closer to that money bubble.
You have more
8 of spades on the river. It is Robert's turn. He can no longer feel bad about getting sucked out on by Igor because it was his turn to suck out on Carl. And Carl now back to a little bit less than what he started the day with, but still quite healthy. Roberts now, though, on his high point of the day at 96.4 thousand, of 24 big blinds stacked with blinds at 2,000, 4,000. Here's a look at the chip counts. Igor with 126, Veli-Pekka with about the same, Irmo with 194, Adam with a little bit more, Carl with 204, and Maris with the 247,000 chips. The tightest player on the table when we look at the stats, and we've been watching him play, now is the table captain. Let's see if that changes anything. With 50 players remaining, 34 getting paid at least a min cash of 2,100 euro. Once again, folks, we're getting closer to that time for the free roll at 8 o'clock. You can see all the information on the screen. Come join the free roll at Alibet. It's for players in Estonia, Finland, and Latvia. That's where Alibet is available. Password is Tartu, all lowercase. If you enter the free roll, please let us know how you're doing. It's absolutely free to play, no reason not to get into it. 200 euros of tickets on the line. I would play if I could, but I do not have an account at Alibet, living in Lithuania myself. Maybe one day soon Alibet will be able to offer poker in Lithuania, but rules are being discussed and changes are perhaps being made. We will see what actually the final decision is there. 5 left in the first one. Thanks for the update, Lipa. That's impressive that it's still going on. So these free rolls must have decent enough structures. I mean, that's nearly 3 hours in, so that's very good. Lipa, are you registered for the second one?
I don't like that hand. Sorry? I don't like the queen.
I don't like that. Did you think something? Were you thinking? No?
Ma ei vaidle vastu seda millelegi, ma just ütlen, et see on nagu either way võib-olla, aga see ei ole nagu nii, nagu see enne tegi.
Oh, you're in the top 5 in the first one. Go, Lipa. Lipa is still alive. What are the prizes for the top 5? Because I can't log into the client to see. What have you secured already? And what is up top? Well done, Lipa. I'm glad to see someone that's been with us all day today and yesterday as well. Still at a free roll with 5 left. That is very good. So Igor raising under the gun, getting a little feisty now. And he picked up some chips. We're 15 away from the bubble. Right now, Donna, it's just me. Finally alone. Nobody wants to be with me anymore. We may get Yard 2 in later, but I don't mind doing the home stretch myself. I did all day yesterday by myself. We had some amazing guests earlier, though, as you know. Carl making the call from the hijack with the ace-4 suited, and Veli-Pekka may defend. He indeed does from the big blind. He does like any 2 suited cards, as we saw from the stream yesterday. Any 2 suited from any position, but he's been playing a little bit different. And this isn't the worst flop in the world for Carl. Igor checking, and Carl with the flush draw, 1 over card. May try to take it down here. He did just take a bad beat with the jacks against Roberts a few hands ago. Or Donna, were you asking who I was? Because my voice is a little bit off today. I do have a bit of a stuffy nose, which is why I'm drinking this tea, which is very good. So pretty standard there, other than maybe Igor's open. But Igor tends to switch things up quite a lot. So an Ollie Bet Poker Series ticket for the top 3. Is there any difference between finishing in 3rd or 1st? Or are you just going for that top 3? I wish now there was a way I could get your table up in like one of these corners so we can have that along the side and rail you along with railing this table. It is exciting that someone in our chat that's been very active is still in that free roll. Ace King suited under the gun, such a beautiful hand. Definitely deserves a raise. A small amount of money difference. Okay, so go for the top 3. That's a podium finish. Difference is €3, and if it's a €55 ticket, you're right, it's really not that much. The big difference is going to be between 4th and 3rd. And what's your stack like, Lipa, compared to others? What place are you in? It's almost like a satellite now. I mean, it's 5 left, and you want to finish in the top 3. I know you've locked up something, but still. And Igor defending with the ace-10. So you've locked up an €11 ticket, so at least something if things don't work out. Very, very nice. And will Adam continue? He was the under the gun opener. He doesn't have too many 9s, but he has a lot of overpairs in his range, not just the ace-king. Now, if it was earlier on in the tournament, this would not be the worst spot in the world for Igor to check raise. But right now, I'm not surprised that it is a check call. Oh, and you're second, Lipa. Very nice. Well, best of luck. Oh, my. Igor, slapped in the face with the deck, has top 2 now with his ace-10. Adam not falling for the bait. Oh, wow. Igor with the full house. And Adam is probably going to think that his ace is okay here, considering it went check, bet, call on the flop when there were no 10s on the board. Only for 2 10s to come on the turn in the river. It is a big bet, though. It was 25,000 into about 36. And Adam may want to preserve his chips. We'll see. If it was earlier on, I think Adam would call. Perhaps no. He feels differently, but maybe against a player like Igor, who is capable of making moves. In this case, he has the goods. Igor is spoken for, Dark Angel. I know his girlfriend. I've known her for quite a few years. But I could tell him that Dark Angel thinks you're cute if I see him later. If you like Donna. And a call, crying call. He's not very happy about the call and less happy now that he sees the 10. Yeah, you could say he's cute. I could see what you mean. The Estonian men are typically good-looking men. Igor might be near the top of the range. Kind of like when you have aces when you're 3-betting, it's top of the range. Maybe Igor's top of the range for the Estonian men, I don't know. He's a nice guy, that's all I care about. I could care less what anybody looks like. I don't care at all. It's personality which is important to me, and Igor has always been a gentleman around everybody. It's serious business when he's playing poker, but when I sat next to him, I think either last festival or the festival before, we had a nice chat. After the festival, they have like a hyper version of the main event, which is always fun, and Igor played it because you could still get leaderboard points for the team competition in that event as well. His dad was playing yesterday, Dark Angel, on the feature table. I'm not sure if he's spoken for. Yeah, I know you, Donna. And you know me, I'm just joking around a little bit. Not about Igor being a nice guy. I do like Igor. So Veli-Pekka raising with the king-queen suited. Was Adam going to do anything funky with the ducks? Is he going to call? Donna's favorite hand. Ollie bet client not working. Where are you from, Box Takes? It should be working because we have Lipa with 5 left in the free roll. It's working fine for him or her. This is what I like about it. He sits back, he takes his time, decides what to do. Oh my! This is why Donna likes these ducks. Have flops a set when Donna's watching. When Donna's not watching, Adam would have not likely flopped the set because we haven't seen a set of ducks yet in 2 days. Let's go check, check. Adam's not going to see any value from this if he bets, obviously, but maybe he will check again. He does check again. And Vepa does have showdown value. Adam is going to have to bet this river, but is likely not to get anywhere. Maybe he could get some... Maybe he can get a crying call from Vepa because he has the best hand. He has the king, that best hand without connecting with the board. But I just think it's going to be a situation where the full house with the ducks is not going to see the time of day in terms of getting more value. That's an interesting bet size. That's basically saying I'm trying to buy the pot. Let's see if Veli-Pekka thinks that's the case. We are getting closer to the money bubble, and it would be for a quarter of his stack. Veli-Pekka is not the type that will just fold into the money per se, but he would still be cognizant of the fact that there is a bubble coming. You don't want to be losing those valuable chips, but if you think you're ahead, you think you're ahead. Hey, hey, we have Igor's girlfriend here. Do you want to join us in the booth? Come on, come on. Now, Donna, you're in big trouble now, Donna. We have Dark Angel saying how much she thinks your boyfriend is cute. So let's go. Igor's shown such heart today. So welcome. Introduce yourself for those that are in the chat. I need to turn your volume up first.
Hello, hello, hello. My name is Eveli, and yes, I am the girlfriend.
You are the girlfriend. But Donna says she would say it right in front of you. You know, Donna's like a poker legend. She's our Twitch mod as well. I assume you take it as a compliment when someone says your boyfriend is hot, you know?
Yeah, of course. But he knows it. Everybody knows it.
I said he was hot too, so I don't know.
I heard.
Yeah. Okay.
I've been playing upstairs, so I was listening to the broadcast.
Heard
what
were
a lot
you playing?
Of
The
things.
deep stack?
Yes, I was playing the deep stacks. So it's 70 there left, and I'm out.
You're
but
out?
It was a good game. Yeah.
Oh.
Well, sevens
Sad
versus
face.
jacks. So what happens?
But Igor's still in, so we could be a bit on Team Igor.
He will win it.
I was happy when Roberts came back after Igor hit the double gutter on him.
I've seen some pretty interesting hands during this play here.
Yeah, Igor's showing a lot of heart, no fear for his stack. I like it.
Good luck, I must say.
Yes, there's a lot of good luck, but sometimes that'll help. I mean, the chop with the deuces against the queens and then hitting the double gutter. The double gutter move, though, was brilliant. It just turned out that his opponent had top two, but I did say that I liked the play. I forget who was in the booth with me, but they also like to play. The Ducks was a little bit questionable. We'll leave it at that, but he's still in, so we forget that that hand happened,
Well,
especially with you in the booth.
if you're feeling it, then you're feeling it.
Okay, okay. You see, now Donna's saying it in front of you that, hi,
No,
I think
if-
your boyfriend is cute.
I'm happy with everybody saying that. He's.
It's a beautiful couple because Evely is very pretty as well. So the two of them are kind of like the power couple, I would say, right? Could easily
Thank
be
you.
modeling together, you know.
Yeah, we're very shy people, so.
So here we go. We had just a boring limp and a boring check back. The action has died down with you here, so we could talk about what your experience has been so far during this hand, during the Kings of Tallinn. What have you been up to other than what happened today? Did you play the main event?
I didn't play the main event. I played the celebrity event, and I was actually the bubble girl.
You were the bubble girl.
Yeah, and it was an interesting hand I went out with because it was I was on the big blind and I got ace king, and the small blind went all in with not much more than my stack. So I called, and he had 4-2 off, and fourth the flop,
Oh God.
and bubble I was.
Bubble you were.
So this is an interesting hand.
Yeah, Adam leading out here.
I played with Adam before. He's a good player.
Yeah, he's shown that he's very skilled. My question is, though, what is he doing in Estonia? Because he's from Australia. Did you get that story out of him?
No, I didn't. But he was here the last time also.
So must live in Europe and just maybe student, maybe
Maybe.
just here to grind because you can't play online poker
Maybe.
legitimately in Australia. And
Estonia is a good place where to be. You know.
I love it here. I was talking about what to do because I hear Lithuania may go into a lockdown again, and I don't want to go through another lockdown and be in Lithuania during it. Nothing against Lithuania, but I was talking with my friend Janar, Estonian guy. I don't know if you know Janar, and he's living over in Georgia now. And I'm like, we're going to take the 30-hour drive to Georgia because I have my wife, my kid, my dog. You've probably seen my dog on Facebook
Yes, I
anyway.
have.
And maybe, hopefully, my kid too. I share too much of my dog and not much of my kid. I have two children. One has 4 legs, one has 2.
The question is, who do you love more?
Well, one is like my best friend and one is my kid, but I love my kid obviously more than my dog.
I love my cats also, so I understand you.
So very interesting here. Adam, I think now just doing a little Hollywooding. Adam has shown though that he can check raise a lot of stuff. And then if he doesn't in the spot, Carl may actually have to fold this 2-pair because of the Broadway implications, but is he ever doing this with King Queen earlier on the turn, perhaps? But I think we're going to see that Adam is going to give up here.
Should.
He's trying to think if Never Lucky is lucky or not. And Donna's saying that you have a sweet voice, so that's good.
Thank you. Thank you. But it's quite a long TV table today. They have been here the whole day, basically.
Yeah, and Igor's father.
Yeah, it was yesterday.
All
I know.
day.
Yeah.
So that's what I loved. I got to see father and son and the differences in their play.
But they usually end up in the same table together, so it's always funny. And Ermo and Igor are best friends, so that's why it's also funny
I didn't
to
know
see
that
this
they were best friends. I know that
combination.
I thought they just know how each other play, and I know that they're friends.
No, they are very, very good friends.
That's
so
interesting. So it's good we had you in. None of the other people told me this. I'm getting some
maybe
more
I'm
information.
spilling too much information now. I don't know.
Because if I hadn't, I did have one Estonian in, but Marcus, who's more of a cash game player and an online button clicker. It's very interesting having him in the booth, but he doesn't know so much about any of the live players, so I didn't get any insight from him. And I probably know more about the Estonian players than any other foreigner out there, but I don't know necessarily who's best buds with who. The Estonian players typically go home when they're done playing, so I get to know the Finns on a more
really
personal
think they
basis.
typically go home? I think they always, most
I mean,
of
maybe they're
them
not going
always
home,
go
but they're not
out.
staying here, is what I'm saying. You know, Yeah, what they do when they leave here, I don't know. But, you know, after I'm done working, you know how I am. I like to meet new people, talk to some of the players.
I know.
And it's very rare that I see the Estonians, except for the ones that are playing cash games later.
Well,
And Franke. He's kind of like an honorary
everybody
Estonian.
knows Franke. This shall be an interesting hand, I think.
So what's going on here? We have Roberts raising, Carl calling from the small blind, or is he thinking about calling? I don't know if he's going to call here.
Main event's like 3-4K.
Do you know if Igor Sr. is still in?
No,
He's out. Okay. He's always deep and always in the money, and plays such like a different style than other players. So I was hoping that he'd be back in so we could see his
I
end
think
game.
he's quite aggressive player.
Yes, but a different level of aggressiveness. Like he's aggressive in different spots than his son, so they don't play alike at all.
They are very different. Very, very different.
I was actually rather impressed with Dad yesterday. I even said so. Because I've seen when I'm live reporting, and I played with your boyfriend like once or twice, but I never played with Dad. So I only see what I see when there's a showdown when you're live reporting.
It's always interesting to sit and see the cards.
Yes, it's almost not fair if I play now because I know so much more than you know.
But everybody.
But I'm still a fish, so it's okay.
For me, it has helped quite a lot to improve my game to look at the TV tables. Also, when Igor teaches, then it helps a lot.
So Roberts, I'm on Team Roberts right now. I mean, I'm on Team Igor as well, but because you're in the booth. But Roberts was down to under 2 big blinds after what Igor did to him. He got a spanking by Igor, but then he came back from the spanking and then gave a spanking over to Never Lucky. There's a lot of spankings going on. I don't know.
Yeah, but that's poker. That is poker.
So, Evelyn, people are asking you to reintroduce yourself. Apparently, you're known as Bubble Girl. Dark Angel's calling you Emily, which is okay, I suppose, because it's an Estonian name, which is a little bit different than what, you know, Donna's from England.
It's like Evelyn, but Evely, so it's a bit different. But in France, I'm always Emily.
Always Emily, so...
Yeah. And Evelyn is the usual one.
Bonjour.
Yeah. Bonjour.
Comment ça va? Evelyn, there we go. That's how we spell it. There we go.
That is correct. So who do you think is going to win?
I don't know who's on the outer tables, and you can't tell me because I don't want any spoilers. I'm going to have to take a look.
I don't even know. I don't even know who has the biggest chip count.
It's hard for me to say at this point. All these players have played quite well, though. It's a very good table. Veli-Pekka showing actually different gears, too, because yesterday it's almost like we have 2 different players. He may have like a twin that looks exactly like him playing completely different than yesterday. But it's different stages in the tournament, too. So yesterday you could still re-enter. You just want to try to spin up a big stack, and we know from the past that he never minds re-entering.
I have to be honest, I've been looking at it the whole time I was playing upstairs, and for me this is so open and aggressive game, and I could never play some of these cards that they are so
I assume you had it on mute, though. You didn't want to hear me.
No, I was listening to you also.
Okay.
It was good. It was good. Come on. I'm a fan of yours. So.
Okay, yes.
It's good.
We've known each other for a while. I don't know from when. I've been trying to say when I know people from. I met you through Franke.
I think it's Franke, yes. I saw Franke during the celebrity event, and I told him that I could hear his laugh to the other side of the room. So
No, I can't even do it.
It's very specific, you know.
Yes.
It's a bit high notes.
Yeah, we're not going to try that.
So, how many coffees have you been drinking
This
today?
is tea now. I've moved on to tea today. I mean, I was drinking coffee earlier. But this is tea number 1. I've had 3 coffees to answer the coffee question. That's down from about 8 yesterday. My bestie's not here. My bestie, though, was hooking me up with coffees all day long, yes.
Yeah. It's a long day.
It is a long day, but it's a fun day, you know, it's fun. Even yesterday when I was by myself, I was having a good time. The chat's been lovely. The action was good yesterday. As long as it's just not like a lot of hands where there's an open and a fold on day one. I don't mind that on day 3 and day 4, obviously, but on day 1, I want an active table, and we got an active table. Nobody really bagged a shit ton of chips. Veli-Pekka was the chip leader actually on the feature table yesterday, with about what he has now. A little bit less, but about that. $43 left, so we may reach the money today.
I was just thinking that is it gonna be played till the money, or
If they go hand for hand, they're not going to end the day hand for hand. It's a question what they do if they're 2 or 3 off the money, and I'm not going to leave the booth to find out, so we'll find out all together what happens.
or me when Igor gets home.
Yes.
I was just actually about to go home, so
Well, stay as long as you like. If you want to leave, you can leave. I won't take it personal.
Soon, but it's interesting to look from here.
Yeah,
so.
now you have a bigger screen. It's like you're watching on your phone, but the phone is a shit ton bigger.
Well, especially if you're playing yourself, then it's a bit hard to see all the action.
But I'm talking a lot less about the hands with you, but
Yeah,
there's
sorry.
not so much. There's not
But
so
there-
much
there hasn't
happening.
been
We're,
so
we're
much
paying
going on.
attention.
Very sorry, yeah.
And I don't need to announce that people can see that the 10s were raised and everybody folded.
But
This is
maybe-
what I was talking about. Like, I don't want to see on day 1, but on the money bubble, you kind of expect it. We're 9 away from the money.
But it hasn't been anything interesting right now. Nobody has been.
They heard you were in the booth, and that they wanted to hear you talk. You know, they wanted to
Yeah.
learn about you. So the table's being very polite, I have to say.
Nice guys, nice guys.
I wonder if Igor is listening to us. You know if Igor is listening to music or the stream?
He's listening to music.
Okay.
He sticks to his bubble.
That's okay. That's. I remember him listening to music when I was playing with him once, but he was still able to talk to me. So it's not like it's overwhelming everything, but I think it just keeps him in his, in his zen, his inner peace.
I do the same. It's nice. Adam has a nice hand.
Yeah, it's pretty cards.
He has been running quite hot the whole day, I think.
He was, but look at his stack now. You know, he
Yeah,
kind
yeah.
of took a beat before, but still has enough chips. You know, you're gonna have your ups and downs. You can't win every hand that you're a 70-30 favorite. You're certainly not going to win all your coin flips. I was giving an example before that a bad beat is no different than kind of like if you know, the chances of you winning 3 coin flips in a row is 1 in 8. You know, so you're more likely to lose a 70-30 by far than winning 3 flips in a row. You know.
That's some good math there for you guys.
Yeah, that's about as advanced as we're going to get with the math with the 2 of us, I think. I mean, I
skip
used to
this
know math.
part.
You would skip the math, okay. But you contributed somehow. I don't know how, but you contributed.
Yes. I can spill that Ermo has been playing a lot of online poker. So
Yeah,
he
I've
has
seen
been winning
Ermo.
hard.
He's been in a couple of these 10K events because I've been covering online events as well from a reporting standpoint. And once in a while his name pops up. It's usually probably because he qualified into the 10K, but maybe he's also directly buying into the 10K, but he's not playing every 10K, so.
I heard you called him a beast earlier, so
is a
I
beast.
think he's a beast when it comes to poker.
The man I have most respect for, though, I hope to get into the booth later on, but we'll see. We'll see. I don't want to call him out again, but Adamar. But I'm moving. That's just between me and you. The rest of the stream didn't hear that.
Nobody
it's
here.
Adamar.
Nobody
No.
can hear.
But if we can get Adamar, Latva, I assume that they're all connected. So please let him know. That would make me the happiest person to get him in either Friday or Saturday. I've been following Adamar as like a lurker, reporter for many years now. he might not know what I think of him.
But you know, in Estonia, it's easy. Just reach out.
I tried reaching out for an interview with him once, but I wasn't responded to. And Adamar, I believe, knows who I am. You know, we've at least said hi to each other before, so I've never had like an in-depth conversation with him because I considered him to be a fairly private person, but I'm finding out that my perception may be a little bit wrong. But I want to discuss like his chess master stuff, which I didn't know until recently, even though I felt like I knew him. I'm like, wait a minute, he's a chess master. What? Adamar. Okay.
Yeah. First and foremost, he's a chess master. This shall be interesting if
we have a
clubs comes.
Yeah, look at this. Diamonds.
Diamonds. Sorry, I'm tired.
Are a girl's best friend. I shouldn't be singing. We learned that before, that I should never be singing on a stream. It's bad enough when I get dragged to a karaoke bar and I clear out the karaoke bar. That's happened before. If you ever need like the karaoke bar private to yourself, take me with you. And then I could do some death metal Bon Jovi. We haven't talked about that, but that's exactly how I cleared out the bar.
Crazy.
Yes, it was me, and then I had my sidekick, Monia, Monica Zukovic, as like my backup singer. I'm like, no. Somebody gave me the mic and Bon Jovi. I said, Monica, if you're going to do this with me, we're doing this a little different. It's going to be the heavy metal version. And I wasn't even drunk at the time. I had one beer, but it was like right off reporting in so much high energy.
Yeah.
Because you've seen the high energy me, but you've also seen like the normal low energy me. But this was like higher energy than the high energy me. You know, it was like super high energy.
I would love to see it. I'm pretty sure it's a sight.
It was funny as fuck, but still, it cleared out the karaoke bar. But then I impressed everybody because I did a rap. I did one of the End of the Men songs. They're like, how did you talk so fast? I'm like, have you ever seen me talk? I can talk fast. Yes. And talk hours.
I will watch this hand with you and then I will leave you because
and Maris,
as much as I love casinos.
We have a new player at the table.
Yeah.
No, we don't. That's Maris. I'm sorry. And Roberts. Now it's getting late for me if I'm seeing there's new players at the table and it's a player that's been here the whole time.
Are you seeing people?
I'm seeing names that are a little bit different.
Are you sure there are as much as people as you see?
Yeah, I was seeing like that king as a person.
Yeah, yesterday Lenka did a picture of a guy that looked just like this king.
Yeah?
With the hat.
I have to look at the pictures.
He had a cowboy hat, so.
But this is very interesting because Maris opening from early position and Roberts picking the wrong time to 3-bet, I believe. Maris is probably going to just ship it in, although Maris is the tightest player on the table, and he may respect the fact that that the bubble is coming, not wanting to risk about half his stack with the fish hooks, but I just don't see how he's just calling. Okay. I thought we'd see a 4-bet, but a call is more than fine there as well. That's the safest of the moves without being a complete net. And look at this. This is action flop. A set for Maris, top pair for Roberts, especially if Maris checks here. What is Roberts going to do? Is there a way to save himself? The only way to save himself is if it goes check, check, and there's a spade on the turn.
But this will never happen.
Oh, my. Okay, it did go check, check.
Really?
If a spade comes out now, and look at that. I mean, you see that I can't see shit. I've been stuck behind this giant chip,
you know everything.
And I've been predicting stuff like this. It's like I know.
I would have thought that at this stage you don't.
It'll probably go check. It should check down. I mean, maybe Roberts will take a stab at it, but I don't think there's any point in it. He has showdown value. He's only being called by a spade at this point. And of course he's reaching for chips because I said that. So it's 6K. Not a big one. And this might actually get the job done, come to think of it, because maybe he's just betting to see if Maris has a spade to take down the pot, but his ace is often good. And Maris will have none of that. It was too small. And could still pair the board for a full house. Does not. It is a club on the river. We know Maris has the best hand. No spade on the river. That was the only way to chop this baby up. Another check. Is Roberts going to just jam it in? Because if he does, he will win the pot. But that is showing a lot of heart to do and very difficult to do.
Do you think Marius wouldn't call if he would shove it?
No, not because of the flush. You know, it's Maris is the tightest player on the table. It would be very hard for him to call, even with the set. It's just because we see the cards that we think it's an easy call, but it really isn't.
Yeah, it's always funny to look and to talk and be like, oh my god, why did you do that?
But Tight is right. I mean, Maris has been piling up chips all day long, so Tight is certainly right.
Tight is right.
Yeah,
I agree.
Because you have 1 hour blind levels. You know, it's not a turbo. You could take your time, find your spots. And I'm not sure if Maris still lives in Romania, came out from Romania, but he's not a player I remember seeing here before. He does, once again, he's another one of those faces like Adam that looks familiar, but I can't place where I know them from.
I would not know. But thank you for asking me here.
Yeah,
Maybe
thank you
we
for
will
joining
see
us.
another day.
Yeah, if Igor is on the feature table again, why not
And
join
good
again?
Good luck to everybody.
Yes, especially
to
Igor. Okay. Take care,
bye.
Emily. Thanks for joining. Thank you. Well, sorry guys, you're stuck with me. Emily going home. She may watch us from home. But it was a pleasure having her in the booth, the lovely Emily. The better half, I would say, of the Igor Jr. relationship. But they're both lovely, so I don't know. I'm not going to say who is the better half. I think it's a case where we have two evenly matched people. It's really the power couple. Two very nice people. I judge on personality. If you want to judge on the looks, though, they have that going for them as well. So we have the rockets for Igor. Just as Emily leaves, get Emily back here. Come on. We have the rockets. We're going to get her back if we can. My bestie went running after her. Although maybe she needs to leave the booth for Igor to get the rockets. I have no idea. And Irmo making the call. Now, I don't think this is going to be a big pop, but just as soon as you leave, Emily, look what happens. Igor gets the rockets, so you got to stay for one more hand. I'm sorry. You have no choice. My bestie went running after you.
I heard. I was like in the middle of the casino.
Am I that loud?
Yes.
Oh, shit. They haven't thrown me out yet, though, so I guess it's okay.
But you have your own security guy.
Yeah, I do have my bestie. So, check. And...
friends together.
Friends together, but Irmo right now...
he will push him.
He has the open-ender. Igor may play this a little bit slower because this is something that the big blind often has hands, and it's going to be tough if Irmo plays back at him. But Igor shows no fear, so I don't think he's ever folding the aces here. He's not afraid of bubbling. He won't be necessarily happy about it, but he's not afraid of it.
Well, I'm pretty sure that Irmo won't step down also, so...
yeah, but it is just a call. I was interested to see what would happen if he check raised there, but we will not see that this hand. And we need Igor to win this hand. Okay. No offense, Irmo, but we have Evely here. You know, we don't want to see aces be bad beated.
No, this is something we don't want to see.
But the potential flush draw would have completed. Igor has the nut flush draw blocker, but that means nothing in Hold'em, as I said before. Very little anyway. This isn't Omaha where that matters.
But you see, these are friends together.
I love it. It's like when I play against Franke and he's just potting me randomly. I'm like, Franke. He's like, what? But makes the call. Can we say chip dump? No, I'm only kidding. It's very often. I mean, Igor has a premium hand, and that's about it. And look at Igor. Look at him, 220 now. Now you can go home, Emily. You can go home when he has a big stack. You don't have to worry about what'll happen and will he bubble, will he make it?
Thanks for calling me back for this hand. It was a nice hand. So
maybe we see you tomorrow.
Maybe, probably.
Okay. Who knows? Okay.
I'll be hanging around if she's here. So
very good. Take care, Emily. Get home safely. Okay, now I'm really alone. I don't think even if Igor has aces 5 hands in a row that we're going to get Evely back. She's on her way out the door. And let's see what will happen. We are 9 away from the bubble. About to enter the final blind level of the day. Veli-Pekka, we do not know what he has yet. He's usually been good about putting his cards in the box. I think they'll go there pretty soon. Queen 10 suited. This is the Veli-Pekka we knew yesterday. But today it looks very strong considering he hasn't been opening wide from early position. And we are getting closer to the money bubble. Roostery rooting for the bullets. Not this hand, maybe next time. Is Adam going to try to put pressure on him with the ace-9 from the cutoff? No. He is also at that point where if he 3-bets and folds, he's going to be in a more precarious position with the blinds going up to 2.5, 5 and the bubble coming. Do not blame him for folding there. Maybe at another time he would have 3-bet. And Maris can defend here with the 5-4 suited. Doesn't have to if he's if he doesn't want to, because it is a big raise. It's almost a 3x. But does defend. It is a pretty hand, even though it's on the low end of prettiness. Suited connectors are always lovely. Maybe not the 2-3 suited connector. We did see a 3-4 suited connector play out well earlier. And top pair for Veli-Pekka, but a flush draw for Maris and bottom pair. Expect to see some action. Let's see if Veli-Pekka there does some pot control. Maris is often checking from out of position and letting Veli-Pekka do it, but will there be a check raise in play? And how big is this bet? Trying to protect this top pair with the bubble coming. It's only 10 though. It looked bigger. Maybe it was a bunch of those blue chips, or maybe my eyes are fading me. Near the end of the day, I thought that was a little bit bigger, but it is 10,000. What is Maris going to do here? He's just going to call. This may save, you know, it's still a smallish pot, but now Maris with the flush. What is going to happen with Veli-Pekka? Is he going to go out near the bubble? Maris is likely to check here as well, but what will Veli-Pekka do? Just based on how Maris has played before, other players would lead out there. You get to know the players, and now Maris is certainly going to bet most rivers, including this one. He does have the flush, but how much is the bet going to be? Is my only question. He's going to try to get value from his flush, just double checking his cards, or sometimes players do that when they remember their cards and are 100% solid. I don't know, Yuri, how the cash game cues are. As I said, there's a giant chip in front of me blocking me from reality. I'm in my own reality. I'm usually in my own reality, though. So a bet and a call for 25K. Now, Veli-Pekka getting short on chips. He's going to be down to 11 big blinds. Quite unfortunate for him. He is shaking his head in a bit of frustration there. Are you the Petteri that I kind of know and want to get in the booth? Like, we've never done comms together, and that you used to live in Malta and are Estonian, or is that a different Petteri? I just need to know if we kind of know each other. We've met before, at least. We at least talked on Facebook a few times, and I've been saying we need to do comms together a few times as well. Or are you a different Petteri? A different one, but you may know who I'm talking about at least. Okay. Anyway, come introduce yourself then if I don't know you. I always want to meet new people, especially the locals here. And if I already know you, just come and say hi. Okay, here we go. Veli-Pekka under the gun with the ace-2 suited. Maybe a little bit tiltish, but the blinds are coming along. You have to keep that in mind too, and then he would soon be down to just 9 bigs. It is suited, which makes a little bit of a difference. I don't know what Carl is going to do from the cutoff. It's hard to raise here with just the 5s. And there's 3 players to act after the cutoff. I do believe, though, he will at least call. He may try to isolate, but that gets dicey near the bubble as well. He does fold the 5s. Okay, so maybe this will work. It depends on Maris. We know will fold this 10-6, knowing how he plays. I don't see him taking a risk here, even with his big stack. There's no real point to doing so. All right, Veli-Pekka gets it through. Even the 5s full, chips up a little bit, showing a lot of heart after losing the last hand before. And it wouldn't have been just 9 big blinds because we're already dealing the next hand, but maybe it would have taken longer if he folded. We are about to enter the final blind level. One more hand before it goes up to 2.5, 5. Robert's hanging along. We'll be at around 10 bigs, 11 when the blinds go up shortly. Maris just cruising along, playing a very tight game, but crushing it with the tight game. Teaching us all that tight is right once again. And very often it is in these deep structured events. Fancy play syndrome can get you in trouble. Adam with the ace-10 from early position opts to open. It is suited. He can afford to open fold if he gets 3-betted 2 with his stack size if he's concerned about making the money. Irma with the king-queen. This may be a 3-bet. It would be perhaps more likely a 3-bet if we weren't so close to the money. Does make the call instead. And a jam by Roberts. What does he have? Ace-10. Well, we know Veli-Pekka is going to have to fold. What is Adam going to do here? With a better ace-10 just because his is suited. Asking how much. Has Irma behind them too, though, which is part of the problem. It's not just this 53,000 he has to worry about. That's what makes this squeeze so great. He's going to get the ace-10 out, and it's going to be very hard for Irma to call as well for more than half his stack. Roberts with a move near the money bubble can increase his stack by 50% without seeing a flop if both Adam and Irma fold their hands. Okay, Adam making the call. And it's ace-10 against ace-10. Will there be any fanciness going on? I'd rather not see fanciness with the ace-10, ace-10, but if it happens, it happens. Okay, no clubs. It's now guaranteed to be a chop. 5 of spades on the turn, and whatever on the river to chop it up. It is the queen of spades. Choppity, choppity. Robert's still gaining a little bit there, up to 61K. Not so much, though. He would have preferred that squeeze to get through. The squeeze showing a lot of heart. 7 away from the money, entering the final blind level of the day. It is possible we will see the money. If not, the clock will stop somewhere around 10 minutes left, give or take a few minutes on either end, where they'll draw for the last number of hands. But we are looking if the money bubble's not reached, about an hour of play left. It will be a longer day if we are on the bubble, whether it happens near the end of the level and they just extend day 2 so that players are in the money, or whether it's earlier in the level just because of the clock stoppage and the runoffs. It's also a little bit tricky logistically, considering the feature table is down here and the rest of the tables are upstairs, but that's why the dealer has the headset, so it's not just to communicate, but he can get information about when it's time to deal as well. That might be done through the floor communication rather than through the dealer communication. I'm not sure which, so I shouldn't necessarily say what I just said, but there is communication going back and forth between what's going on upstairs and downstairs when we're on the money bubble. Yeah, if it's on the pure money bubble, it will be extended. That's for sure, Donna. I've seen that happen before near the end of the day. It might even happen if we're 2 away from the money, but I don't think so. But it's certainly in the pure bubble, it would happen that way. I don't mind either way. It'll be exciting if we come back near the money bubble. It'll be exciting if players are in the money tonight. But they wouldn't do that to players where they have to come back hand for hand tomorrow. So Adam raising with the King-9, called by Maros from the cutoff with Ace-Queen. Igor may defend. He has 2 suited cards. He feels he's priced in. He's not getting aces anymore. That Evely has left the chat. Ah, interesting. Thanks for the information, Yanar. So it will not be extended. This is something new. That is interesting. Yanar, you want to come down? Why not come down and join the booth? We could pretend that you're Igor's new girlfriend. I'm not sure your wife would approve of that, but we can pretend how we want to pretend in Fantasyland in the booth. Oh, you're still in. Way to go, Yanar. Yanar is still in. What are you sitting on, Yanar? Yanar is one of my favorite people. I consider him a close friend, one of my most trusted friends, actually. Not just a casual friend, but somebody that if I get into a little bit of trouble in life, he would be there for me. 190, way to go, Yanar. We've also had some stories that we cannot share on stream together of some crazy nights at poker festivals. But well done, Yanar. 190. I think you started the day with, what, around 60-something, if I remember correctly? That might be Ant. I may be mixing up your stack and his. I have 2 good friends that started the day with around the same-ish stacks. Ant, my friend, my Turkish friend that lives in Vilnius, who I spend a lot of time with back home. But back to the action here, because we now have Adam improving with hitting the king on the turn. Let's see what happens here. I don't blame Adam if he decides to check it. You kind of want to take down this pot, but your kicker is not often good, and you want to make sure you don't get yourself into too much trouble. And what's nice with Yanar still, and we're getting insider information, the chat was informed not by me, but by Yanar about what happens on the money bubble. I won't be surprised to see it go check on the river. Adam may try to squeak in some value now too. He's reaching for chips. He knows Maros isn't going to get 2 out of line because he hasn't shown that yet, but that doesn't mean that Maros can't get out of line later. It is a fairly decent-sized bet. It looks like more than half the pot. Let's see what it is. Well, that was a handful of chips. 42,000. And Maros debating. Maros has the best hand that did not connect to the board. So if he feels that Adam was full of crap, especially after the check on the turn. We may see Maris call here. Very often this would be a good call as well, but just not in this case. What is Maris going to do? The table chip leader thinking about it. He is not, obviously he's not stalling to get into the money. This is actually thinking about whether his ace-queen is good on this board. It very often is, with the way the action played out. Adam has shown that he can take stabs at pots as well. Thinking things over, I think he is going to fold though, based on the body language at the moment, but maybe I am wrong. He does fold. Adam taking down the pot up to 225,000. I'm not sure what Adam would have done if he was raised, but I think against Maris he would have had to fold. So 41 players remaining. 34 get paid. A lot of the tables will be playing slower upstairs. So it may be a non-issue anyway what will happen if it ends on the bubble today. But we got the information from ENR that it'll end when it ends.
We can't both have pocket kings. He has pocket kings? Why do you lie?
He's saying he had pocket kings and Maris is calling him out. Maris will find out that there at least was one of those kings. It was half correct. And Roberts with the ace-queen this time, getting it in for 12 big blinds. He does not want to be blinded off on the bubble, apparently, so this is a premium hand. You cannot blame him one bit. And gets it through, which I'm sure he's more than happy about. He'd rather not run out of board near the money bubble. My bestie, do you have time to grab me another tea, or is it very busy? I may get another tea. I've got a slight cold going, if you're wondering why I've switched to tea. I shouldn't be hiding that. That came about during the stream. Early on in the day, I thought it was allergies, but that was not the case. Veli-Pekka jamming it in with the Queen 9. This is a very bold move, showing a lot of courage. This is something I do not recommend you doing at home in a 1K tournament, though, but you can do it if min cashing is not important to you. And does get called by Carl with the King 9. Veli-Pekka absolutely dominated. Needs a queen. There are some other boards that can help him because he does have the possibility for straights, flushes, etc. His diamond is live, his spade is live. So let's see what happens here. Can Veli-Pekka stay alive? This is not the flop he wanted to see.
We need a queen for Veli-Pekka to stay alive. Otherwise, Carl will eliminate him. 3 of clubs, not very helpful at all. Neither player, in fact, having any clubs. And an 8 of diamonds on the river. Veli-Pekka eliminated. Short of the money. Does not look very happy with himself. Showed a lot of courage. Just didn't work out the way he had planned. Meanwhile, Carl picking up a nice spot. The rest of the table's all smiles. And we are down, I believe, to 40 players left, with 34 getting paid at least a min cash of 2,100 euros. I am guessing at this point we will not reach the money tonight, 6 away with 46 minutes left, but anything could happen. Anything is possible. It's not a certainty one way or the other. Look at the stack sizes. Robert's hanging along. Robert's just shoved the hand before, but he had ace-queen, not queen-9. And unfortunate for Veli-Pekka, because he was very entertaining to watch. Maybe he will get into another event tonight. We have JJ in the house. You want to join me, JJ? JJ's playing the horse. JJ here from the United Kingdom. But good always to see JJ. Donna sends her best, JJ. Donna, Dark Angel. Dark Angel. You know Dark Angel. She sends her best. I believe anyway. Actually, she's wishing someone else good luck, but I think she would send you her best. All right, take care, JJ. Okay, at least you said hi, but it was kind of like delayed after I said. I was misreading, and I thought you were sending him regards. But I know you guys. I know you know JJ at least from Facebook. I assume you know each other in real life as well. JJ is one of the players that plays a lot in London. He plays at the Vic. He plays sometimes at Asper's, but this week he's playing here in Estonia. Next week he is going to Bratislava. There are a few British players out here, in fact, but not as many as that were out here for the Summer Showdown. It's a little bit harder to travel back and forth United Kingdom. At least going back to the United Kingdom, it's not as friendly as it was before with potential quarantines, and that limits players coming in, even though they don't have to do anything when they get out here other than show that they've had a COVID test. Not a COVID test, but they've had a vaccine or a PCR test. Igor opening to 11K from the hijack. Igor has been quiet since Evely has left, but back in action once again. The local hero. Carl flatting from the button with the ducks, Donna's favorite hand. So it's Donna's favorite hand against Donna's favorite player. So this is kind of a tricky one for Donna. And Maris may defend with the 4-3. Other players would. I think we will see Maris do the same. He's tight, but he's not a complete nit as well. It is kind of a weird hand, though, even though it's suited. But he is priced in. Does make the call. I don't know how much the biggest stack is around the room, Albus, but the biggest stack on this table is held by Maris in the big blind right now. So you can see his stack was 320. What did he put in? So it was 11 plus another 6, so about 325 to start the hand. And not the worst flop in the world for Igor, that's for sure. Top pair, flush draw, good kicker on the top pair. I just don't think he's going to get any action, especially if he bets, which he will often do because he was the aggressor pre-flop.
Igor is going to bet. That should lead to 2 folds. But let's see, maybe somebody will do something fancy. Carl with the easy fold. Amaros has the bottom pair, but other than that, not much going on. He knows Igor can be playing a lot worse cards than top pair queen kicker with a flush draw to boot. Amaros drawing extremely thin if he wants to come in. It says 16%. I guess he still has those 4 cards we see up top all alive, not in other people's hands. Okay, that's what I thought, Yanar. I'm glad that we've been updated. So I don't know if we'll be done today or not when the clock runs down, because it depends on whether the bubble is reached. If the bubble is reached, it'll play into the money, and that could take some time. Sometimes the bubble breaks without there even being hand for hand, and I've seen bubbles that have taken 42 hands, I think is my record, but I've seen. So those are the top payouts. But the top 34 players get at least a 2,100 min cash. The first pay jump is for the top 26, but we'll start seeing the pay jumps tomorrow. I believe tomorrow we'll play down to a final table. But I need to confirm that plan, so do not quote me on that. I don't know if you saw, Donna, but Lappin quoted me in his latest article, your friend David Lappin, about the Kings of Tallinn, about what I think about it. A shout out to one of my friends. He's been here in Tallinn before, but he's not traveling this year. He's opting to stay home. We may see him back on the tour next year. He said if things go to plan, he's going to be back doing the live tour like you've never seen before. That wasn't the direct quote, though. It was more that he will be traveling quite a bit next year if things cool down around the world. He does miss live poker, but he doesn't want to travel to play, which is something I can respect. So JJ is going to play the horse, so he doesn't want to come in with me, but the horse may be delayed, so we'll see how all that works out. Yeah, I really like it. That's one of the reasons why I love this casino, Donna, is I get to play the mixed games I love. There's even a Speed Special tournament. There's an open-face Chinese tournament. There's so much on the schedule here. Yeah, and PLO 6 is super popular in London, for sure. But I think what Donna's talking about is not just the PLO cash games, but a PLO tournament, which is very rare in the UK.
Hello, everybody. Hello.
Is that UC? It is Patti UC. I'm sorry, Roberts, but I'm on Team Patti UC now. Now the Latvians aren't going to like me anymore. UC Matala. Always on final tables here in Tallinn. Always entertaining to watch. Once again with the stack, no surprise here. And my bestie back again with another tee. I do not think I'm going to be hanging out too long tonight. When I'm done, I will hang out for a little because I can't just go straight to the room, but I do have some kind of cold bug as well. At Aspers, Donna, I've seen quite a lot of PLO. I know at the VIX, so I think in London there's still a lot of PLO 6, 6-card PLO, but I think in your neck of the woods it's just Hold'em. Donna's, I think, about 2.5 hours away from London, give or take. It's not quite 4-card Hold'em. I want to play 2-card PLO, though, where you have to use both of your cards. And I was trying to invent 4-card Sviten. I'm fine-tuning the rules. So I could use in the dealer's choice game. Even when we have a lot of players at the table. And Marcello! Ciao, Marcello. Welcome back. Our lovely dealer from Italy. Always everywhere around Europe. Super nice guy once again. Down to 40 players. It's been that way for some time. I have not, Donna. I cannot see anything but a giant red chip literally in front of me. And the screen. And this is a long stretch because it's no break for 3 hours for the players and for myself. It's a 2T before in between breaks. And before you ask, there is no milk in my tea. That's just disgusting. Sorry, because that's a British thing. When I lived in London, every time at work, I would ask somebody would ask, "Do you want a tea?" I would say yes. I would keep forgetting that they would just naturally put milk in the tea, and I would drink it and go, and spit it right out. But I think it's just what you grow up used to. Igor opening up for a 3x from the small blind, which is kind of standard with the ace-6. This is very interesting. This could get somebody in trouble. Igor with the flush draw, Adam with top pair, also with the queen of hearts in his hand. I don't think he's going anywhere quite yet. Especially with this sizing. Is he going to raise or call? It looks like a call. Indeed it is. No heart for Igor on the turn. He has a lot of heart, but just no heart on the board. Igor has definitely has shown a lot of heart through the day. I do have a lemon. I should use the lemon. I smell the lemon. I can smell the lemon. That's a good sign. Yeah, I'm going to be maybe careful with guests tomorrow, or we'll see what happens. I don't like that I'm a little bit sick. I mean, I'm fine with the talking, fine with the focus. And no heart on the river. Will Igor fire out again for 12.5 on the flop, 30 on the turn? By now he must believe Adam has something, but he could put pressure on him. I mean, if Igor does something really crazy like jamming here, Adam is probably going to fold. I mean, this board isn't the best necessarily for top pair, 7 kicker. A lot of things beat that. But Adam will be happy to see he won this pot. Igor less happy. Evelyn, if you're watching, nothing really to be done there. It's very hard to just jam there for Igor, even based on what we saw him do before.
Would have saved me a lot of money.
Igor saying that he was saved a lot of money. So Igor is not so upset because Adam not raising the flop or the turn. Of course, he's on the river. Everything is different with no more draws. And seat number 1 is very familiar too, but I need to make sure it is who I think it is because it's hard to see from that angle. We have 2 new players at the table. Irmo raising from under the gun with the king-queen. Is Maros thinking of doing anything funky? Nope. Maros keeping his tight image tight. That is Paul. Okay. We were supposed to have Paul earlier on the feature table when I saw the first lineup, actually. And then it was switched because we decided to go live after late registration closed. So we get to see a little bit of him now. Adam with the ace-6. Is he going to 3-bet? He could also just call and play post. He could fold because it isn't under the gun open from Irma, which looks super strong near the money bubble. The casino has very good tea. It's not from tea bags. They use the special spoon to put like the tea stuff in and then keep it soaked in the hot water. It's lovely. I recommend it if you're near the casino. Not the best flop for either player, but it certainly hits Adam's range better than Irma's. It goes check, check. Adam can try to steal it away. Adam also does have a draw to the straight, which just completed. It's a baby straight, though. But certainly one that he can bet here and reevaluate later. And a bet would get through here. I don't see Irma doing anything funky here. Obviously, a jack gives him the nuts. It's not necessarily the nuts, but the nuts compared to what we know Adam has. Because obviously some flushes could complete if either player had hearts or clubs. 14K, and that'll likely get the job done. And it does. Adam boosting up his stack a little bit more. I'm sorry to hear that you can't come out. I'm just hoping I'm back with you tomorrow because I do have something right now. I will get a test, I think, in the morning just to be sure, even though I've been vaccinated. It doesn't feel like I'm sick, but my nose is very, very bad. And I will make sure 100% before I come on tomorrow.
Always run good.
Maros with the premium under the gun. This Robert is going to think this is a spot that he could chip up. I think when we're this close to the money, he's going to fold. And he does. Paul also making a fold, and UC not likely to do anything fancy. UC always with the stack during the late games. That's why we can never have UC in the booth. He's always playing. Carl thinking things over. Maybe, I don't think he's going to call here. He can call here. It's not the best of suited connectors. For some reason it's showing 50-50, but that's just because there were some aces and kings out, so in this case it's fairly good. And Irmo kind of priced in, but he may want to preserve some chips, not put that other big blind in. He knows better than I do. He's an absolute crusher. It does complete. A 4 out of the window. 2 pair for Carl. So the call from the small blind giving him 2 pair. Irmo with the gut shot. Also backdoor flush draw. Does check as well. Maris is going to continue a lot of boards, but I don't think this is one of them. He maybe would if it was just Irmo, but with Carl also having some chips, this flop doesn't hit him at all. He does check. And now Irmo improves to a flush draw. An up and down straight draw. Carl still with the 2 pair, likely to bet, and it's going to put pressure on Irmo with all these draws in his hand. If it wasn't close to the money, we would see some funky things out of Irmo, but it's going to be hard for him to continue, even with all this equity that he has in his hand. All in. Irmo jamming it on the near the bubble. Still has a lot of hope. If he hits this hand, he's at 151,000. If not, he heads to the rail. He needs a 7, a diamond, or a deuce on the river to stay alive. 9 of hearts is not one of those cards. Irmo showing a lot of courage on the bubble. Not afraid to make the move. Did have tons of equity. Good game, Irmo. Pleasure watching you today. Meanwhile, Carl, who began the day as a chip leader, is back with 355,000. That's good for 71 big blinds near the end of day 2. Unfortunate ending, though, for Irmo. We will probably see Irmo in at least the high roller. Maybe some other events too, but I'm sure he will take a little bit of a break after that. I shouldn't be so sure. A lot of these Estonian players just hop right back into something else. Even after that, they get over it pretty quickly. Been there, done that.
I hate you crush pre-flop one on the flop. I crushed on the flop. I hate you crush people and on the flop.
So now Maris is lying about his hand, saying he had him crushed on the flop with the ace-king. Certainly not the case.
Of course.
That's what poker players do. They fib about their hands quite often. Maybe they're talking about a different hand now, in which case I apologize.
Best amateur poker player from Finland.
Swedes are nice.
Finnish guys. You have hands.
Interesting here by Carl, raising to 50K from the bottom. Maris calling with a dominating hand. Let's see if anyone decides to bet this this flop of 399. Sorry, got a little distracted by something else happening in the casino. I cannot see in front of me, but I could see to the left of me and to the a little bit to the right of me. Carl betting the button. Maris not buying into it. Makes the call. And certainly Maris likely not to go too far away on this hand. And I think maybe Carl might even fire out again. Because he's repping a lot of aces in the button, but Maris is also defending a little bit tight, so Maris has a lot of aces in his range, including the one he has in his hand now. We know Carl's drawing dead. Carl doesn't know Carl is drawing dead. He's trying to take down the pot, and he normally would if his opponent didn't have an ace here. Because you can fold a lot on these kind of flops that don't really hit anybody. And a full house now for Maris. Now it doesn't matter how much Carl might bet. Maris going nowhere. He's not afraid of the 9. I mean, maybe if Carl put him in for the lot. And I think even then, you have to call. Right now, Carl should realize that Maris either has the ace or the 9 in his hand. But let's see if he comes to the same conclusion. It's easier for me to say that, being that I know that he has an ace in his hand. But just based on how Maris has played all day, I just don't see how you wouldn't come to that conclusion. So I expect this to be checked very often and just give up it. As I say that, he's reaching for chips. So, of course, I am incorrect once again. And it's a small bet, though.
In the end, it was easy. But it goes all in. I don't know. I really don't know. Look, it's 26, 2 more to the money.
So it's 2 away from the money now all of a sudden, 36 left. It is possible that we will continue.
If it goes all in. If he has a 9, doesn't go all in, I mean.
So UC raising from early position with the Queen Jack suited. Carl with the 10-8 from the cutoff. Opting to call the button. A bit of a wide call, but can rep that he has something other than the 10-8. I'm pretty sure that we will see it play into the money for 2 off with just so much time left. The chances of one person not going out is very small. Good flop for UC, even though the king doesn't pair him. He does have the flush draw. He is actually ahead, but doesn't know that as well. And Carl has shown that he can just bet barrel and barrel after missing boards. Same with Adam on his left. But check here. UC now, after one check, opting to try to take down the pot right here, right now, and unless Carl wants to play a little funky, he's going to fold, and he does.
bet the flop. I bet the flop because, I mean, in both checks, you never had a jack there. I thought you had ace 10, ace king, so I never thought you had that hand.
Payouts back on the board. I don't know why Irma's showing that he cashed for 7,000. That's obviously a mistake. Nobody's cashed quite yet, and Irma did not make the money. But it must be just how the bust outs worked here, as if this was the final table, which it was not. So ignore what you just saw. Hopefully we can not have that slide appear, though, in the future. If there's an issue with it, that may be automated, though, in which case there's nothing we can do about it. We just ignore it. We know at least what's going on. Irmo did not cash for 7,000. UC, though, opening again, this time with the ace-deuce suited. Adam calling with the king-jack, and Carl thinking about what to do from the cutoff before folding his hand. Maris will quickly fold, and Roberts all in with the jacks. Paul will fold. I think UC will also fold even with the ace. Adam has shown that he can potentially call here, but I think Roberts will be at around 96,000 when everybody folds, but maybe I'm wrong. UC's asking for a count. And he does make the fold. I think he just wanted to make sure it was a bit too much to make a call with ace-deuce suited.
Leave another day.
Very strong move. Even if you have 5-4.
And it looks like the clock is stopped now, so I don't know if we're hand for hand or if it's stopped for the end of the day. We are hand for hand, it looks like. Although the clock says 36. Maybe they're doing the hand for hand starting at 36. But it looks like we're going to play down to the money, no matter what. So we'll find out soon enough if it's 36 or 35. And started hand for hand with 36, 2 off the money bubble, which many places do nowadays. Yanar is one that isn't afraid to bubble if he finds a spot, but I don't think that's going to be the case today. Yanar, though, wants the trophy more than he wants the cash. He's not going to complain about 56 bags for sure, but Yanar wants that trophy. That much I know. And making or losing 2,100 euros is going to make no difference to Yanar. Maybe I'm giving away too much information to other players about Yanar, though.
Just one hand.
Never won.
Never won. Yeah, but we have a good stack now. Decent.
Alright.
It looks like we're hand for hand, and I don't have a guest to talk to. I can talk to you guys in the chat a little bit. Usually I always have something to say, but I need to figure out also what might be happening. And I think Yonner is correct that it's just hand for hand and they're waiting for next hand to be announced.
And I'm laughing it off. They see 9-8, they go crazy.
Stop the clock because upstairs the game goes very slow, so we're gonna play hand for hand right now.
Okay, so we were just informed all together what was happening, so they stopped the clock because there's some stalling going on upstairs, even though the feature table has been pretty behaved. That often happens. Although now the clock is going, so I guess it's just going in between when the hands are being played and then they stop it again. I'm not quite sure, but we'll find out. Aces, rockets for Carl. Dream spot considering he's been active on the money bubble. Roberts with the ace-8, not going to play fun and games. Goes straight into the muck. Carl may not be such a dream spot after all. It may be just a walk with these aces. Yeah, UC's coming along. Pot the UC, giving some action to Carl. Ooh, this could get a little dangerous for UC, flopping top pair. You've seen Carl play a little bit loose. Carl obviously will try to get a little more value from his aces, and I think he will. I don't see how UC's folding top pair. It is a small bet too. Eight of spades on the turn may help UC, but I still don't think he's going anywhere, at least to a small bet. And I think Carl is going to bet again. I mean, he also not only has aces, but now also the nut flush draw. Queen of hearts on the river. It will likely go check, bet, fold. But let's see if Carl bets or opts to check back. There are some things UC can have from the small blind that do beat aces on this board, but does bet. I don't think UC's going to find the call here, but he's reaching for chips, so let's see. UC thinking things over, probably running through everything in his head. I'm not sure if he knows how Carl plays because he's new to the table. Not that that would help him here per se. He does fold. He'll be happy to see that he saved himself 50,000 chips.
Carl getting cute, just showing the ace of spades, but not the fact that he also had the ace of hearts to match. But you see, might look back at the stream later. And there's 35 remaining now, so now we're on the pure stone cold bubble. Donna, the Kings of Tallinn has never used a shot clock before, but I do think it's something maybe they'll talk about down the road. It is something that a lot of places are using. For a reporter aspect, when I'm a reporter, the shot clocks are kind of annoying on the bubble because I want to catch the bubble hand, and it's much easier when they do hand for hand. Or from a player point of view, it is much better, I think, to have the shot clock, but that's just one man's opinion. Hello, Yeva Kim. Yo, yo, yo. Yeva Kim in the house. Thank you, thank you. I wish my voice was my voice today, actually. It's getting worse and worse as the day goes on. So we'll get a good night's sleep, and we'll see how things are tomorrow. I'm always dedicated to my work, but I don't want to get anybody else sick as well, so I'm thinking maybe. No, I've had absolutely no apple juice this last 72 hours. Well, not 72 hours, but at least in the last 48 hours. Not a single sip of apple juice. Maybe apple juice would help, though.
In the bubble.
So players were just informed that they're going to play it all for the money. We'll have to see. I mean, right now I have everything booked, but I have no idea what's going on with me. I'm going to stick it out because I'm already here. I'm going to get a test in the morning just to make sure. I don't think it's anything like that. I have no fever. I've been vaccinated, but while I've been here, I've all of a sudden gotten a little bit sick today, so we'll have to reevaluate Bratislava, but that's a different topic altogether. One day at a time at the moment. If it wasn't for a pandemic, it wouldn't be an issue.
I think he's still 100%.
Nobody likes to. I love his stream.
Yeah, he's a funny character.
I like how he talks.
Yeah.
Yeah, whiskey's kind of like medicine. Yeah, but I don't feel sick. I just feel, like it's, Donna, how I am. I have no migraine. I have no fever, That's not the point, though, in these days as well. But I'm already here, so whatever damage was done was done. It's not that I came in this way. And I'm having too much fun anyway that it doesn't really bother me. It just bothers me from the fact that I'm not sure what's going to happen. Carl opening up with the ladies, with the queens. From under the gun, gets it through. Hey, Mick. Thanks for joining. Good to see you.
The players chillaxing, waiting for the next hand. Clock is running though, which I like. But we'll see if the day ends before the end of the level, or if we go into another level. I have no idea. I'm keeping myself secluded. I'm in my own little bubble at the moment. Not the money bubble, but a different bubble. Okay, on to the next hand, folks. So no money bubble broken yet. There is someone communicating with the action upstairs, so they wouldn't be playing another hand. They're going to end the day when the money's reached, whether it's now or later. Big slick for Paul from the hijack. Thinking things over, but he will be opening. 211 it looks like. We'll see if that's correct. It is 211. I don't think Adam's going to get fancy with the 9-5 off. And Carl with the Queen Jack. What are you going to do, Carl? Are you going to defend? Are you going to 3-bet? We know you're not going to fold. It is a little defense. Queen Jack is a very pretty hand from the big blind. Neither player hitting a piece of this flop. It obviously hits Carl's range a lot more than Paul's range, even more so in the money bubble. But Paul is still ahead with this big slick. He may continue bet and see what happens. He has enough chips where if he bets and is given a little friction, it's not the end of the world, but he may want to save knowing that his opponent can also push him around on boards like this and rep that he has hands. Does check back. A little bit of pot control. Now Paul, though, has top pair. Also has the wheel draw, but most importantly, the top pair. And now Carl trying to bet, repping the king. Or repping something. I do not see Paul doing anything but calling. A raise would be tough on the bubble. A fold, then there's no point in even opening your big slick, because you know Carl calls a lot of big blinds. And does make the call. Ten of clubs does not change anything. Paul was ahead the entire way and remains so after the 10 of club river. Did he just go all in? Holy cow. Carl making a move, putting a ton of pressure on Paul. I don't think Paul could call if he's concerned about making the money even with the best hand. I mean, if it was like a $10 buy-in tournament online, he could make the call for 1,100 euros. It is a very tough spot. Only we know what he has and what Carl has. Oh my. Wow. Very impressive here by Carl. This might actually work. More often than not, it will. Against some players, though, it will not. We do not know too much about Paul's style. He's a relatively new player to the table. I think his hat says I'm a winner, baby. What are you going to do here, Paul? Not the easiest spot to be in. Certainly okay for him to take his time at this point. He would be calling for his tournament life. We know Paul will double if he calls. Paul does not know that. It is a pretty sick spot. It's very hard for Paul to call here, even though he has top pair, top kicker. I want to hear what happened there. It sounded like Carl called the clock. This is a tough Can't hear what the dealer and the foreman are talking about.
Okay, so you have 1 minute to...
Okay, he's had a few minutes, so 1 minute is probably more than fair. Carl trying to put more pressure even on his opponent by calling the clock. That's within his right to do. Paul doesn't seem too thrilled about it, but nothing Paul can do about that. Does Paul fold here? Paul does fold. Carl's move works. Putting the pressure on the stone call bubble, getting the best hand to fold. Mad respect. Top pair, top kicker into the muck.
Have you watched the stream earlier? No stream.
People are asking if they're watching the stream now on the table. Well, shout out to all of you guys at the table that are watching. Thank you for providing me entertainment.
I don't know if the stream has shown my part, so I don't want to tell you. I'm sorry.
That was sick. You don't have to be lucky if you can pull moves like that. Team Never Lucky, Parker, Talbot, Tonka would be very proud of that play for sure. My jaw is still dropped from that play. If I saw a Never Lucky team, I'd call instantly. It's very hard to call on the money bubble when you've been playing for 2 full days. You don't want to walk away empty-handed. You don't make the call. You know, it's still risking. You know, you're not always ahead there, actually. He's jamming, perhaps, with other hands, but I don't think so. I think if you walk through it, you're probably ahead more often than you're not, but it's still taking a risk. Anyway, sick move. Mad props to Carl. And now Carl putting more pressure on players. Adam opening up the button with Queen 6. Carl 3-betting with Ace 5. Will Adam opt to call? Will he 4-bet? I think it's going into the muck, and it does. And Carl's ace was ahead, but not by a lot. But it does not matter when you 3-bet and you get a fold.
Then from you. Not from me, but we called you a couple of times. On the flop on the turn.
So it looks like we may peek into the next blind level. We may go to blind level 17 with blinds at 3,000, 6,000. I don't think there'll be a break like it says on the clock. That wouldn't make sense on the bubble. Even though they've been playing for 3 straight hours, it still doesn't make sense. But I imagine within the next, I mean, it's not going to last certainly a full another blind level. So sometime during this blind level, it should end for the day with players in the money, but we shall see what will happen. I've seen very long bubbles that have lasted more than a blind level, but I just don't foresee that happening here. It's very, very rare for that to happen.
I think I've been with 7%. Yeah, he's skiing. Skiing? Yeah. He's bigger than Warlock. It's bigger than Warlock. No, it's not. It's not even close. It's a village? Yeah, it's a couple of villages together.
So final hand on this blind level.
Tallinn is a big city and Mura has a lot of villages.
You see opening the 9-6 off from early position. Trying to look stronger than he is. And Adam on the ace-9, when they cut off, may push back. The problem is he has Carl right after him, who has been abusing players on the bubble, so that also goes into the muck. I won't be surprised to see a 3-bet here either. Not this time, respecting Yusi's open, but Maris showing up with the ace-queen. Maris, who was tight throughout the day, I think it is time for Maris to 3-bet, although I want to see Yusi do well. I also want to see Maris continue the way he was playing. He does call, that's also okay. Not leveraging a stack, but not wanting to lose a lot of chips, potentially easy either. And Yusi's open from early position does look quite strong. We know he has 9-6, but not everybody else does. But both players grabbing a piece of the 2-queen-9 flop. Maris with top pair, Yusi with middle pair. Maris checks his top pair, trying to disguise things. Yusi betting about 10, maybe exactly 10. Indeed it is. Let's see if Maris calls or raises. We know he's not ever folding here. Does raise a little bit, and I think Yusi will get rid of his middle pair. He hasn't played that much with Maris to know that Maris hasn't gotten out of line at all today. So is making the call. Jack of clubs on the turn. Changes nothing for either player. We'll go check, most likely check. And I say that as soon as I say that, Yusi's reaching for chips. Making moves on the bubble, Yusi. Will it work out for him? I don't think he's going to get, once again, Maris a full top pair, top kicker, like Carl was able to do just before to Paul. It's a bit of a different situation with Maris having Yusi covered and having the big stack at the table. Things are kind of in reverse world here. And there's really no twos in Yusi's range, so if Maris thinks his ace-queen was good, he should be a little bit more secure now. I mean, It does go check, check. UC does have showdown value. The bet on the turn may have been able to see a cheap river. And it could be a little while before we see the next hand. Let's see. Players will prepare the blinds. Dealer will prepare the deck. And then we shall all sit back and wait, chillax, and see what happens. I am stretching my legs during this, as the players are theirs. It's been 3 hours plus now for me in one spot, so I need to get up from the chair. Stretch the back. I have witnesses to my stretching exercises. I may be getting an apple juice delivered to me too, which is appropriate at this time. I said last blind level I can have a single apple juice. And an apple juice is coming my way. Thank you, sir. We'll see if the apple juice helps with my symptoms. It can't hurt anyway. Nothing else is helping, so we'll see what happens.
Okay, that makes sense.
Okay, next hand, folks. Somehow, yeah, I thought there was something else going on, but it's folding around pretty quickly to Carl with the 10-5 suited. Team Never Lucky playing very well on the bubble. I was very impressed with that move. And Roberts is just going to ship it in. This is not something he would do if it wasn't on the pure money bubble. But you don't want to play post-flop with anything and feel like you have to fold something on a weird board. Get it in right here, right now. He's okay. He even shows the aces. That's fairly standard. I need someone to type in exclamation joke before I change the joke for tomorrow. I don't think we have a command for chips. Maybe we do. I don't remember putting one in. I put in some commands with my friends here at Olympic Park Casino yesterday. Yeah, that's my sense of humor. I'm sorry, guys. That's as good as I can do with jokes. I'll try to come up with a better one for tomorrow. I could actually blame Nightbot, though. Nightbot, you're very bad with jokes. Bad Nightbot. I should do this more often if, with the no webcam. Just stand up and commentate. It's good for the stretching. I still can't see anything because this chip is like massive. This chip is like 10 feet tall. Literally. I want to take the chip home, but I'm pretty sure Alibet would not be happy with me if I just rolled the chip out the door. So folds around. It will maybe continue to fold. Yeah, Maros, even though he has a lot of chips, isn't interested in abusing people on the bubble. And Yussi gets a walk. What did he get a walk with? King 3? Show the king, Yussi. Or the 3. Either way, it's funny. I always tell Yussi that I'd never expect him in the booth. It's like one day I'm going to have Yussi in the booth, but it's going to be like 20 years from now. He's always on final tables here. Yussi and I have each trip we get to know each other a bit better. I enjoy spending time with him when I have some free time. He's a stand-up guy. Many of you guys know him as Pata Yussi in seat number 2, Yussi Matala. One of my favorites. Those of you that used to be on the MPN PT Tour, rest in peace. Yussi was on that as well.
from time to time. He's not a professional player, but plays as if he is one. He is on every final table here. It's been spread out at least there, Matt. We will find a better joke tomorrow. Or maybe I'll do like joke 1, joke 2, joke 3, so it's not the same one all the time. We had no joke in there before, but we needed to lighten Nightbot up. Nightbot is yelling at people for caps and emotes and things like that. So at least Nightbot can tell a joke or two to make up for his or her rudeness. I have a love-hate relationship with Nightbot. I do appreciate some of the aspects of what Nightbot does, but sometimes I think Nightbot needs to chill out a little bit as well. I think Donna and Mick know what my relationship with the Nightbot is all about. Like, even our mod. Is Mick a mod here? Can we make Mick the mod a mod here as well, just out of respect, or is it too... we'll make you a mod tomorrow, Mick. I don't want to mess around with that right now. We're on the bubble. But we will... If you tell me that you're going to come back tomorrow, we'll make you a mod. We don't really need any modding here. Everybody's behaved. But I like that the general Twitch mods that everybody knows are modded here as well. Even Donna hasn't had to do any modding. She hasn't had to tell anybody to chill out. Everybody is chill in the chat. When Donna's here, I always know people will behave, because if not, she will make them behave. But there's no reason today. Everybody is very good. Even yesterday, it was very good. There was one guy near the end calling some players fish, but that doesn't bother me. And, you know, we joked around with him a little bit. Donna would have taken care of that too, though, I'm pretty sure. Not let me even joke around with him, which is why I love Donna. She keeps me in control, too. But honestly, like in this chat, as long as you're not being racist, sexist, or otherwise combative and offensive, we can joke around all we want. This is a long bubble already, guys. I mean, I think, when did it start? It maybe started about 30 minutes ago already. I don't know how much longer we're going to go. I'm being very picky, like, about the alcohol in the booth, which is strange because I'm actually having a beer, but it's my only beer, and it's near the end of the day, and I just want to see if it'll make me feel a little better as well. But you can't come in if you've been out drinking all night, that's for sure. This isn't the Irish Open, folks. This is a fun event, and people are having fun. Sorry for not commentating that hand, but it was kind of boring. UC and Igor not really battling it out, but Igor taking a small pot, it looks like. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Donna would kick my ass next time she saw me if I was drinking on the stream as well. Donna will agree with me that one beer near the end of the day is fine. Donna is like my sister when it comes to like poker stuff, you know. It's like my real sister back home also keeps me a lot of times when I get out of hand. Once in a while I help my sister out with other things. I'm not sure if I ever really helped Donna with anything, but I would if I could. Donna knows I appreciate her quite a lot, though. UC raising to 14,000 from the button, not afraid of playing the ducks. Donna's favorite hand, speaking of Donna. The deuces never loses, according to Donna. Adam making the defend with the 10-6 suited.
Adam checks, UC bets. There's no reason. I mean, Adam could try to push UC around, but I don't think he will in this spot. UC's not one that would be pushed around so easily anyway. Very strong player. I know that he'd rather not bubble, but the money isn't the reason why he'd rather not bubble. UC, the reason he doesn't want to bubble is he wants to be on the final table. He wants to have a chance for that trophy. That's the one thing that's been eluding UC, is a trophy in one of these talent events. He's very often second, third, fourth, fifth. He may even have all the spots except for the winner spot, so he's overdue to win one. Nothing would make me happier with the players that are left for UC to win it. I mean, I've enjoyed watching all these players, but I do want UC to eventually win one. Although we had Evely in the chat, nothing against Igor. I do like Igor, but I think everybody understands where I'm coming from here. UC is almost like a local player, you know. It would be nice if a local player wins it as well. Like Igor. Adam, I want to know his story with that Australian flag. I don't think I'm going to hang out tonight to find out what that might be, but maybe I can get some information from somebody about Adam offline later. Paul, I know from around. Roberts, we got to know throughout the day from Latvia. We were on Team Latvia for a while when he was down to under 2 big blinds at one point after Igor completed his double gutter for a straight against the top 2 that Roberts had. Made a nice comeback though. And now, if he decides to keep folding, we'll make the money most likely. Although this bubble just keeps on going. Now, let's see, I'm waiting for the next hand. But there must be something going on upstairs because this pause is taking a little bit longer. The clock is still going though, so it looks like another hand will be played. But perhaps not. UC checking some messages. Maybe he's sending me a message. Send me a message, UC. I know it's like you're 30 minutes ahead of I am. But maybe we can work out this time lapse somehow. Or maybe you'll hear this and then 30 minutes later you can send me a message. I'm not quite sure. But UC standing up, maybe stretching so he could use the phone. You're not supposed to use the phone at the table, as Argo pointed out at the beginning of the day to all the players. UC has been on a featured table pretty much every festival because he's on a final table, knows those rules. Igor behind the table, which is also okay. He's technically not standing up, but this is fine. You know, they just don't want the phone on the table itself. He's far away enough. And now the clock stopped, folks, so I think that is something. It still says 35 minutes, but they would not stop the clock unless a player busted out somewhere. But let's wait a moment to make sure that that indeed is the case. Let's maybe turn up the table talk so we can hear what's going on.
Yeah. I don't know, but tomorrow the tree's gonna start at 1. This tournament is gonna start at 12.
So we're in the money, guys.
Oh, we're in the money!
Congrats, everybody.
Congratulations!
Okay,
So that will be the end of the day, folks. The top 34 players are in the money for at least a mint cash of 2,100 euros. Well done, everybody. Most of the people we watched tonight did make the money. Carl, lovely play on the bubble. Absolutely showing lots of heart. Well done, everybody. Looking forward to seeing you all tomorrow. Thank you all for tuning in. We'll be back tomorrow at 12:30 for day 3. I believe we will play down to a final table, but that will be confirmed tomorrow as well. Be sure to tune in. Once again, I am Jason Glatzer from Poker News. It is my pleasure to be with you. Hope to see you all tomorrow. Peace.